Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This level is nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all on the line. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out for a while. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, and say, man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stay the same.
What's going on?
All right. We're live. We're on. We're good to go. We got a couple people watching. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. It looks all jumpy and shit, actually. All right, it looks like it's all right. All right, so yeah, we're good to go. So I got my development flow back up yesterday, Cliff. So I got all like my other IDE set up, and I'm ready to get back into my coding and did all that. So I can start working on developing again. But we're ready to go. Carrie Ann's watching. Appreciate you, Carrie Ann. Cliff, you wanted to jump in today and do the jump into the development stuff, right? For we got to add some stuff to the tournament optimizers, or to the tournament optimizer rather. All right, so let's get the hell out of here. Get back into MABE. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Let me do that. And put you over here. Screen share. Optimize for video. All right, hide that. Is that where this should be? Yeah. Updates, random, dev. All right, so you actually want to get into our code, right? So, oh, you know what else I should do? Let's remove this from the workspace. Let's open a folder. All right, so now we've got our stuff open. Here's our code. Here's our tournament optimizer. What I'm gonna do, what do I normally do? All right, hang on a sec. Let's get rid of these. I don't want these. I can delete those. Can actually delete these hidden ones. They don't need to be there. Delete those. And then I'll rename. All right, hang on a sec. I got to do. Let's copy these. Actually, no, let's rename them first. It's easier. Work this little trick. Let's do that. Hang on a sec. Copy. Paste. Now, guys, this is totally unnecessary stuff, but I do this way I keep the tournament optimizer that we know works. It's not really necessary, but it at least makes it so there's a backup sitting there that we know is functional, that we can always revert to. All right, and now we have a regular tournament optimizer and tournament header that we can go ahead and work with. All right, so we're in tournament CPP. All right, Cliff, you wanna get started, or is there something you wanna look at first, or what?
I don't want to look at anything. I
don't know if we got enough look. I don't know if we looked at enough preliminary stuff last time. Oh,
yeah,
they said
we know what we need.
Hang on, they said they can't hear you.
That's on you.
It is.
I'm contrarian today.
Let's see.
So what I'm fighting with on my internet, by the way, is that the internet service I'm using wants to throttle me, and I have to fight little fights with it to try to get around the throttling.
Ah, okay, and they can hear you. They can hear you. False alarm. All right. All right. So yeah, let's go ahead.
So So what we need to do is we need to decide what it is that we want to save out into our magic special file.
Right.
And then we gotta get that stuff out there.
All right. So one thing we know is we want to report on.
You switched up your screens. I can only see.
Yeah. Well, I made it so I could see you while we discuss, and then I'll put back the code up.
Oh.
Yeah. People got to see big sexy Cliff on their screen.
Oh
but no, so what do we want to print out? So they're the things that basically we normally have to go into the snapshot to get, right? And we don't want to have to go. We don't have to save snapshots because they're too much goddamn data. But
and we want to save this at a much higher resolution so we can really see the trends changing. So we only want to save what we need. So we're going to make a CSV file, and we got to decide what columns would be good to put in the CSV file, and with the knowledge that it's going to come out of the optimizer.
All right, so
it has to be data we have access to in the optimizer, which thankfully is pretty much everything.
Yeah. So one thing we want to do is we get the shape average, but we want something that's actually going to tell us how many shapes we have. Let me think. What were the two things we couldn't print out? We get a shape average, right? But normally we go into the distribution and we actually can see the shape of all the individuals. So the average shape is less. That's the thing I guess I'm trying to figure out, because what you normally do is you find a clever population statistic that summarizes what we need to know, right? Normally, when we're looking at a snapshot, we just go through all the shapes. So we go, oh, these guys all went -1. You know, these guys all went 0.98, whatever.
Yeah. So. Right. So, what we have, the thing was, what we were looking at suggests that we're seeing, two strategies, right? Because we're seeing like a high consistency of preference or food consumption for a particular food.
Right.
But what we don't know is the actual counts.
Right.
So now shape is a little bit hard because shape is a distribution, right?
Right.
Like they can be all over the place. But as far as preference and the food counts, sort of the dominant food, those we can classify. And I think with preference it's easy, right? Because like they're going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. So we can literally have a CSV file that has 5 columns, which are preference 0, preference 1, preference 2, preference 3, preference 4. And each of those columns for each generation has a number, which is the number of individuals in the population with that preference.
Yes, that would be helpful. That's what because we don't have anything summarizing that.
The second step now is how do we do this for food? And I think the way that we should do this is we should, we can, well, okay, so the thing to do might be to output, for shape, I think we should output a list that has everybody's shape in it. So every generation will just output all the shapes.
That way we get a that way we can just plot the distribution.
Yeah, we could just do it as a box plot or violin plot or we could take the but the other thing we could do is we could search through it and we can put in like thresholds. So we could say like
that's what I was wondering if we should do.
The other way we could do is we could say everyone above 0.5 goes into one category. Everyone between 0.5 and minus 0.5 goes into the I don't care category, and everyone below negative 0.5 goes into the the negative category. So we could just make arbitrary cutoffs and just make 3 categories, and everyone just goes into those 3 categories.
As far as your shape, so it's sort of like above, so like between 0.5 and negative 0.5, above 0.5 and below negative 0.5.
Yeah, in fact, what we could do? We could make a category that is below negative 0.9. And we make another category that's below negative 0.5. And we make another category that's just like, are you negative or positive? And so then we have 6. We have that for the negatives and we have that for the positives. And the individuals who are at, -1 will get counted 3 times. Because they'll be in the less than 9 point, they'll be in less than negative 0.9, less than negative 0.5, and less than 0. But that's fine. That'll give us an easy count of the distributions. If we just care about which side you're on, then then we just use the 0.5s. But if we want to know, did you go to the extremes? Then are you above 0.9?
Really
out at the extremes, and that way we don't have to collect, because 0.9 or 1, it doesn't. That's not going to make a big
difference. We don't
care.
What we see is it's usually an arbitrary value near that end, and they fix for it.
Yeah.
Now we're going to miss cases where they probably do like a 0.8 or something. All right, give me 1 sec. I just forgot something.
Okay.
Too much to prep. All right. All right. So let's go ahead. All right. Where do we want to do this at?
So we're going to be in the optimizer, and we're going to do this. We can do this at the end of the optimizer. So like after everything else, because then everything's, well, actually, wait, give me 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what so now we're getting good results, guys. Now we're trying to figure out how do we really nail these suckers down and analyze this. But yeah, appreciate you all for being here. Also, we're going to have a very important discussion after my meeting with Cliff. So appreciate y'all for being here.
We're going to have a very important discussion.
Yeah, because my students just finished the David Sloan Wilson portion of their class where they're all about using evolutionary theory to create a better world, right? Focusing on group selection and intentional communities and all this type of stuff. And Derek from Mythvision, who's like, Mythvision is, right? One of the big podcasters. So Derek wants to do a class with me like the way he does with Richard Carrier. Because he sent me a message on Thanksgiving. He's like, yeah, you know, we don't really appreciate an evolutionary worldview. Like, we don't, you know, he's like, I want to do a class with you so people can, you know, wrap their heads around what it really means to be evolved. And then what I realized today as my students were giving this presentation is like, you know, I've been underselling evolution, right? Like I haven't really discussed, you know, the way we really should be talking about an evolutionary worldview and like how it can actually, you know, impact all of these higher order functions, like how we create groups, how we create communities, how we create laws. And this is all stuff that my students are talking about that we should be talking about in the community, because we're trying to do this. We're trying to build intentional community. We're trying to build intentional community based around the values of science. And so I'm like, this is what Derek wants to talk about. This is what my students are talking about. So yeah, we're gonna chat about that because, you know, I think we buy into evolution like, oh, we are evolved. Oh, it is a fact that we're primates. But we don't really talk about all the ways in which not understanding evolution is actually crippling our ability to solve problems, right? So kind of want to go there.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's interesting because I think you can fall into a trap because, like, one of the arguments that the you know that's brought up by the creationist types is this, like, oh, so you're saying we're evolved and therefore nothing means anything, or ethic, you know, there's no morals, there's no ethics, you know, there's no absolutes, everything's random. And it's just like, first of all, in a way, yes, just yeah, absolutely yes. That's what we're saying. We're saying cool your jets because none of this matters on any global scale.
Right.
Now, on the scale that it does matter is it matters to us. And in that respect, your assertions are garbage. They're unsupported garbage. And
right.
That, like, to me, this everything, you know, metaphysics is you know, garbage.
Dumb.
Yeah. Like that's my position. But basically, everything they're doing in metaphysics, they're basically saying, we don't have an answer. I heard this one once. It ticks all the boxes. It's totally untestable, totally unprovable. But you know, fine, whatever. Good enough.
Right.
And you know, I just wow, you know, wow, this is terrible. This is really bad.
Yeah, to show you guys what I'm talking about real quick, I saved these two pictures. So I did a stream the other day. Cliff, you can see my slides, right? Yeah. I did a stream the other day where we talked about this community in Portland where they basically take shit, I'm not on the right account here. Give me 1 sec, gang. It'll all make sense in 1 second, I promise. All right, so, oh goodness, sign me in. You're a pain in my ass. You know, two-factor authentication is like the bane of my existence. It's the thing I dread dealing with every day. Come on, ask if it's me. Go ahead, ask me if it's me signing into my account. It is. I know my emails are just so precious. All right, so history, library. All right, so search my watch history. Farm, something farm. Nope, something Portland. Yeah, here we go. All right, so we did this stream, right? It was like an hour. We talked about how this community took rundown apartments and parking lots, and they got rid of all the pavement, right? They depaved it. Then they built these huge community gardens. We made a lot of jokes about the fact that they compost their own poop. Right, but then they built this whole community where they like live in these little apartments, but they share this big community garden. and, all about sustainable living. And so I was hit kind of funny when today my students came in, they're like, yeah, so we just read David Sloan Wilson's and we want to talk about this dancing rabbit community that encourages sustainable living. There's no cars, no electricity, regulated agriculture and waste disposal, just like the Portland example, right? And they use this evolutionary worldview, right? The thing we told our students to focus on is talking about, the nurturing group that benefits the individual, is talking about this as focusing on group selection rather than individual selection, right? Selecting for beneficial groups. So we always use this example in our class. One is you can select chickens based on which chickens lay the most eggs, right? And what you'll eventually realize is chickens that lay eggs more than other chickens often do so for competitive reasons, like they fight, they harm the other chickens. So what you end up selecting for is really, really aggressive chickens. And so you end up with a coop full of chickens. The actual overall productivity of the chicken coop as a group will be incredibly low, and the chickens will be incredibly unhealthy because they'll all just be pecking each other's eyes out and shit for dominance. Whereas if you select for the group of chickens that produces the most eggs collectively, you end up with really super productive, healthy, happy chickens living together, right? That's the simplified version. And that means you focus on group selection, right? You're not focusing on the most competitive individuals, you focus on the most productive groups. And so that's what we told them. You have to focus, make sure you're emphasizing that this is about levels of selection. Also, they intentionally introduce variation, right? So they deliberately mutate the model. Hey, try this crop over here. Try bringing in different people with different ideas. And so that's what we're teaching them, is that you take Darwinian knowledge and then you start to work the system deliberately. And then they even got into the second slide that they showed us today was, because they're getting ready for their presentation on Monday, was guidelines for joining an intentional community, right? Be more mindful of your own goals, join groups that reflect your goals and values, strengthen your group using what we call the core design principles. That's something in David Sloan Wilson's book. He identifies these core design principles that actually help facilitate cooperative groups. Like, it's not an accident that you make really good groups. Like, there's these core design principles that you use. We'll talk about them. They're all in his book. And then you seek out other cooperative groups to collaborate with. But yeah, this is like stuff we literally talk about in, like, because we're trying to do all this community building and stuff. And I was like, oh, this shit's coming up in my class. And Derek is now talking to me about it. Yeah, maybe I need to be paying more attention to these things. But yeah, so that's what I meant. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. I know James and people like that, because we had this guy, James Apperson. He's another streamer. He does a lot of great stuff, right? And James is always talking about, like, that's his dream, right? He would take what I'm doing virtually with Gather, and he would do it in real life, where we share a plot of land, and, we all live and work together. And he's trying, James's idea is like, Cliff, if you go out your front door, or let's say you go out your back door, right? That gives you access to the community plot of land and you can see everybody else. But if you go out your front door, you go out your driveway, out into the rest of the world, right? So this model of where you interact with the community as much or as little as you'd like.
Sure.
But yeah, it's just something people are actually really interested in.
Then that's not going to work.
Right, but you don't want everybody forced to interact either, right? You don't want to have to deal with your people.
But the community will fail if they don't, right? If nobody goes in the backyard, then it's going to fail.
Then it's going to fail, yeah. Absolutely.
I have mixed feelings about this because one of the things I see is that these communities, on a certain level, they want to sort of move away from some things that I see as technological comforts and advances in comforts. And I'm like, look, the model that they're building is not sustainable at dense city level. Like you literally, if you said, oh, we're going to back up all technology to this, and then you took New York City or Chicago or Austin, Texas, and said, okay, go. Your population density is too high. People are going to starve. And people are going to freeze in the winter because you're not going to have enough insulated homes if you're not burning gas. Absolutely. And so the result will be that you'll have to have a reduced population.
Yes.
Right. So if the aliens showed up and they flipped the switch so that no technology, you can't burn gas anymore, computers don't work, right? Like that apocalyptic future, the first thing that happens is a ton of people die.
Yes.
Right? They starve, they freeze, but then like we get down to a level that we can maintain. Well, but here's the thing: if we drop to that level, like if we drop the population of the planet to 500 million people from 8 billion, guess what? We can have our gas cars and we can have our computers.
Yeah, we don't need. It's not a problem.
Houses.
It's not a problem. Yeah.
If we could just, as a global society, agree
to stop fucking,
that we're gonna like reduce the population to a level that we can actually all live in luxury.
Yes.
Right. While maximizing automation. And then if we maximize automation, we can get rid of stupid jobs. We can get rid of all the banking jobs. We can get rid of the insurance jobs. And people can be scientists and artists and poets and writers. Yes. And the world just becomes all the stuff we want and none of the stuff we don't. And we don't have to. And you don't have to. We don't. Yeah. I mean, I don't understand. Like the extremes are like, oh, either we shit in a bucket or you're. And I'm like, no, I have no offspring. I've done my part.
Yeah. Pumpkin King boss battle time. But yeah, I totally agree with you, Cliff. So a couple thoughts about this. I always say they're different models and they're compelling just to get people to think about different possibilities. But I agree. So, and this is a problem. Like I've tried to live with, even when I was going through college, I tried to live more intentionally with some hippie communities. Matter of fact, I ended up living in a house that was kind of legendary. It was like one of the known hippie houses. Like, everybody that lived there smoked pot. We all party. We have some of the big, it's a big, well-known house on the west side. But there was another house I considered living in where they literally were like a co-op, right? But they were so extreme with theirs that they like, they did dumpster diving and like extreme food sharing and stuff. And so, Cliff, we get echo, but it's like that was too much for me, right? Like I don't want to do that. And James and I are kind of the same way, where me and James talk about this. We're like, yeah, we're down to live with the community, but we don't want to rough it, right? Like me and James were laughing, like we're not composting our own poop. That's just, we don't need to do that. We want, I need luxury. I'm not giving up my studio, right? I need all my monitors because this is what I do, right? I'm not going to give up. I have a very high tech lifestyle and career and all of that stuff. So I'm with you. Like I'm down to figure out more sustainable ways to live, but I'm not gonna be a Quaker or the Amish or whatever. Like that we're not. So it is this thing. The other thing I want to quickly mention is vertical, right? I really am a person who does believe in vertical horticulture or whatever, right? So you can imagine something like this going up to support more sustainability, right? So instead of you having one flat shared vertical farm, right, you can imagine a skyscraper of.
Oh, I look, the idea that you take you build your city is like a 3x3 block, and you say that the central building in that 3x3 block, that on the ground floor you've got like cafeteria, your grocery. And then above that, you have like shared spaces, conference spaces. And then above that, you've got a whole building that's a vertical farm. And then around that, you've got 8 buildings that's residential. And your whole city is just these pods where and the school is in that central building, right? Like all of the community function is in that central building. Right. Everybody has everything they need is like right there. And then if you want a museum, maybe you have to go a few blocks to get to a museum. You got to take a train to get to a museum. Right. But like all the basic
and 4 or 5 and 6 cities can share the museum or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah. In fact, you even have not every one of those central things has a hospital. Right. Maybe not everyone has a school, right? Maybe you alternate the schools and the hospitals.
Sure. Yeah.
But like how and everything's just nice and distributed. You do distributed power. All the roofs have distributed power. Right. And then like you can supplement that if you need, but you're trying to like localize things as much as possible.
Cliff, give me one sec. I gotta grab Sam. Mm-hmm. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so this came to me freshman year at Penn State. I watched a documentary. I need to actually see if I can find it. It's called The End of Suburbia, right? And it's whoa. I didn't get it all in there. And it was like, could this be the end of Subaru? No, yeah, it's a 2004 documentary indie film. Man, is it on YouTube? Yeah, all right. Well, maybe we'll watch that on stream later. But yeah, that's where I really started thinking. So I've been thinking about this for quite some time, right? And so they break it down, and I've seen other documentaries actually do this recently. YouTube Punk, we had us watch one the other night, which is called Why America Will Never Build Walkable Cities, right? But they all give you the same thing. We built these things called cars. Then we built highways, so everybody was working in the city, driving out to the suburbs. So what do suburbs give you? They give you tons of sprawl. The land is not used efficiently. Everybody has to drive everywhere. It's all a fucking nightmare, right? And so the End of Suburbia proposed what a lot of people are seeing now. You would get to more walkable cities. You'd build more walkable population centers. You would build then vertically, where you have mixed use, where you have commercial or public stuff below, housing up top, right? And then they also sort of introduce you do the same thing, vertical farming, maybe to sustain some of the food needs. And you get like sort of, more of these cities, right? So they're less spread out, but they're, there's like this kind of hybrid model. So I'm just, so I've been, I don't know. I think these things are all very interesting. Go ahead, Cliff.
Make no mistake, it doesn't need to be this way. This is like very much the result of, this is very, very much the result of us having a love affair with capitalism, putting profits absolutely in the front. There are cities in Europe, and they have maintained mixed use.
Yes. Okay.
So you do have residential and commercial interests, and they're mixed, and they don't just say, now it's hard, right? When you have like a Google come in and you go to some city and says, we'll give you $1 billion. We'll completely change your financial landscape.
Right.
Well, what do you do as a city?
Right.
You let it go down to the one down the road.
You take it, or else they elect the next guy because you didn't take it.
Right. And so this is a problem. Like, again, in my world, I think that I don't know what the number is. I honestly don't think that a single person needs more than $10 million.
Yeah, like you're about the capitalism cap. I say we give them a gold watch, right, and a plaque. It says you won capitalism, and that's it.
If you have think about $10 million. That means you can spend $100,000 every year without for 100 years.
Right.
Is that right? Yeah. $100,000 for 10 years is $1 million. So if you have $10 million, it's $100,000 out of pocket. You can spend every year. I don't know about you. I do not spend $100,000.
No, I don't.
So I could be living much better. I think on $100,000 a year, I could own my house. I could take probably a month. I spent a month in Japan a few years ago, and with my airfare, it cost me $5,000.
Wow.
So
yeah, we'd be good to go. We could travel, baby. We about that life. We about that life all of a sudden. Yeah,
every year I got on a plane and flew halfway across the world, and I stayed somewhere, and it cost me $5,000 per month. That would only be $60,000.
And Cliff, we virtual gurus, baby. We could still work. We could just log into the supercomputer and ready to go.
Well, yeah.
Ready to go.
Yeah, actually, I could. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, certainly $100 million. $100 million, spending $1 million a year should be fine. I just saw that there was some settlement. I don't know who, some rich people got a settlement on a divorce, and I think she's getting something like $200,000 a month in child support.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, dude, that's like $1 million plus. That's $1 billion. 2.4 million a year.
Yeah.
To support a child, most people support a child on like 20 grand. Like, literally like many orders of magnitude more. Like this is it's ridiculous. And people are like, oh, I need it. I need it.
Yeah, I need it. The private jet's not going to fly itself.
Anyway, back to evolution.
All right, back to evolution. But yeah, so it's fun stuff to think about, right? And I realized that it's stuff people are interested in, and we just don't talk about it a lot because we don't go there.
I mean, I talk about it all the time,
but
just ask Jury. I talk about it all the time.
Oh, really? Like you think about these things. I mean, it's weird. A lot of Beacon people do, right? Like there's a certain type of person that place attracted, I think.
I'm more than like I go to parties and people are like, all right, shut up.
Really?
So, yeah, I know what I am. It's okay.
It's all right. Well, you're in like-minded people here. We're about that. Like I always say, that makes us weird because we literally talk about these things every day. And most people never do. For us, like, fascism is a topic of daily conversation.
Well, yeah. I mean, as it should be.
All right. So what do we want to do with these fools?
All right. So I'm gonna.
Oh, they got to log a bunch of stuff.
I've wasted our precious time. So I'm gonna show you how to do this, and then you're gonna have to do more of it after I'm gone.
All right.
And then you're gonna basically rerun the same stuff. But let's get some of them in here, and then we can.
Yeah. All right. So
all the way. Go to the bottom of the function. So the way that this function works is we go through all the individuals. We decorate them, which means we add some.
Hang on a second.
Actually,
Okay, good.
So actually, do we want to do?
Yeah, we're just gonna add a bunch of tags, like a bunch of data tags to them.
They're already there. All we have to do is pull stuff out.
Okay.
We have to get counts is what we need to do. So there are two ways that we can think of this. We can look at the distribution within the population, or we can look at the distribution of the parents, like what the parents had. But I think we should just look at the distributions of the population because what the parents have will be reflected in the next generation.
Sure. Yeah, but there is technically a difference. I see that, right? Because actually, it's who's producing offspring that you're most interested in, rather than the final population of the offspring themselves. But it's fine.
Yeah. So okay, if what we have the population, so we can say if you scroll up a bit to the top. Actually, we could grab most of this just in that loop. Maybe we should just do that. Scroll up more. Keep going. So there's an area where we collect all the data before we do any selection, which is collecting data on the parents.
Okay.
We're getting the min score, the max score.
Right here. This is resist. No, it's way up here. Is it this stuff?
Yeah, so it's in this. If you go to the top, if you scroll up from here, you'll see at the top of this for loop. We say for every organism in the population.
Given food scores. Here.
Right there we go. You shot right past it. There we go. Right for I and population size.
Oh, here, yeah. Loop through the whole population.
Yeah, that says for every individual in the population.
Yeah.
Right.
And this is how we pick parents, normally.
Yeah. Well, this is not picking parents. All we're doing here is we're running through and we're collecting the stats. We're finding the highest score, the lowest score. We're taking the data map values and we're turning them into the optimizer value and we're sticking that on the organism.
Okay.
Right. So this is where all this is. So if you scroll down a little bit more here, we say everyone who's currently alive goes on the kill list. We'll deal with that later. Then we say we get a genome handler. We pull out the stuff from the genome.
Yeah, that's how we set our values.
We get our preference.
Right.
Read an integer
between 0 and 4.
Yeah.
That's just debug. We do the same thing for shapes and food scores. Remember, they're all just like, it's like reading the next one. It's just like read double. Just keeps reading.
We're just sucking stuff out of the genome to get all the stuff that didn't come from the brain. And then we're doing all this stuff. We're getting here. We're getting the food scores, and now I is the individual, and the index is which food. So food scores.
Right here.
So like we're putting everything into lists that are indexed off the parent.
Yes.
All right. So keep going. So we're still collecting stuff that we're going to want, and then if fields exist food for. Okay, fine. So we get all this. Okay, so now we're putting all this stuff, a bunch of stuff in data map. So we're going to do something. So if you go to the end of this little block here with all of this, okay, right here before the end of this, right before 328, let's just insert a new line below 328. Because what we can do is we could just start doing in the curly bracket. We have to do this
inside.
per individual because we're already here, so we may as well.
Yep.
Now, put some. This is a trick I do. Just put some X's here so it makes an error.
Oh, and then you can find it easy.
And it's easy to find it because it's going to be like, hey, that's an error. So now scroll up to before this block. And I want you to make a, how are we going to, we have to, okay, so go up before the for loop starts. And we're going to make some variables.
Right here.
So the first one, you can do it right after the kill list, clear. Probably a good place. So these are going to be these accumulator variables. So the first one we're going to do is, let's make it an int, and we'll call it preference 0 count, pref 0 count.
Like this?
Sure, I don't care. Set it equal to 0.
No, we should do something. All right, how would we normally do this? Like this, that? Is that gross?
It's whatever you want. You're the one who's going to have to deal with it.
All right, so wait. All right, so, because we're going to get the count of how many have preference 0, right?
Right, so you just set this equal to 0.
Yeah. All right, so we would do something like this. Pref.
I mean, you could also get you could make preferences a vector of size 4, and we could do it that way. But I think, or size 5. We need size 5 because we need random. But I think, I mean, it would be cleaner to do a vector.
Do you? Yeah. What do you think? It's just up to you. Whatever you think's the better way to do this.
Standard vector in.
All right. So so this is std vector. Isn't it VCT? No, it is vector. It's vector like that. And then, and then it's a vector of shift. All right.
Yeah.
Ints. All right.
And you just call it pref count, and then you can use the camel case. And I'd call it pref counts because it's got more than one. Just
all right.
A semicolon there. Okay, so now we have this. And then what we're going to do is right after this, because we know we want it to have 5 things.
Because this is going to give us, hang on a second. So this will give us the counts of all the preferences. And then, all right. Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is going to be more difficult to parse, but it's fine.
No, it's you'll see.
Okay.
See. I'm just going to show you how to collect.
Oh, yeah, because you can just index
here.
it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'm going to show you how to collect the index and how to collect the data into here. And then and how to get that out to a file. And once you have that, you could do the other ones. You won't need me anymore.
Okay.
So right after this, do an open parentheses because we're gonna declare it now. So this declares it. We're gonna initialize it. So right after pref counts, before the semicolon.
Yeah.
Right in there. Yep. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna say 5, 0.
So this just gives us. It just tells us it's length 5 and the initial value 0.
Yep, for each spot.
Yeah, 5 zeros, pretty much.
Yep, and that's going to be no preference. 0 is going to be no preference, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Our preference is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
So now if you go back to where we put that error in the code, which isn't showing up on the right, interesting.
Yeah, maybe if I save it, it will. Nope. But also, I got Visual Studio, right? So once I get up, maybe I'll switch over and Because that's actually kind
That's
of
what
why I
I
started
use.
using Visual Studio, so that you could, help me power my way into that.
It's to each their own. But you can just find those X's. It's easier.
Yeah, but if it's good for me I'm trying to learn tools that other people use, because that's the best way to learn a tool is have a friend that uses it. Yeah.
And I do this in Visual Studio because it absolutely will show me.
Yeah, it'll show you. Yeah,
You'll be like, hey,
and also it did this, right? So it gave us this thing, I guess.
That's because you have that text selected, I think.
Oh, that's why you're right. You're absolutely right, because that's where my cursor is. All right, go ahead.
All right, so now we've got this pref counts. So what we're going to do is say pref counts sub population I, or no, pref counts sub, and now we have to figure out what the sub is. And the sub is, scroll up a little bit. So we're saying for I, okay, so it's preferences sub I. So we're just going to stick in preferences sub I as the key.
All right, so preferences at I. So preferences. Say that again. All right, go ahead.
Plus semicolon.
Plus.
Increment by 1.
Oh yeah.
So we're saying the pref counts sub the preference of the guy that we're currently looking at, increment by 1.
Yeah, so that, if their preference is 0, the preferences at... Oh, right, because preferences is a list, and it basically is indexed. It basically then has the preference of the corresponding numbered individual, right? And so if you've got, say, individual 4, you say, what is preferences at 3, right? Index 3, and then that will tell you, oh, his preference is a 2. So then you will say increment pref counts at 2, right? Increment. Yeah. Now all we got to make sure is the index is correct, because that will say preferences at 2 in this example. And will that be where we want it? Because they're both 0 indexed, right? So I guess that's fine.
Yeah, preference 0 is random. Where it's going to get weird is when we do the food eaten, because that's 0 index. So food 1 is 0 in that list. But here, preference 1 is preference 1.
Right, and then if their preference is 0, then that means random. So incrementing it at 0 will be exactly what we wanted to do.
Exactly.
All right.
So let's add another one. Go back up to there where we define pref counts, and we're going to define shape counts.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do that one. All right. So that was up in.
You were there.
Oh.
Go up a little. Well, no, actually, I don't know where the hell we are. Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, it was up. Where they're defining all this stuff right here.
Right above this. Your size T 0 to pop size. That's your main loop.
Isn't it right here? Pref counts.
Yeah. Just copy that. Put it on the next line. So now we're going to call this shape counts. And what we were saying was, if we're going to have
cutoffs,
three levels of extremeness on each side.
Right.
So why don't we say make this size 6? And we initialize it with 0 because basically we haven't counted any yet.
Right.
Now we're going to be working with shape counts, so now go back down to where we're doing that other thing. And now we're just going to make a bunch of conditionals and fill this thing in.
Okay, so that should be back
all the way at the bottom of the thing.
Isn't it here where we do the...
Yep. My screen wasn't updating. Okay, so now you're going to say if, and now we have to figure out how we get the shape. So what's the shape?
So we're going to say if, and then open, blah. All right.
Open paren.
Why am I so trash at typing right now? All right. If, and then the shapes are...
Shape sub I. You went right past it. So it's right there. Shapes sub I.
Why am I not seeing? Oh, there it is. Yeah, shapes of I.
Literally where your cursor is.
Yeah. All right. All right. So if
parentheses.
Shapes of I. God damn it! It's always these characters. It's super hard energy. She's got me self-conscious about looking down. All right, go ahead. If shapes of I.
Open curl. If shapes of I is less than minus 0.9. Nope.
What is less? It's like what's?
No, that's less than, but you got to be inside the parentheses.
Yeah. All right. If shapes of I is less than 0.9.
Minus 0.9. Right. So if we're very, very negative, we're going to put it in that 0 spot. Open curly. Technically, you don't need an open. Actually, for this, let's not do an open curly. So if you're only doing one thing on an if there's only one line,
right,
you could just do it without the curlies. If you're going to do more than one thing, this can bite you in the ass, because if you come back later and decide to add something else and you don't realize that you don't have the curlies, it'll bust everything. But in this case, it's going to keep the code a lot tighter, so we may as well just do it.
Yeah.
So what you can do is just do space.
In here or?
No. After that. You just do space, and then we just say shape counts sub-0. I'm making too much noise for Jory. And what?
Plus.
What we got to do shape counts. Yeah, plus, semicolon. And then just copy this line 5, so there's 6 of them. And then we just say if it's less than minus 0.5. Then we're going to do shape counts 1. If it's less than 0. I mean, you can have minus 0 if you want. 2.
All right.
Greater than 0, we're going to do 3.
Greater than 0.
So I don't know exactly how we're going to use these yet, but this will give us options: greater than 0.5, greater than 0.9.
Greater than 5, 4, and then do 5 if it's greater than 0.9.
All right, so now we have our 6 values are going to be set. And we know if we just want to see which side they're on, we'll use 2 and 3. If we want to see like the extremes, we use 0 and 5. And of course, whatever's in 0 plus whatever's in 5 will be whatever's left. If we take the population size and we subtract the 0 and the 5, that tells us how many we're not, right? So we have everything we need here.
Yeah. Do we also? We don't have 0 though, right? Is that?
Well, that's fine, because if we look at the greater than 0 and the less than 0, then whatever's left has to be 0. So we don't need to save it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Like the difference between all of this and the actual population size.
Yeah. What we might want to do is add. So now we're going to outside of the curly.
Okay. Outside of the
342. Right, just make us some space down here. So now we're gonna do this in a very brute force way. We're gonna convert everything into a string, and we're gonna shoot that string directly into a file.
Okay.
And I've made this a bit easier. There's basically a helper function that makes this easy. So the first thing we have to do is create a string. So standard std : string. I'll call it like temp string. It doesn't matter. Or like report string, it doesn't matter. Right, we're just going to use this like whatever, and then just do equals, and then open close quote, and semicolon, and so this just initializes it and it sets
empty
it to
string. Yep.
And honestly, I don't care about the speed of this. There's faster ways to do this. Like everything we're about to do, there are faster ways to do it. But we don't care because this is once per generation, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So in the next line, we're going to start now filling in report string. So we're going to say report string plus equals. And then, and now we're going to do std : to string. No capital.
Like that? Okay.
Oh, maybe it is I don't know what it is. Let me see what it is.
It's like that?
I don't know.
I'm saying this is what I got the completion. See the completion?
To string. That's what it is. Yep. Open quote. Oh, sorry, not open quote. Open parentheses. It's a function. It's a function we have to pass in, and what we're going to pass in is pref counts sub 0. No quotes.
Nope, no quotes. Okay, pref counts sub 0. Okay.
And then after this, put plus open quote, comma, close quote.
Plus open quote, comma. Just a comma. You just want the comma in there.
Comma.
Yeah, so we're adding a comma. Okay. Boom.
So we're constructing a string, and now copy this like a bunch of times, right? We're just going to add we're going to add pref counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever. I mean, up to 4, and then we have to do all the shape counts.
1, 2, 3, 4. Right. That's our preference counts. All right.
Right, and then make that. Big counts sub 0, and they're going to do 0 through 5. So like this is really easy, right? Like, and you're gonna like the last bit. It's
all right. So then we do this, and then
copy this 5 times.
And then we just go down. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right.
And get rid of this. Get rid of the comma after the 5. Because we don't want to put a comma at the end of our list.
Get rid of the comma after the... Oh, right. Yeah. So we're done here.
Yep. And then the next line, this is the good part. The function that we're going to use is called capital F file manager. I think it's capital F file manager. That's the one. : and I think it's called write to file. Yeah, write to file. It's at the bottom there. Open paren. And now it takes as arguments the file name, the data, and then the header. So the file name is going to be whatever we want it to be. Shape report.csv in quotes. So it's a string. So that's the name of the file that we're going to write out, comma. And now we have to put in our data, and our data is report string. So it's just going to write the string that we created. And then our header this is the one we have to actually now make a new string. So do a comma. And I think we have to declare this. So
whoa, hang on a sec. I just bungled something. All right, here we go.
Actually, do a carriage return so it puts it on a new line, because we can do that. And then here, just put std : string, open parentheses. I don't know if we have to cast this to a string, but it won't hurt us to do it.
String, like
and
that?
And then open parent, yep. And then in there, put quote in quotes. We're going to say, let's say pref rand, comma, pref 3, pref 4, no spaces.
Oh.
And then comma, and now we're going to do shape. No, still in the quotes, right? We're building the header.
Yeah, the header. Okay. So then it's just going to be shape.
So this is like,
Bing.
we can call this, I mean, we can do that. I think we should call this like shape Let's call this like well, no, let's call it shape, capital LT, or actually, why don't we call this shape LL, and then comma shape L, or LLL maybe. NNN, oh no, NNN, 3 N's, NNN, NN. Call this one shape NN. So it's shape negative, 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 shape negative, negative, and then just shape negative, and then shape P and shape PP and shape PPP.
Yeah, guys, shape your PP and your PPP.
Yeah, there you go. And we go on after the at the end of the line. So not after that. That's just the string cast. Oh yeah,
sorry. After where do I?
You can pick that paren up and put it at the end of the line.
Pick that
on 359. Just pick up that paren and put it on the previous line, and then go back.
Sorry, what am I doing? Oh, go to this one.
No, the next one down.
Oh, this one.
Dangling friend down there. Just throw him at the end of the line for prettiness.
I see.
This is all one line. I just
like
made
that.
It like read it. Yeah, I put a semicolon after it.
Like that.
This says file. Write to file.
I see.
Report string, and then this is the header string.
Yes,
right? So
I see.
Compile and then run.
Yeah, I see. So this is our argument for right to file, and now we're saying
what the file manager utility does is it looks at that file name and it says, "Have I written to this file name before?" And if it hasn't, it saves the header line, just that it saves this string. It doesn't care what's in it. It puts that in the file, and then it puts the report string. If the file has already been opened during the session, then it opens the file that already exists, and it writes the report string, and it doesn't write the header again.
Got you.
So this will create a CSV file, and this is all we need to do. Right now, our data is going to be in the file. So just save, compile, and we run it, and we should just get this file.
All right, so let's go ahead. We do that. All right, now we go back here to our trusty command line, or terminal rather, and we're in the right place. So we're just going to go boom and build. Right, because we didn't need to change our header or anything like that. Because all of this is we're just manually brute forcing a CSV.
Yep.
I feel like registering, like this is an unregistered change or something. Clip, is there a technical term for this shit?
What?
All right, so go
to work and run it.
All right, and then just go /MABE. I don't know. Should we have done something with settings or blah blah blah? I don't know.
Well, I mean, if I don't do an LS, see if we were even running it.
Shape report.
Okay, cat that. Yep, cat shape report.
Boom.
Looks like success to me. All right, scroll up. Make sure we got our header.
All right, can we pull it up readable real quick?
Yeah. Before we do that, I want to add one thing. Go back to your file, because you'll like this even more. At the beginning of the standard string, before pref rand, just add add update
or something.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that's what we want to do, comma. And then up here on the first report string, you're just going to add one more at the very beginning, because it's got to be in the first position, because it's in the first position on that list.
Yeah. All right.
Scroll up to the top of the report string thing.
Okay.
There, copy that line. And instead of pref count 0, just do global, capital G, global, : update.
Is it? Oh, yeah. It's just just like that. It's not like the parameters.
Yeah.
So
The variable, like the parameters are all capital, but for this.
Okay, so this is global.
Colon, update. That's the actual update. And now you have to wrap this. Oh, it's already wrapped in a toString. Never mind. We're good. So save this, compile, blah, 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 blah.
All right, let's get it. Come on, buddy. All right. Up. Dot slash mbuild. Do the damn thing. Hit the damn bong. I got the one-hit wonder going today. This is a serious piece of lab equipment, Cliff.
I'm sure.
You know, you need
it's done.
you need not one but two PhDs to operate it properly.
You're holding up the science. Get to it. Huh?
Cliff. something about respecting my medical needs.
Oh yeah. All right. Go back down there.
Oh yeah,
Python 3.
All right. Oh yeah.
Python 3.
Okay.
Python 3. Dot. Tools. What?
mgraph.
You betcha.
All right. Tab completion. Boom.
All right. Now we got to save dash files. Space. And then whatever we call this thing, shape report.csv.
Yes.
And then you got to shoot it out to a file because you're special.
All right. So yeah, because I don't have the visualizer going. All right. So that is save, and then we do .pdf. Just PDF. Doesn't need the dot.
Yeah.
Is that the file you wait? Is that the format you want to use? First off, should we use PDF?
PDF's fine. PDF's fine.
All right, and then save name. Shape
report. I should just shape report, and it takes care of the PDF. I think that's right. Is it save file or save name? I don't even know.
Save name.
Okay, ship it. All right, make sure we got a file, and let's look at it. Very exciting. Look at us modifying code.
Look at us. We are doing work. All right, explorer.exe. Here, there, everywhere. All right, there's a PDF, shape report. Boom. All right. So.
No, they don't like 1. They don't like 2. They do like 3.
And 4. And their shapes. Let's see. So
these are absolute counts along the y-axis. This is how many out of the 100 wanted each of these things.
Out of 1,000, right? No, is it?
Well, you ran with defaults.
Oh, default. Yeah, so it's 100. Okay. So
but they're going to be actual counts.
Yeah, but they went to that negative, right? They went to that triple N and triple P.
They did. Look at that, 50, about 50 right on the dot. And if we look at the two up spikes, the 2 up spikes in shape PP correlate with the 2 down spikes in shape NN, which is what it would have to be. Now they did not get to shape PPP, so they did not find a good number. They didn't get to 0.9. They got a few of them, but it didn't take off.
Yeah, well, it's also pretty quick too, right? It's only 100 updates.
Yeah, but they're kind of stable. So now.
I got another thing. Do you think this would be better with proportions? Do you think we want counts or do we want proportions? Because wouldn't it be nice to just see the? We're
going to be doing processing anyway. So I think the counts.
So for now, you just rather get the counts, okay? Yeah,
because you're going to be doing all kinds. You're going to load this data into something and you're going to munge it.
Yeah. All right.
Because the thing is, if we look at the shape NNN and we subtract out the shape NN, that tells us exactly how many are over that threshold. And it looks like they're identical. So it looks like pretty much all of the shape N's shape NNN.
Probably, yeah.
And it looks like, for the most part, it looks like the shape P it diverges at the beginning, but after maybe generation 40, shape P and shape P are the same.
Yep.
So it looks like all the shapes P's are shape PPs.
Yep.
But then there were these little, they dipped their foot into shape PPP.
So I almost imagine this is a batch where we see it. It's almost like they did the two shapes. They got the really extreme on the negative side, and then they just got something that's pretty good right now on the other side. I'm guessing
it's like 85. I bet if we looked, it would be like 85.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
Right. It's high enough. It's 89.
Because I was thinking that we did choose that cutoff to be extreme on purpose, right? So if we went with 75 or 85. We might get.
But you can imagine you could put in more cutoffs.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you could get a
whole bunch
finer,
of bins and
resolution. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
So, I gotta go because I have a meeting at 3. I have to prep for.
Okay. Do you want me to just run this and see what we get? And
yeah, I mean, if you want to add in something about the, so this gives us the preference and the shapes. If you want to add something, what might be good to do is to output the consumption ratio and do a cutoff of consumption ratio, like 10 versus 3 versus 1. Like consumption ratio 1 is they're just eating equal foods, right? Or consumption ratio 1 is they're just eating both foods equally. So maybe 2. Maybe you do 2 and 4 and 10. 10 is like they just eat one food, they never switch. Because that would be nice to know. But we could also, I mean, if you want to just run this and we look at it on Monday and we do an analysis, basically look at the same.
Because I'm trying to think of the only thing I'm trying to think of for the food is like how much. I'm just trying to think of what I'm trying to tell it to calculate. Because what I mostly see is they mostly go to one food type, right, and no switching. So I just want to make sure I don't divide something by 0.
Right. You could say how many of them eat more than 5 red, how many of them eat more than 5 blue, and how many of them eat more than 5 red and more than 5 blue. And just do that cutoff. Because, well, if we see that, or actually, I guess the groups I would make is how many eat more than 5 red and less than 5 blue.
Hang on a second.
How many eat more than 5 blue and less, or how many eat significantly more of whatever food, right? Because I guess you have to do foods 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah. All right. 4 food types. All right. What are my cutoffs?
I don't know. Look at the averages from the data from Monday.
Yeah. And
make sure that your cutoff is a little bit below, maybe half of that average, whatever it is. It's like 12, so it's probably like 5 or 6.
Right. So if I'm getting
from the lowest, from the 4 food case, from the 4 foods, and remember also that if the average was 12, if the average for each food is 12, but only 1/4 of the population is eating it, so it's actually 4 times that is what they're actually eating. Right, because we're looking at the average across all 4 types. If there's 4 types, then the average is going to be 1/4 of the actual consumed by that group. Because
there's the 3 other food types.
Yeah, because there's food 1 eaters, food 2 eaters, food 3 eaters, food 4 eaters. If 1/4 of the population is a food 1 eater, then the average is going to show up as 25% of whatever they actually eat.
Oh, right. But so let's talk about this on Monday, just so it doesn't get too complicated for me. But I think what we're going to start with is pulling their scores for the individual foods, because that gives me the raw food counts, right? So I want to make sure I take that, because I think that'll get away from that, because I won't have to worry about their scores, because it's already telling us each time they eat, right? They literally always mostly have a raw number. That's always telling us the amount of times they eat. But this is also important too, because it's not always going to be that, right? When we change the reward, it's not always going to be a simple count for the food.
For the next part, I think we're going to have to look at snapshots, because the next thing that we're going to want to see is the correlation between what they eat and their preference.
Yes.
And in order to do that, we can't get that in. I mean, we could get some stats on that, but that's going to be more involved. And I think we're going to have to look at snapshots. So
okay.
So
should I just rerun this with snapshots and our food and our current reports?
No, because what I want to do is pick replicates that the snapshots are going to be insane in terms of data.
Okay.
So because we have large populations, and we know it doesn't work with small populations, it doesn't work. It's not stable. Okay. So I think just run this. Let's confirm. Monday's just going to be a confirmation that, hey, look, it's all what we expect. So so what I'd like for Monday is run everything you ran last time using this new optimizer. Make sure you get the files.
Make sure we get the report scores and all of that. Yeah.
Get that pulled to your local machine, and then if you could generate all the plots, so that when we meet on Monday, you have the plots ready, and we don't have to fool around with that.
All right. So the plots. Oh, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to run the mgraph through all of the directories and stuff to pull in those food reports.
Yeah, I mean, or you can do that, or you just save them out. So, like, one way to do this that's pretty easy is that command that you just wrote.
Yeah.
On the command line there, you could copy that, put it into Notepad++.
Right.
Copy it a bunch of times, change the conditions that you're pulling from, and change the output name. And then once you just set that all up in the file, and then just copy paste the whole thing, paste it, and it'll just run through them sequentially and generate all your files.
Okay. Yeah. Or I could just try to write a Python script or something.
Yeah. Or try to write a Python script. It's 601 does another, however you want to do it.
All right. Yeah. Cool.
But that would be good. In fact, if you did the Python way, that would be good, because if one of the things we could talk about is how to load this data into Python and use matplotlib or whatever Seaborn or whatever you want to use. Because we're going to have to start doing this analysis.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I want to get into.
Snapshots, and we're looking at the individuals in the snapshots.
Yeah. All right, all right, but then for now, we're not going to, but don't generate the snapshots now. Just the reports.
Don't generate the snapshots right now.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think what will happen is we'll find replicates that are interesting.
Right.
And when we do that, then we'll say, okay, we want to capture the snapshot. This one did something interesting. Let's rerun it and capture snapshots.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Thanks so much, Cliff, for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, this was good.
Yeah, definitely. And have a great weekend. And actually, you got my phone number, so hit me up if you want to hang out or anything. And just a reminder, you have the link to Bundy Ranch. We're there most nights if you ever want to come kick it and hang out or just chat about science or something. But yeah, have a good weekend, man. Appreciate you. See you on Monday.
Later.
All right, later on. Sweet. All right, gang. I'm gonna let Sam out real quick and take a quick intermission just so I can take a break. When I come back, I'll talk a little bit more about the evolution revolution and what I think it means for the channel. And then we'll actually probably just keep working on what we were just doing with Cliff. That way we get in good shape for Monday. And then if we have time, I also want to keep working on my coding and set forth what we're going to do in terms of getting you guys caught up with Darwin's Law, which is something I'm really excited about. So I've made some changes to what I'd like to do there, and I want to talk about that, even though it's tough because I know we're small in number, and I'm not really sure how many people will join us. Also noticing my Pocket Locker account is still getting a lot of PineCreek popping up. Let's get rid of that. Don't tax net income. Doug Battles, it just can't even. Not interested. All right, let's go over to here. I think we got a new Gin and Truth on YouTube. That's on YouTube. So look, let's get into it. We'll take a quick Uncle Bobby intermission. Let's all hear a vote. If you want some Uncle Bobby, say aye. Aye. If you don't want some Uncle Bobby, say nay. Go fuck yourself. The ayes have it. We'll get some Uncle Bobby. I'll let this fucked up ass dog out real quick, and we'll get right back to it, gang.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. Let's just cut right. First and foremost, gang, if you see my head cutting that away, it's because we got U.S. and Iran playing World Cup. Now, we got ganked on the second goal. That would have put us up 2-0. Oh, I'm sorry, we're talking about soccer, 2-0. So we're at 1-0, and I'm going to tell you, the U.S. looks pretty strong. I'm not going to lie. But this is also U.S. men's soccer, so we've traditionally blown chunks. So let's find out what happens. Gang, let's just jump right into it. You guys know, and the Officer Tatum, I put him in the same vein as fuckface Frank Turek. Just an individual I cannot stand. Right? Unless the man says yes and or something like that, nothing comes out of his mouth that makes any sense to me. Like, why would you hold these views? Now, gang, this one almost brings me absolutely no pleasure because it involves Kanye West. So the title of this one is The Truth Behind Trump's Dinner with Kanye and Nick Fuentes. Now, if you don't know who Nick Fuentes is, okay, but Google it, right? Nick Fuentes, how the hell do you have a Mexican-ass last name and you are a white supremacist? Give me a break. But you know what really pisses me off besides all of this, gang? Looks like we've got a U.S. corner kick. All right. The Iranian team just cleared it out of the goal box. Now they're driving. Pull up the fullbacks. Pull up the fullback. Look, they got an Iranian forward just sitting there offsides. No flag. Where the fuck was I? Back on topic. One thing that I've noticed since this fuckface has made his way back into the media spotlight, that Kanye's name is not Kanye anymore. Apparently, he's legally changed it to Ye. All right, for all you fuckfaces who sit here and continue to say, I can't keep up, what is it today? Why do I have to change your pronouns? You've got no problem when fuckface Kanye West says, call me Ye. You're like, okay, Ye. But the person that you've known as their dead name, it's like, well, here's my new pronoun. No, I can't do it. I can't. Shut the fuck up. It's not that you can't, it's that you won't. Now, gang, this is a short video. And something tells me this is going to be a stroke-inducing clip. So let's just roll into it so I can go back and I'm going to probably eat some hot dogs because it's United States soccer and you got to eat hot dogs when you are watching United States soccer. But I got my alcohol because I'm going to need it. Gang, this is going to hurt. Let's just roll the tape.
Gospel.
That's loud. That is loud. That is loud.
Who through no fault of their own will be missing a parent this Christmas.
Okay.
Just go to theofficertatum.com, click on
advertisement, move past.
One-time contribution of, and I want you to understand, or go to my website.
Yeah. Okay. Pause the tape, gang. I'm sure that was a decent advertisement. Screw it. Speaking of advertisements, gang, you know who advertises on my channel? Stinking Turning Point USA. And I found out that I don't have to click on the accept, but that means I also don't get paid for those videos. So what an emotional conundrum is that? And if that's the case, gang, you guys know Uncle Bobby well enough. You know good and goddamn well I am going to do an entire show ripping Turning Point USA a new booty hole. Let's just roll the tape on this one.
Donald Trump, for whatever reason, and I do not understand why.
Gang, what happened?
It appears to me that he's disconnected with reality.
Rewind. Something happened. Okay.
People who are listening will understand where I'm coming from. Donald Trump, for whatever reason, and I do not understand why, it appears to me that he's disconnected with reality.
Pause the tape. Gang, I've been asking this question quite literally since season 1. What the fuck have you been looking at? I'm serious. Again, I'm no gloves. Not that I ever wore them. What the fuck have you been looking at? Donald Trump is disconnected to... You're just now figuring that out? Which part of that man's stability... you can't be serious. It seems like... And listen to how soft his voice is. Like he just found out that Santa Claus wasn't real. Which part of Donald Trump being connected? Give me a break. This is laying the foundation to something real fucked up. Roll the tape. I need a fan.
To a certain degree.
To a certain degree. Give me a break.
Why would you meet with Kanye West and Nick Fuentes? Now, I know that he may not have known who Nick Fuentes was.
Okay.
But he know who Kanye West is.
Pause the tape. Stop. I was going to say, I don't know why. I just belched hashtag unprofessional. I'm already jazzed up. Rewind that just a little bit. I want to see what this coon had just said. Roll the tape.
West and Nick Fuentes. Now, I know that he may not have known who Nick Fuentes was, but he know who Kanye was.
Pause the tape right there. I'm not listening to that crap, and I've never listened to that crap. The Trump apologist. You cannot be serious. Because this is the new line. Because I've heard other people to say this before. He didn't know who Nick Fuentes was. If you don't know who he is, gang, that's one thing. If I don't know who he is, that's something else. When the once president of the United States, give me a break. This has been Donald Trump 101 since his orange ass got into office. As long as someone's willing to juggle his nuts all in their mouth, bigly, tremendous, we have a beautiful relationship, bigly, we write beautiful letters. Hey, you know that fuckface is in the Ku Klux Klan. I've never heard of them. Excuse me, fake news. I've got people looking into it. Donald Trump did not know who Nick Fuentes was. Google it. Gang, the average person cannot walk into a goddamn restaurant without reading through 29 pages of Yelp reviews. Then that's just to see if they have good appetizers and drinks. You mean to tell me that the most powerful man in the United States, shut up. How does this work? Hey, my name's Nick Fuentes. I want to meet with the President of the United States. Hey, are you willing to pump up his ego? Yeah, of course. 12 noon, Starbucks, be there. I'm not listening to this bullshit that Donald Trump didn't know who Nick Fuentes was. He didn't know who David Duke was. I'm not listening to this crap. He has had people lying for him for the entirety of his fucking political career. And you should be afraid, gang. The fact that, and I remember telling my aunt this over Christmas, the fact that Donald Trump is a legitimate topic of conversation speaks to me that this fucker has got a better than average chance of being the next president of the United States again. Hold on. This video has 46,000 views and it's 10 hours old. The Officer Tatum has almost 3 million subscribers. This isn't just some fucking, backwater opinion. People are listening to this. You should be afraid. Roll the tape.
West is. And it doesn't matter if Kanye West is your friend. You are running for president. Kanye West has been blacklisted. Whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent.
Pause the tape. It is right. Kanye West is a cancerous mole on the side of the face of the American society. And this goes long before the crap that with the anti-Semitism. And I finally found out, the Squid told me, and y'all, wrote it in the comments, that Taylor Swift, what is she, some 20-some-odd-year-old, very talented young lady, got on stage to accept an award for her hard work. Then Kanye West got up, and I don't know what he said, but he fucked her moment. That's not a small thing. That's not something that you just overlook. That has been his consistent behavior since day one. He is a malignant narcissist. Everything is about Kanye fucking West. Oh, I'm sorry. Yay. No, I can't keep up with your pronouns. Go fuck yourself. And this is someone that the President of the United States calls friend. And I know this meeting that they're talking about. It was Milo Yiannopoulos, it was Nick Fuentes, and it was Kanye fucking West. If you don't know who Milo Yiannopoulos is, he's a self-hating gay person who now apparently has prayed the gay away. Yeah, a gay dude who still lives with his boyfriend, who apparently they've downgraded their relationship to friendship level. Milo Yiannopoulos is a self-hating gay person. He's the coon of gay people. And even when he was flamboyantly gay, he still talked shit about gay people. This dude, a gay dude, and I think Nick Fuentes was the other person, and then Michelle Malkin. Michelle Malkin is Asian. Nick Fuentes is at minimum part Mexican. And Milo Yiannopoulos is a gay Catholic. A gay Catholic who said that he was molested by a Catholic priest, but it wasn't the Catholic priest's fault because him as a 10-year-old boy led him on. Now, he's no longer gay. He prayed the gay away. He's deepened his voice. He's put on weight. He no longer wears the super flamboyant clothes of a stereotypical homosexual. He has deepened his voice. He puts on weight, and now he just wears black suits because conversion therapy works. These were the people who had a meeting with the once president of the United States. Let me guess, he didn't know who any of them were. You should be afraid. Roll the tape.
It's irrelevant. You gotta play the game like a politician. You can't be in the same room while you're running for president with Kanye West. Why, Mr. Tatum? Because the media has created a narrative that Kanye West is an anti-Semite.
Pause the tape. Go fuck yourself. The media did not create a narrative. Kanye West did. Here's the thing, gang. Remember, right before you got dropped, I could say something anti-Semitic right now, and Adidas can't drop me. Now what? 36 hours later, it's not that... If someone sat there and ran a story that Robert Reed is a reputable self-defense teacher, it's not that someone else created a narrative. It's the reputation that I have built for myself. I've got a seminar this weekend, and again, I fucking hate it, but I'm going to do it. The average girl in that class is 12. What the fuck is going on in the world where a major source of concern is a 12-year-old girl getting sexually violated? It's sold out. No one created a narrative that I'm good at that my job. It's a reputation that I have earned. Kanye, the media is not creating a narrative. It's something that Kanye West has earned. But you got this coon up here tap dancing for another coon. Roll the tape.
I don't believe it's true, but it doesn't matter what I believe. There's a narrative that has been set, and unless it's absolutely vital that you meet.
Yeah, I'm tired of YouTube creating a narrative that I'm some kind of evolutionary biologist. I mean, it just shows you that the internet cannot be trusted these days. You cannot trust what you hear and see on the internet, folks.
So controversial at this moment in time, you should probably put that on the back burner. Why, Mr. Tatum? Because
pause the tape, but here's the thing, Tatum. If you have to tell the former president of the United States that you should not be seen with unsavory characters, and his monkey ass is like, I didn't think about that. then he's terrible. He's an awful leader, right? And again, I don't say this with a jest, gang. I'm being dead serious. If you have to remind the babysitter not to molest your children while you are gone, you have chosen the wrong damn babysitter. Why you need to tell the president of the United States that you should not meet with Kanye West, with Milo Yiannopoulos, with Nick Fuentes, who, yes, he knew who he was. This is almost a skit. This is how ridiculous this clip is. We're not making it through this. Roll the tape.
Yeah, bro. Nick Fuentes. Now, some of you guys probably don't know who Nick Fuentes is. You probably should know. He is a legitimate racist person. I saw his videos where he's legitimately saying racist stuff. He legitimately denied the Holocaust. Legitimately. This is not Kanye West complaining about some Jewish people he worked for. This is a guy who literally made jokes about denying the Holocaust. Legit.
Pause the tape. And Donald Trump met with him. Gang, I can't. What the hell was that? I had a professional relationship with someone who was in politics. Me and this person had a very professional but jovial and prank-filled relationship. This person would always pull one on me, and I'd always pull one on them to get back. It was fun, right? I know what kind of car this person used to drive, and I left a very cryptic note on this person's car, and it wasn't at my place of work. Let's just say that. There was nothing threatening about the note, but it was cryptic. And the only two people who would have read it and laughed would have been me and this person. Let's just say this person's security detail got the note before this person did. Now, fast forwarding through a whole bunch of details. I was cleared, I'll say that. Let's just say the security detail, they were in the wrong. And there was a phrase that was used that I was like, what? So I called my dad, who was the once head of security for 2 military installations here in the United States. And my dad told me what that term meant. And I remember he said, right now there's a file on you on someone's desk, and they know more about you than me and your mother do. They've run credit checks. They know your criminal history. There's nothing about you that they don't know. There's no way you can get that physically close to that person and they not know everything about you. You have checked out. You wouldn't be that close otherwise, right? Now that's me. At the time I was in probably my mid-30s. I'm just some punk, right? You give me a break. Who am I? Nobody. But they ran a thorough background check so I can be around this person. That's for me. I've got almost 1,500 followers. Yay. I'm making a little money on these videos now. Yay. Nick Fuentes has got millions of followers. And you're going to tell me that the president of the United States doesn't know that? And you got Officer Gibbon, I don't understand why'd you meet with them, Bolts. I don't understand. Don't you think that's pretty obvious? He wants his ego stroked, and by anyone who will do it. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
Really have racist theologies. I heard with my own ears on his platform. He believed that the darker the country becomes, the more black people move here, the more brown people move here, the country is going to the dump. And it's not because people are not assimilating, which is what I believe. People don't come and assimilate. Then that's when we have America go.
The Officer Tatum can go all the way fuck himself with the longest, thickest, and richest of spaghetti noodles. I don't understand. How can you be a grown-ass person and say shit like this? Yeah, everybody's just, he sounds like me when I was 7. Like, I just, How are you a grown-ass man and you're this socially unaware? The grift is so strong with these people. Like, fuck these coons. Yeah, I ain't monetized. I'll say it. Fuck these coons. That is some straight coonery right there. And you are grown. Talking about assimilation? Yo, yes, a massa? Is your iced tea cold enough there for you, massa? I brought it right to you straight from the fridge. Did the ice cubes melt too much on the way out, massa? I could fix you a new glass.
Crumble to pieces. His theology is that it's because
I just can't.
Pause the tape. Let me tell you something. That the Officer Tatum, hold on, let me look at something. The Officer Tatum can go fuck himself. That was a horrible statement that he just made. It was. That people don't come assimilate.
Absolute dog
What
shit.
about the American melting pot?
Absolute dog
right?
shit.
We're supposed to be celebrate. The foundational belief is that we are a melting pot. But he's in here saying, well, why don't you come here and assimilate? To what? That's still like the idiots who sit here and say, why don't you speak the official language of the United States? If your eyes didn't roll back in the back of your head, look up what I just said. Roll the tape.
black because they're not white. He's legitimately a white supremacist. And how Kanye is messing with the guy is beyond me. How Donald Trump is not vetting these people is beyond me. Every headline you see, Donald Trump meets with Holocaust denier. Who is helping Trump in his second run?
Pause the tape. The same people who helped him in the first run.
What up, UC Loves? Great to see you, man. Thanks for coming through. Of course, 100% grifters. And of course, he knew who these people were. And of course, he's lying. Number one, of course, he knew who these people were. Number two, we already heard other people tell us what happened. He was supposedly fawning over Nick Fuentes, all excited. Had his panties all up in a bunch, excited about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes was over there sucking him off, telling him how great he's going to be and how he's going to crush the competition and all of this bullshit. So they were very much on the same page. Trump to come out the next day talking something like he didn't know what the fuck was going on. No, nigga always is pulling his pants down to fuck somebody. He got caught is what happened. And I don't know what he thought was going to happen. It was fucking Kanye. Ain't nobody had to catch Kanye. Kanye post everything because it's fucking Kanye. Trump said that nigga needed some advice. If you ain't tell that nigga to go see a shrink and take his fucking medication, you ain't had shit to say to Kanye. Ain't nothing else to say to that motherfucker. Get some fucking help. What the fuck kind of advice could Trump give Kanye West? And I'm gonna probably just keep calling that fool Kanye West, because I really don't give a shit. And I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound real fucked up. As a bipolar black person who's done plenty of real fucked up shit in my life, Kanye West is an embarrassment. Kanye West is an embarrassment to bipolar people everywhere, right? Let me be honest with you. Bipolar people, we have some struggles in life, you know, and bipolar is the type of crazy that nobody minds throwing under the bus, right? Nobody minds talking shit about bipolar people, and everybody, sometimes somebody act a little off, you know, be like, your bipolar ass need to get on your meds. You know, people just love to talk them some shit about bipolar. And we do have challenges, behavioral challenges, you know, legal challenges, institutional challenges. We be in the psych wards and the prisons heavy and all of that shit. It's difficult to be in relationships with bipolar people. It's difficult to work with bipolar people at times, all of that, you know. But most of us are doing the best we can to manage. And those of us that have the resources and the social support and the privilege around us that we could keep our shit in check. We can manage our shit from day to day. We improve with time. Most of us, genuinely work towards greater and greater stability. And there are always going to be days in episodes where, your disability gets the best of you no matter who you are, because there's no cure. And all the meds can do is help you regulate it so that these things happen less frequently, less severely, etc. I know Uncle Bobby probably feel the same way. He's talked about it on air, but, him and I share a lot of these things. And we're all doing the best we can with it. But honestly, Kanye's an embarrassment to it because he's almost a parody of the struggle, right? He's a self-hating black person where most of us have to deal with bipolar and have to deal with being black. Like, holy shit, people don't realize that's a persistent, everyday threat to our fucking safety, right? Every day you wake up as a bipolar black man in America, you are literally lucky that you're still alive, right? Because the intersection of your bipolar and the shit that it can, contribute to you doing behaviorally that's sort of outside, what's tolerated in society, basically things that run you into trouble where you need to be institutionalized or they got to come get them boys on you, because you either need some psychiatric care or you're more likely to break the laws and different things like that, right? You're at much elevated risk for these things to happen to you. And then you put yourself in these situations where, you're so likely to act outside the behavioral norm, and that's always a greater risk factor for, let's just call it straight, death by bullets from cops, right? Because it's like, oh, I pulled so-and-so over, they were acting erratic, they went to reach for something or they said something, right? So it's really crazy. Like, we don't talk about it because it's not a pleasant thing to just be broadcasting out there every day and making a topic of conversation like, oh, hey, how you doing today, Jay? Oh, actually, as a bipolar black person, I'm really just lucky to be alive another day. People are like, that's a little heavy. Dr. Bundy, I was hoping for just I'm okay. I really enjoyed the game last night. Looking forward to playing some pinochle with my dad later or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, conversations don't get that deep on a day-to-day basis, right? But if we're going to be honest with it, right, like, it is hard as shit to survive in this society as a bipolar black person. It's scary shit. If you don't manage your shit, you're gonna do some shit, and that's gonna put you at risk. And so Kanye is a caricature of that. He's rich, and he's got all the access to everything you could ever want and need in the world, access to power, privilege, influence, all of that. And he's hating on black people. He's supporting white supremacists instead of supporting, uplifting mental health in the black community, instead of, trying to tear down the racism and the shit that causes so many of our people to struggle more and to not get the mental health resources we need. And he's like thumbing his nose at the fucking system to me, like just thumbing his nose at it. Like, look, I'm gonna just be all out here wilding and shit. And again, it's hard for me to be in this position. Go look at my shit at Penn State, y'all. I mean, I've had some very, very, very public, highly publicized, media covered issues myself. So it's not easy for me to say this, but I got to say it with a straight face. He's a fucking embarrassment to bipolar people. And it's not because he's bipolar and he's fucking up. It's because it's like he's not even fucking trying. And to me, it's like he's not even trying, but he's still floating in that privileged circle to where the consequences of his behavior is, this social media stuff, getting called out. But for a lot of us, you get institutionalized, you talk like this. Or you get cut off from your support system, you talk like this. You get ostracized from your family, you behave like this. You find yourself in some real shit. And it just pisses me off because now people are coming out, they're joking about Kanye. Just bipolar. They're bipolar's coming up now in these conversations, and it's like, oh, here's Kanye's behavior, and then now people are like, oh, well, let's really get into it. Kanye bipolar as fuck. And it's like nothing about bipolar makes you a hate-filled piece of shit. Again, yes, you might have some behavioral problems. Yes, you might have some anger issues. Yes, you might act out from time to time. Yes, you might have, disconnected thoughts and all the type of cognitive shit that has happened. But none of it, you don't go to, bipolar is not fucking emotional Tourette's, people. It's a difficulty in managing your mood. But you don't go to, I've been in psych wards, folks, in group therapy, locked up with plenty of other bipolar people. I got plenty of bipolar friends. I'll never walk into a room full of bipolar people, and all of a sudden people just start saying anti-LGBT shit, or anti-Semitic shit, or racist fucking dog whistling, or participating in fucking conspiracy theories. And then we're like, oh yeah, well, we all know we're bipolar, right? So yeah, that's part of it. No, nigga! That is not part of the struggle in bipolar. That ain't part of this. Nah. We ain't fucking with you on that. Nah, you ain't gonna get no, we ain't about to rally around you like, oh, he's one of our bipolar brothers and we gotta come support him because he's having mental health. Nope. I'm sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. When they start hanging Kanye and effigy, bro, we're going to be like, this is about your character deficiencies. Yep. And I'm going to give you another one. This ain't about no Donda. Don't nobody come talk to me about no Donda West or whatever her name was. Nah, I don't want to hear none of that. If y'all know the Kanye theory I'm talking about, people like to have this little Kanye. Well, Kanye's been really lost since his mother died. Well, ever since his mother died, his mental health stuff, and then, Kim left him. No. Hey, we all listen to enough Kanye West records to have plenty enough information about his motherfucking mother. That was a radically strong black woman. We know she raised his ass right. He was on the right shit when he came up. Okay, and she raised his ass to know what to do and how to handle business after her passing. I'm sorry, nope. He ain't no fucking Peter. This ain't no fucking biblical grief hallucination. Oh, ever since he lost the leadership of his mom. Nope. Kanye, he's a grown ass man. I'm not trying to hear it. I'm not trying to hear it. Again, I know cousins that have lost their father. Everybody in my family I done seen all types of people lose all types of siblings and parents and children and all that. Ain't none of them turned to hate-filled fuckers as a result of their grief. Not a single one of them. Not a single one of them. Nope. I ain't trying to hear it. Nope. That's why Kim left his ass. Let's keep it real. Kim Kardashian came out very forward to try to support Kanye through his bipolar. And anytime that shit came up, Kim was ride or die, on point. Nope. He ain't getting that neither. Nope. The shit Kanye is going through right now is a result of his piss poor character. It is a personal problem. He is personally... let me put this in a very erudite way that will reflect of my 3 eternities in graduate school and the very high-mindedness of my intellectual pursuits. How do I put this in the most eloquent way? Kanye West is a fucking asshole. Yeah, fucking asshole. Was that good? I think that checks out. I think I could clear that one with my graduate committee. I would say, look at this behavior. I'm going to very scientifically, with my biologist mindset, I'm going to put on my biologist hat, and I'm going to say there are different types of organisms. Some are nice people. We put them in this group. There's average people, we put them in this group. Then there's this extreme group of fucking shitheads over there. We call them fucking assholes. And I think I've observed enough phenotypic variation that he has the hallmark traits of what we call a fucking asshole. No excuses. None.
The same people.
And the same thing can be said for everybody at that fucking dinner. Matter of fact, I'm happy they had that fucking dinner. You know why? Because it put a whole bunch of assholes in the can. You know, it was fucking Nick Fuentes and Kanye West and some other crazy person and Donald Trump. And you know what I just realized? Congratulations to their families. I'm actually... Y'all gotta keep it real, y'all. Keep it real, y'all. Let's stop bullshitting. Keep it fucking real. Look at Mary Trump. Mary Trump is a very normal fucking person, well-educated, reasonable human being who has the gross misfortune of being related to Donald Trump. We know Kanye West's mother was a strong black woman, stable, educated. I think she had a PhD. She was like an English professor or some shit. You know the West family got some real strong. His dad sounds like a radical dude. You know what I'm saying? The West family probably really strong. You know, Nick Fuentes, like he part Mexican. He probably got some real motherfuckers in his family. And you know, they just normal people. They trying to get through their life. They trying to get together. You know they had a good ass time this Thanksgiving. The West family was like, oh yeah, come on, y'all. You think the West family, with the fucking shit that Kanye's been saying, you think them motherfuckers wanted Kanye to pull up for Thanksgiving dinner? Get out of here. Let's keep it real. There's a silver lining here, folks. They put all the most vicious assholes in one table so they can have their own fucked up ass, hate-filled Thanksgiving, and I'm actually happy for their families. Because come on, y'all know it's going to be awkward as shit. We sitting around cutting the turkey, the cranberry sauce and shit, and fucking Kanye West walks into the room. Like, nah, this nigga can't sit down at the table with me. Nah, me and Kanye ain't about to I ain't about to ask Kanye, Kanye, pass the cornbread, you ignorant mother. No. So honestly, that was an upgrade for the West family. You know, same thing for the Fuentes family. You know that fucking family hates that motherfucker. You know the same way if you have the last name Trump, you just walk around hanging your head in shame. It's the same thing with Fuentes. You know if you're related to that motherfucker, he is a source of constant and perpetual humiliation and embarrassment for your family. And so they was probably happy as shit that he wasn't there. I'm really starting to consider this a little bit differently. The news is so selfish. You know, stop hoisting these people on their families. Their families need a break too. You know? These people are fucking crazy.
Who sat there and told him, David Duke will jerk you off, so just say yes to him. Then, again, same shit. As long as you sit here and stroke his ego, you're good to go. Then someone said, you are aware that fucker was the one to...
Yeah, which one of us is going to tell him we don't want to be here? The funny thing is they all felt that way. This is so weird that like Kanye seemed to want to go visit Trump so he could insult Trump to his face over a holiday dinner. Trump seemed to accept Kanye there only to then be triggered by him. Nick Fuentes seems to be somebody they both wanted around only to deny being the type of person they want to be around. Like, all these people are just all types of fucked up.
Ku Klux Klan in the state of Louisiana. What did Trump say? Who, David, what?
Yeah, Snoop? I don't know. Sorry, I didn't know who that was. Snoop Dogg? You talking about What's Snoop Dogg? No, sorry, David I don't listen Duke, to rap.
Never heard of him. The exact same people that have advised Trump on day one are the exact same people who are doing it right now. Look how many press secretaries he ran through, right? Only after he said, I hire only the best people. Bitch, get out. Donald Trump will...
Yes, Kanye went to ask Trump to be his VP. Yep. That was going to go well.
Be by your side right up to the point he doesn't need you anymore. Right? So again, I
For some reason, I just feel like that's like me going to ask Rich Lenski to be my lab assistant. Hey, Rich, like I know you're the most well-accomplished scientist in the history of our field, and I've accomplished absolutely nothing, and basically just got a little bit of training following in your model. But why don't you come work for me, bud? You know, I could use a good old genius around the house once in a while to turn to. You know. Let me show you how it's done. Yeah, my career would be over immediately. Not only would I have insulted Rich Lenski, who would laugh it off, him telling that story would literally make sure no one ever hired me ever. But apparently Kanye thought that was worth funding a trip to Mar-a-Lago to share the dumbest idea ever with the most egotistical, maniacal, self-absorbed, delusional narcissist maybe in the history of the planet, but certainly in the history of the White House. I was going to say, what were any of these people thinking? But I don't think these are people who think.
I don't understand who's advising Bowles. I mean, who's telling Bowles to meet with racists? His racist employees, dumbass. Roll the tape.
Listen, let me tell you this. I thought Donald Trump was a tremendous president. I think he was the best president in my lifetime. And I legitimately believe that they stole the election in 2020. I mean, I
Pause the tape, gang. I'd get up and do a little sand dance in Coonan for you, but I can't because Buddy's finally calm in my lap. After a week of being away from him, he has had ants in his pants. Do you guys hear that? And again, this isn't funny to me. He sat there and said, January the 6th was for one reason and one reason only. It's because the lie was spread that the election was stolen. YouTube, go fuck yourself. I'm not spreading election dishonesty, disinformation. This man has almost 3 million followers and said what he just said. What he said is the reason why Ashley Babbitt was shot. What he said is the reason why you heard hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. January the 6th is the reason why Lauren Fuckface Boebert was live tweeting the fucking position to a bloodthirsty mob where Nancy Pelosi. You need to be afraid, gang. I'm telling you, the shows that I've done on politics, if you are not motivated I don't care your excuse, get your monkey ass to the polls. I've been saying it since it happened. I remember because my studio was out there. My voice just cracked, hit puberty. All right, still 1-0. Where the fuck was I? Oh, the definition of a failed insurrection.
All right, gang, I needed that. You know, it's been a long morning. Started by teaching, then we had the meeting with Cliff. I hadn't had anything to eat, so I need to grab myself some sorrel. All right, we're taking a quick Uncle Bobby break. We're going to get back to work. But I really do appreciate you all being here. We'll do communion, I guess, after we wrap on work for today. Also, my girl Carrie Ann, I popped into the gather for a little bit to play some Pinochle. I think maybe she's back on the stream now. But yeah, man, Carrie Ann's been holding it down in the Pinochle Lounge for me. I want to shout out Carrie Ann and Lena. I know they're trying to learn Pinochle. I'm hoping Joel and AR and Cameron will pick it up too. But yeah, my dad's been in here. We've been having a lot of fun with my dad playing cards. Hopefully we'll play again in the next couple days. I'm going to stream me and my dad playing Pinochle, but I'm trying to get him to the point where he's kind of, used to the routine and down with the technology and all that. So he's still kind of getting used to it. So I kind of want to give him a couple more, private sessions, and then, we'll be streaming more of that. But yeah, man, we're having a ton of fun and gather. I'll also give a little bit of we're gonna do some more coding. I'm gonna pop back into my coding after I finish this little. I just finished eating, so I'm taking a little smoke break here. We'll listen to a few more minutes, Uncle Bobby, and we're gonna get right back into coding. We just got some marching orders from Cliff, so we can go ahead and start coding that up. And I'll talk about this evolution, revolution stuff in a little bit here too. So appreciate everybody. Wanted to send a quick thanks and shout out, and we'll go with the mode.
Correction is a dress rehearsal.
Also, UC Love, appreciate you, man. UC Love hangs out with me a lot in Gather. Believe it or not, UC Love lurks a lot in Gather, and like I said, I'm in Gather 24/7, and so I always notice people who are in there at odd times. So I know, for instance, Carrie Ann really holds down that overnight crew. Joel and AR too, but there are wee hours of the morning, sometimes, between 5 and 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, where, a lot of times Carrie Ann's just in there watching movies, playing cards. I really appreciate that. UC Love is also normally in there, like when I start my day, like today, I had to teach at 10:20 in the morning, so, I got up about 9:30 to let Sam out and stuff. But, UC Love was hanging out with me and Gather. I think we had some, what do we have on, some jazz concerts or something. So, we're in there around the clock, folks. So just hang out with us. Appreciate it. But, I want to get more people in there. That way, some of the people who are in there at those lean hours can have some more people to hang out with,
I'm going to go through this bullshit again. And the only way, you cannot fight back with your fist. You can't go get an AR-15. You vote with pen and fucking paper.
All right, Paul, I'll get you, we got to get you set up and Gather, so I'll have to send you the links and the passwords. But we need to get in Discord more. So, I'll chat with you in Discord for sure. Thanks for sending me a reminder.
We got to vote these people
Discord's the way to go.
A relevancy gang. Roll the tape.
Believe that they get it. Now, let me say this. It wouldn't even been stealable if Donald Trump would have had the same level of popularity or even a greater popularity in 2020 as he did in 2016. It started to fall off the cliff during COVID. Now, that may not have been his fault. I get that. They were dragging him his whole presidency, lying and doing fake investigations. But COVID-19, they were able to manipulate that situation into making Trump look bad. The economy was hurting, all of the above. And when those things are...
No, pause the tape. Donald Trump made Donald Trump look bad during COVID. And let me tell you the reason why. Again, while every other first world country sat, their leader would get up and they were like, okay, is this thing on? Okay, the shit's fucked up. That's my level of expertise. Now I'm going to go sit my presidential prime minister ass over there, and the people with fucking 25 years and infectious disease, they're going to take the mic. I'm just going to sit my monkey ass down and start praying. What did Donald Trump do? If it was an hour-long press conference, for 45 minutes, Donald Trump would talk. We're going to look at some bleach directly into the skin. We're going to look into that. And you guys remember that little diatribe? We're going to look into this. And then when he was questioned on it, he was trolling the left-wing media. Yeah, because nothing says, let's pull a prank and a boner like a fucking virus that shut not the USA down, but the entire world. That's exactly when you start trolling the libs. Then with 15 minutes left, Fauci and Burke would get up and be like, we got some stats. And by the time, like, fuck it, time's up. King, I can't stand this motherfucker. Roll the tape.
Perfect storm, a lot of people begin to turn on Donald Trump. And I honestly believe a lot of people did not vote for him, that if they had voted for him, no matter what they did in 2020, he was going to win no matter what. There was not enough cheating that they could have done that could have stopped that landslide victory that Donald Trump...
Yes, Officer Tatum, this is how elections work. If more people voted for Donald Trump, he would have won. But more people voted for Joe Biden, so he didn't.
Trump would have had. But with that being said, you may not understand, I may not understand why people cannot look beyond the foolery to vote for policy. Because in my mind, it doesn't matter if he met with Nick Fuentes.
Pause the tape. I'll tell you why, dumbass. Because policy comes second. You cannot make, buddy, what are you doing? Go walk it off. A bad person does not become a good leader. You have got to have a good person at its foundation. What are you doing? A good person at their foundation, at minimum, will make a decent leader. You cannot make a bad person at their core into a good leader. That's not how it works, right? So again, I'm getting frustrated, gang. Hold on.
And I may not understand why people cannot.
Pause the tape. That's where it was. About to belch? Oh, I just belched. Hashtag a professional. Why people can't focus on policy. I'll tell you why. Let me take this ice pack off. Because policy is secondary. Now,
he said it on a day when 200,000 people died. The stats of Trump's presidency are just unbelievable. Man, and it's hard to talk about because, you know, this community is a source of optimism for me genuinely. But the times we're living in is a source of great fear and skepticism. And man, COVID killed me, y'all. COVID killed me. I hate to say it. It's even really hurt. Like now, like me and James have been talking about, you know, trying to get back out there, trying to meet people. It's really hard. It's really hard. COVID drastically affected my faith in humanity. You know, my shifting, to me, the whole bell curve shifted to the left. You know, the average morality, the average intelligence, the average, I don't know. Like when I sort of realized, oh, we're still these, you know, we're just animals, right? We're just fucking monkeys looking out for ourselves. You know, not really willing to make the type of sacrifices we need to bring about the greater goods. It's so disappointing that I've really struggled to motivate myself to still be pro-social beyond that. Because I'm just like, if we're not going to get our game together when there's a nameless, faceless enemy that's wiping out indiscriminately and people are dying in the millions, we just don't give a fuck. If we ain't going to give a fuck now, we just don't give a fuck. But I got to remember that, you know, I can't be on my high horse about it. There are a lot of us who really care, who have responded appropriately, who've responded drastically, who's made all the sacrifices, who've done everything we can, we've done everything asked of us. It's just that sometimes that silent majority gets drowned out, right? So I try to hang on. That's why I always tell people, man, we got to encourage each other. I'm always encouraged when I hear people that are still COVID conscious, still, you know, making different lifestyle choices, still, you know, masking up, still, you know, avoiding public gatherings when they can and all that type of stuff, that it encourages us that, you know, we're not all falling silent.
I know people who are flat out honest. I respect their honesty. I think their position is immoral. Who will straight up say, I don't care about anything else. Can the president make me richer?
Uncle Bobby, yeah, if Uncle Bobby,
you have a very strong economic policy.
Amazing.
Translation, can I get paid? Everything else is everything else. Now, again, I admit, and I won't even look.
All right, let's rip some bongs
care.
And rip some
I don't
code.
care. I'm sure there's a list of actual accomplishments that were achieved under the Trump presidency. I just don't care because I don't think it's worth what this country is going through right now. I told you, we quite literally had white supremacists in the streets in broad daylight, Jews will not replace us. And the first thing the president did was endorse them. Again, how hard is it to say? I'll tell you right now, right? I told y'all what happened to my grandfather. For the newcomers, long story short, my grandfather would take his only son, my dad. My dad hadn't had his balls dropped. He wasn't shaving yet. My grandfather thought it was a great idea that lynched black people. Yeah, my dad cut down as a 10-year-old boy, lynched black people. He thought it was a good idea that those lynched black people got a dignified burial versus hang there till their bodies just rotted. For the people who did that, for the Klansmen, and they got mad because they found out what nigger did it, so they beat that nigger over the head until that nigger was dead. That nigger was my grandfather. You know what I think about them? Fuck them. Every single Ku Klux Klan member, whether you have physically hurt a black person or whether you have not, you can officially go fuck yourself. You can.
Yeah, usually love, I hear you. Everybody I know is still getting sick too. Even the vaxxed and boosted people are still getting very, very, very sick. You know, people say it's the sickest they've ever been in their life, and they wouldn't wish it on their worst enemies. And a lot of people just have to deal with this. You know, they have to work in situations or environments where they're basically constantly in a fucking petri dish. And it's a vicious denial of reality to do this to people, because people have to work, they have to go to school, they have to feed themselves. And now we're so far down the denial of reality that a lot of you have even shared your own experiences where you're the one getting the dirty looks for wearing the mask. You're the one being treated like a weirdo for avoiding these places. I hate to say this. This is going to be part of the problem of someone like me trying to date. I mean, I'll just be honest with you guys. Shit. Trust me, ain't a whole lot of women banging down the door, so it ain't like me confessing this is gonna dramatically alter the fucking situation. I ain't got a goddamn thing to lose. It's gonna be hard for me to meet somebody. Why? I have very, very low COVID risk. Yes, I'm vaccinated and boosted, but I don't go to public places. The main thing I would do if I could is I would gig. I'd go to church and play drums. I don't do that. I don't go to the gym. I'm working on building myself a home gym in my guest room, and I have all of my groceries delivered. I leave my house once every 90 days or so. I've got to go to the pharmacy to get my medication. I try to arrange to do that where I go through the drive-through. But worst case scenario, I just pop in the pharmacy. Last time I did, I popped in the pharmacy, you know, N95'd up for 5 or 10 minutes, grabbed my meds and got up on out of there. Every once in a while, about every other week, I've got to go to the dispensary to get weed. And so, you know, if you want to come over, hang out, and get some good dick, I'm probably your guy, right? But number one, you know, dating a person with a quote-unquote normal life right now means dating somebody who just brings all types of dramatic COVID risk with them that I don't have, simply by letting them in my house, just keeping it honest. And then I'm not fun, you know? Right now, everybody's living their post-COVID best lives, so they're back at the gym, they're out on the town. Matter of fact, I think a lot of the people I've at least been talking to recently are in a period of what I call like hyper-socialization. It's like a socialization rebound. So let's say like pre-COVID, they were the type of person who, they might go out twice a week. Maybe, you know, Wednesday or Thursday night, they meet a friend for a drink. Friday or Saturday night, they might go out to a bar or club once in a while, or at least meet a different friend or go on a date or whatever. But they're rarely going to socialize out of the house more than 3 times in the week. They're just busy staying in the work grind like the rest of us. Oh, now that they're in their post-COVID rebound, they're out 5 or 6 nights a week. Like, I literally know know people. I was literally thinking to myself, is this person ever come? Do they ever just come home, walk their fucking dog, make themselves a dinner, and go to fucking bed? No. It's like every 4 or 5 nights every week. They just got to be out all the. They got to make up for lost time. And again, I get it emotionally, but epidemiologically, the bottom line is that's not how viruses work. And so, it's a problem. And so again, I'm not trying to throw people under the bus. It's just I'm well aware that when I start talking to somebody, it might be all well and good up front, but ultimately these things are going to become issues because there's just a drastic difference between my life and the way other people are living right now on top of everything else. So it is what it is.
Go fuck yourself. And if I'm not clear enough, let me say it just a little bit louder. Go fuck yourself. How hard is it to talk shit about racist people? I'm quite sure one of those Klansmen was a doctor, was a lawyer.
Yeah, I like my own gym. Yeah, I'm private and empty. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't like crowds, especially for when I'm working out.
One of those doctors probably did an emergency surgery that saves.
You want me? You want to see me put on a show? Come to church. I love putting on a show. Y'all know me. I don't mind being live, but not when I'm working out. Although interestingly, part of my motivation to get the home gym going is so that I can stream when I'm in there, and it's mostly so that if I give myself the goal of streaming it, I'll actually fucking hopefully get it done. I'm more likely to get something done if it becomes a challenge for me to meet as a producer rather than, interpersonal motivation. I got some kind of weird fucked up psychology like that.
Someone's life, but he also killed my grandfather. He can go fuck himself. How hard is it? Because I'm not going to sit there, well, I mean, there were some fine people in that mob that hurt my grandfather. Shut the fuck up. Not Donald Trump. Not Donald Trump. There were fine people on both sides. No. There are racist fuckfaces. Then there's everyone else. That's it. But Trump's apologists, again, they twist.
All right, here's my COVID contribution for the week. My way to help everybody, stay safe out there. Next time you go to the gym, I know you're excited to be back in the gym, working out, all the cute people, all the buff people, all the sexy people and their tight stuff and they're bending and flexing and sweating. Just think about all the people at your gym who work out long enough that they got to take their monkey ass into the bathroom, drop a few hot ones, and then them fools wipe their monkey asses and they go right back to working out and they don't wash their hands. They don't even think about washing their hands. No hand sanitizer, none of that shit. Have fun. Enjoy yourselves.
And they turn to bullshit. I just don't care. I'm no longer interested. It's like philosophy. I told you. I'm out. I don't play philosophical games. I'm not going to sit here and explain to you why rape is wrong. I've got no desire to explain to you why that is wrong. I'm not going to sit here and listen to someone twist and turn what I already know is right, and that Donald Trump was shit. There, I said it. Roll the tape.
Look beyond the foolery to vote for policy. Because in my mind, it doesn't matter if he met with Nick Fuentes or not. At the end of the day, I know that Trump may not have known who he was because he's not a very popular person. But also, I understand that.
Pause the tape. Let's look on the people's iPhone.
All right, gang, let's get into this workflow. All right, I don't think I'm at my... Oh, I want to watch this later. Boom. Let's close that to the right. It's really interesting. I'm wondering, can I actually just watch this on YouTube? Can we watch this on YouTube? Can we have a YouTube movie night? We've tried this. It's gotten us in trouble before. I'm a little nervous about it. All right. We'll definitely do it together. All right. Now let's get my ass together because I'm not doing things right. All right. Look, y'all should know I did build a gather. Yeah, I know I got a bunch of them, but I actually love this one. I don't hang out here much. You know, let me hang. I don't want to hang out here because I don't hang out here because nobody comes in here. I don't think you guys have access to here yet. But I'll hang out here more after people start getting access to it. But yeah, it's a virtual evolution lab for my digital evolution work. All right, let's get back to the ranch. Boop. There we go. All right, we're in the Pinochle Lounge. Initiate bot Taraj. Let's go here, set Myron bot to follow me. I usually leave a message in the chat. So let's go to the office. All right, we're on our way to the office. But look at this fucking Pinochle Lounge. Oh, my man AR. Wait, my fly's open, y'all. All right, my man AR. Exact building underground bunkers for the. Yo, you don't even know about the underground bunkers. I'm gonna show you the AR actually did the underground bunker. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It's fly. All right, but look, AR hooked up. AR does a lot of the dope stuff you see in Gather. He made these rings. The rings are amazing. But yeah, we put the primary 2v2 partners tables here. I love them. I also replaced these couches recently. You see also AR did these graphics where we have our own now, like this one for dominoes and the one we have over here for board games. It says chess on it. The one for Uno, super dope. Our gathers, man, our gathers are tricked the fuck out. All right, so I gotta put a little, I gotta make that portal active. Let me see if I can do that now, actually. Let's have a little fun real quick. Let me do a couple of things. Let's get Brave going. Catch a little, wait, don't do that. Catch a little vibes. Cozy Christmas jazz. All right, I gotta mute Myron bot. Oh, actually, you know what? Myron bot, keep your ass here for a minute. Stop following me. Mixer sounds gorgeous today, as always. All right, let's go ahead and build. All right, so we're gonna hit that little build tool, but we're actually gonna go to edit and map maker. It's gonna pop us open a new tab. Oh yeah, I'm doing an on-the-fly tutorial about the map. All right, so then what we're gonna do is we gotta find that secret thing AR made. Oh, look at AR in his tent. Oh, AR's the best. This is what you're supposed to do, folks. Get yourself a goddamn tent, and when you're not online, park your avatar in your tent. That's what you're supposed to. AR's is actually a stamp, so his guys always park there. I just found that, but sometimes he parks his little avatar at he's at the bar or something. He'll have him pass out. Oh, it's great. All right, I gotta see where's that little. Up there it is, the rat tunnels, and I think this is the portal tile. So, all right, let's say then I need you to get a, all right, let's see if we do this right. All right, now we're going to go back to the game room large. Because AR hooked all this up. I just got to give him a spotlight tile to get back. No, it's not game room. Yeah, it is game room large. All right, I got to figure out what tile. Because this isn't ours. Large arcade, that's ours. Yeah, there we go. All right, and there's a tile. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. We go to tile effects, you add a portal tile. I'm gonna show you, remember that everything in Gather is just a grid, right? And so everything has, everything is, all the objects in the map is placed on a tile. Basically, you have walls and you have a floor. That's how you make backgrounds. That's the background layer. And then you're sticking objects on top of that. And then they kind of get layered, like you guys are probably used to if you're used to doing like a graphic editor or something, where to put something in the background, you put it on the bottom layer, right? And to bring something to the foreground, you put it on the top layer. So you have that kind of layering in Gather. To where if you put a rug on it, right, and you go down a layer, that'll put the rug behind the chairs. You guys see what I'm saying? So what I'm gonna do here is then you have these tile effects, and they're basically, they give the tiles on the map basically special properties, or such as this red for impassable means you can't go there, right? So you put that on the table, that way you can't walk over the table. Or you put it here for the walls, and then you get stopped when you go into the walls. So what we'll do here is we'll add a, we'll actually remove the impassable tile there. So once we have impassable selected for tile effects, once we're either in objects or tile effects, basically, when you're in tile effects, once you click on impassable tiles, all of the tools over here will apply to that tile effect type. So right now we'll erase that. Boom. There goes the impassable tile. Then we'll change it to portal, which teleports people to other rooms or other spaces. And then the stamp tool, and we'll stamp a portal tile there. And we'll say that's a portal actually to another room. That room is the rat tunnels. And now it's asking us where do you want it to, which tile do you want to get transported to? And basically we'll just pick this one, because that'll be the one I think that takes you to there. And then I think when you come back, you'll want to basically pop here. So we'll do that. We'll save it. And then we will try it out. Close out of the build menu. Boom. All right, there we go. AR is our builder. I love his signature. I'm totally with that. He puts a lot of work in there, and I love finding his little signature places. All right, and then we're back in that tent. There's our builder himself, keeping watch. We don't want to disturb him. So, how do we get out of this tent out here? Okay, sorry, I was going the wrong way. All right, boom. And so this is where you're at. All right, cool. This is so sweet. All right, so this is the front of the compound, right? These bridges are, give you guys a little tour. Normally there's a video that you can play here that's playing off the TV. It's just that it's a James Apperson video, and he set it to private. So we'll put a new video there so that there's something actually there. And I'll probably change the broadcasting area maybe so it doesn't go out here. Actually, I kind of like it to be everywhere, but anyway, you can see behind the video that there's basically a map, right? So this is how you get to the other locations. This will take you to the church. This will take you to the Olympic Park. That's where the arena is. This is how you get to Flying Man University. The dining is a new one, but that's where the Friendsgiving was. Oh, we're going to actually replace that dining hall as well. And then that one will take you to the church. This will take you to Bundy Residence. We don't really go there a lot, but it's a mystery mansion. And what's the one in the middle? The one covered by the TV? Let's go over here. Show me that one. All right, there we go. Oh, the cafe, right. So that's where we go for like meeting with guests. All right, so here's what AR set up. And you don't even have to remember if you go to follow somebody, let me see if this works. UC Love is already in the, I believe he's still like downstairs, like in the Pinochle Lounge or whatever. So let me see if this is right. So if I go to follow him, let's see what happens. Yeah, here we go. Watch. See, it goes there, into the rat holes, down through there. Boom, boom, boom. That's what AR set up. Cool. Boom. And you're right there, into the Pinochle Lounge. Sorry, it's just an echo from my machine because it's picking up Myron bot. All right. So, but yeah, that worked out beautifully, right? So it's kind of a shortcut, right? So there's a shortcut back to the front if you wanted to go to a different space. All right, here's what we got to check out. Boom, you go there. All right, it's leaving you. All right, I think I'll probably, let's see that again. I might move where that transports you to. Yeah, I'll put it on the actual map. It's not really bothering me. It's fine. As long as you can get out of there. Yeah. It's fluttering because I hit back into the... Oh, because if you hit into the next tile, it's going to take you back. So you want to come out this way. Yeah, actually, I'll move people so that they're down here. It'll be less confusing. All right, but that's just because of where I put the other one. All right, let me fix that real quick. So we'll go to the rat tunnels. And we'll erase this one real quick. Sorry, we got to go to tile effects, select portal, then erase that one. Then we'll stamp another one. To room, large arcade.
Overwhelming sense of impending doom.
And we'll have it place you... let's actually have it place you right here so that you don't go back. It'll just be even less error. All right. Man, I'm still worried about people turning themselves into a knot, but let me see. Like who's gonna biff?
Hey, man!
Most? All right.
This makes sense!
Yeah. We could have some fun. Where does that go? Oh, right into the office. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. I like that. Nice, AR. All right. Yes. I like that. Let's do that one too. All right. So we'll go to our map maker. We'll go to the main office. All right, we'll go here. Tile effects, portal tile. Stamp it to a room, rat tunnels, and we'll have it place you here. Save it. Let's check it out. Beautiful. All right, while we're here, let's fix this James Apperson thing.
It's too terrifying.
Too terrifying, man. I actually love gathers. It makes all this very easy. Go to the erase tool, erase the TV. Then you just go to build, open the object picker, go to see all. Oh, my perspective is way blown. All right, there we go. Hit up the flat screen. You say it's an embedded video. And then we're just going to change the link to a different James Apperson video. We'll go with this one. I think that's probably the most recent one. And let's see. I was on the map. Here we go. Right. So we're just doing this from the map. We're not on the map maker. So then boom. Video activation distance. We normally set to 100. Let's set it to 25 and see what happens. Select. And then we'll just get in here. I'm going to put it right back on that wall. Kind of centered. Close it out. All right. See how far away it goes. So it won't be all over the thing, but it will be in this whole area. It's kind of where we want it, like in the dining room, I guess.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
I'm kind of fine with that for now, actually. But yeah, let's go with it. Let's play it. That way it won't overwhelm the whole map. Oh, I got something muted. Let me see.
In private message, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna do a 20-minute stream about this. So it has come up a lot lately. Everybody wants to change the world.
All right, so that's that, guys. So that's how you do it. Pretty easy. All right, but now when you come in here, you can come in here and chill, have some lunch with a friend, listen to some James Apperson, or if you, I also think of this too as being nice, like if you're in the service sector. So like I used to work in as a dining room server or a bartender, right? And so maybe instead of sitting over here at a cubicle, I'd sit over here in a dining room or something, or sit over here at the bar. And if you wanted to come chat with me when I was available, I'd have my camera and stuff muted. But if I was away from the tab and then you knocked and I was free, I'd be like, hey, what's up? How you doing? We can chit chat, come over to the bar, chat with me, Also, of course, if you do like lurking and gather, as I always am trying to get people to hang out here more so that we can meet each other more. These focus areas are really important, right? So let's say you're Cameron Bennett and, you try to lurk with the gang as much as you can, but a lot of times you get clients or you have to take important calls or got to write.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
You come over here to I'm trying to help you guys so you know what you're talking about. You come over to the focus area. Basically, the focus area is a private area for one person. It's this little setup private station, and it's not big enough for more than one avatar. So it's kind of a way you can hang out here. I actually added Pomodoro timers, right? So you can still go in here, and if you like working with these timers, you can still use the timer here to help you with your productivity while you're working. So, and then everybody's got cubicles. So go ahead and get a cubicle. You can, there's actually an option it gives for you to claim it. So go ahead and do that. I'll make sure I have you as a member and you can do that. Otherwise, just send me a message and I can change it for you if you don't get the option. And then go ahead and decorate it as you see people have done. But these are small rooms. As you see, they're big enough. The size you can see by the area of the highlights. So whereas in the focus area, it's only big enough for one person. See how small the highlighted area is? It's just this little square. Over here, people can visit with you at your cubicle. And that's kind of the purpose of Gather. It's a virtual office, and just like in a real office, where you can physically walk over and visit with a colleague and say, for instance, this is James's desk. Me and YouTube Punk could say, hey, James, how you doing? And James could turn on his camera. I could turn on mine, mute my mic, which I need to do because I didn't have my mic unmuted in Gather. But yeah, we could hang out here and visit for a little while and then all get back to work. And then we've got these bigger rooms where everybody can hang out together in a single room. And a lot of times we just hang out here in the captain's room. All right, so that's a little bit of a gather tutorial. I wanted to give one of those. Also, let's give a quick holler at Discord. Oh, goodness. Am I having another Discord day? Yes, of course. My Discord's acting like a bum today, so let's go ahead and do it from the website. All right, open Discord in your browser. Some of you are new to our community. Discord's the way to interact with us online and also get access to the gather information. When you first join the Discord, you will only have access to the rules under Start Here. You need to read the rules. Keep your dick in your pants. Don't be a jerk. Everybody's welcome unless I don't want you here. And it's members only, just like our gather. You're a guest by default. You can only send messages in the guest room. You can also listen to the streaming and recording channels. And you'll gain full privileges when Pocket Locker 86 or Pocket Locker 86 or Mod makes you a member. And then you react to this message to become a guest. There's a bot. The bot basically waits for you to click this, and then you get elevated privileges. You go from probation to guest. Then you go in the guest room, and you can be like, "Hi, this is Pocket Locker, a.k.a. Hunter Biden's laptops on YouTube." And then myself or my mod will click on this and then change your role to member. And then your name will be purple. And then from time to time, I just go back here. Most of the people have already been made. You see it's either the bot or members, and I check to make sure that people have been converted to members. But the bot always sends us a message in the guest room. Every time somebody clicks the pen, the bot drops a message and says, "Thanks, Slug is new here. Welcome to the First Church of the Flying Man, a.k.a. Pocket Locker 86's Discord. Greetings on behalf of the Most High Apostle. Feel free to interact with others in the guest room and have a look around the server." So why is that important? If you're a mod or you like helping us out, make sure you have on notifications for the guest room. You'll get a notification every time somebody accepts the rules, and then you can greet the new person in Discord. So that's the way to stay on top of that. Appreciate it. Once you become a member, you'll have access to all the other channels, and they're basically in categories. Start Here is just the beginning. You just get the rules, the guest room, a channel for roles, and then if someone leaves the server, actually, it tells us. And then watch Pocket Locker. All of this stuff is about the stream. You basically want to pay attention to Watch Me. This is where you get live notifications every time I go live, and they're more consistent than YouTube notifications. Channel updates is when I install new gear and stuff like that, so there'll actually be a bunch of stuff coming up soon there. Links is links to the channels. And stream chat is actually the stream chat live. So I can go in here and say, "Hey, chat," and you will see this pop up on the live stream. You can read the live stream here. So we'll eventually have it set up so that you don't even need YouTube to watch the live stream. You can actually interact with the chat here. And if you go to the streaming channel, you'll see the stream. It's not in there now because I'm waiting for my new computer. All right. I don't know why I clicked that. I didn't need to do that. All right, so we'll close that. Community section is where you share and find links. Live Now is where you will find links to live streams. If somebody goes live and you want us all to know that there's a live stream we should check out, drop a link in Live Now. If somebody makes a video you think we should check out, like Uncle Bobby's Thanksgiving video with his best friend, drop that in videos. Same with music, social media posts, memes. Self-promo is where you tell us about your stuff, merch ideas, as if you have ideas for merchandise. Let us know what your birthday is. And the main other one here, Bundy Ranch, is stuff about Gather. And then if you want to stream yourself playing a game or something like that, you go to Ustream here, and then you can let people know you're streaming. You can stream TV shows, movies, pay-per-views, video games, anything you want to share with the community here. We have a general text channel. And if you're one of the Bible nerds in our community, okay, everybody, basically, the Philosophy Bible channel is for that, because I just had to have a separate space for all you freaking nerds. Voice channels are what they sound like. They're just lounges for people to come in and talk. There's another one dedicated to philosophy in the Bible. You guys, I know what you nerds want to talk about, and so we give you your own space to do it so the rest of us can try to be normal human beings. All right, suggestions, and then there's a area for the moderators only. All right, cool. Have fun. Also, guys, one channel I will highlight is if you go under help and support, you can get the attention of the mods, but also start dropping questions in this mating and dating, because James and I are going to start doing a show about dating and relationships. And so I will definitely check that for your questions. All right. That's the Discord. I said I was going to do a Discord tutorial and a Gather tutorial. I'm going to count that as those. Let's get this lo-fi going. Let's go ahead and get everybody set up in the office for a little bit. What night is it? It's Wednesday night? All right, I'm good. I don't need to go to bed early tonight. All right. Let's get Myronbot into the office with me and Punk. Oh, he's taking a different shortcut, too. Uh-oh. Yep. He came in through the rat tunnel. Nice. Nice. Let me mute him. Turn up my Gather channel. All right, Myronbot, to the corner with your ass. All right. I'm definitely not doing Christmas music. It's not quite December yet. And I'm not even being extra Christmassy this year. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Just fuck it. Just forget it. Fuck it. We're doing it.
Hamanda aka ata raka deda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashada.
Look at that fucking holiday cheer, gang. Now that is my morally superior ceramic Christmas tree. Yes. Now, the story goes, we had one of those growing up in my house as a child. See, we did the bullshit with the fake trees and the bullshit with the real trees and the planting and the fucking spines and the cones, and as the child in the household, there was always a lot of labor. And then somebody gifted my mother a motherfucking ceramic tree back in the day. It had some purple and different colored lights and shit that they fucking made. They put a little blue star at the top of that shit. And we had that shit for ages. And we sat it on a stand and put the gifts around it, and that was it. That was my tree. I was done. I was sick of the fucking labor of Christmas. That shit is not a labor of love. It's some fucking bullshit. My ceramic tree was like, put the shit on the stand, plug it in, holidays, bitch. All right? It's fucking wonderful. So when they started mass producing them bitches at Cracker Barrel or whatever. My mother got me one. She was like, look, son, I found your new version of your holiday tree. I was like, bitch, give me that tree. Oh, I was so happy. And so I used to bring it to work, put it on the stand, boop, just plug it in, boop, holiday, buy the whole shit. It's so easy. Your fucking Christmas tree reeks of hassle and horse shit. Hassle and horse shit. This is a morally superior, no Negro slave labor involved in setting it up, Christmas setup. You put it on the stand, you plug it in, turn it on, you're good to fucking go. A lot of y'all doing some real fucked up shit to your children around the holidays. Yeah, Jimmy, put your little 12-year-old up ass there on the ladder and hang them Christmas lights. Fuck is wrong with you? Risking your child's life for some goddamn Christmas lights. Something's wrong with this culture. I'm gonna fix my little ring of stars. We're gonna be good to go. We're gonna be good to have yourself a merry little Christmas. No, I ain't gonna start carooning on you. Where's James Apperson? I'm gonna have James Apperson get in here and start singing on you. But boom, we're done. Holiday season activated. Finished. Enjoy it, enjoy. What are you gonna do? You gonna set 3 days aside out of your life to decorate for Christmas? And in another 3 days while you cry, taking it all down, your lazy ass probably in late January. Come on now, you got to get it together, folks. You got to stop turning your life upside down just because it's Christmas time. Doesn't make any sense anymore. Doesn't make any sense. This is the way to go. I'm telling you. Just trust me on this. Just let it happen. Let the ceramic tree take over your life. I promise you. Get one. You'll never see Christmas the same way again. You're welcome. Just let it happen. I don't care your family tradition, but my family would be so offended. It's not even green. I don't care. And guess what else? Nobody cares. No, literally nobody cares. Well, you're going to realize that the only people that actually see your fucking Christmas tree are like the 3 or 4 people that live in your house, your fucked up ass judgmental grandparents or whatever, and the fucked up people you show at the office when you're showing your dumbass pictures. And the people you work with don't want to see your dumbass pictures anyway. So look, just tell the 3 or 4 people you live with, trust me, it will be better this way, and it will be, okay? And then don't show any pictures to your coworkers. You'll be good to go, good to go, good to go, good to go. I'm telling you, it's the way to go. It's a movement. It's a movement. Yeah, a little pink one. And look, and then you just hit the bong. You're like, I'm tired. You know, I just decorated for Christmas. I just did all that Christmas decorating. I need to reward myself with a bong hit real quick. That was, I just did literally all of the Christmas decorating in one go. Oh my goodness. What an unbelievable labor effort that was. Gotta reward myself here. Whew. Should be taking a power nap like Sam. All right, code mode. What are we gonna do with you guys? Yeah, let's keep it pixel for now. Yeah, let's go space computer. So first things first, let's get everything set up so we're good to go. Close the map maker. Leave that end of suburbia up. Leave that. Close that. Good to go in here. All right, we're not doing our food cutoffs. We're fine here. Don't need the pictures. Leave that up. Leave Bart. Put him on the other window. All right. What is this? Leave that. All right, here we go. Let's get a timer going. There we go. Perfect. All right. We want to rerun our. We just want to rerun our stuff to make sure we get the food report. Sorry, the what do we call it? The scores report. Shape report. All right. Shape report.csv is our new thing. Oh, right. We didn't save it with the update. So now we made a new one with the update. All right. Let's run that first. Where am I at? On work. All right. Let's just rebuild this. Sweet. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. We're just gonna code probably. So right now we're gonna get this shape mating thing up and going. We just want to rerun the stuff we did on the HPCC, but using the new code to make sure that this reporting site system is working out. So we'll get these reports. And I think then on Monday we're gonna have to. Oh, then we're gonna start plotting these. All right. I went the wrong direction. Totally went the wrong direction. That sounds like the timer, but there's no way it's been 25 minutes. So why am I hearing that? Nope, messages and gather. No, I didn't, Punk. I'll check it later. I haven't checked Discord yet today. So let me all right, let me go back into the correct directory, which I have not done. Why is it not? Oh yeah, where am I? Oh, I'm already in there. All right, let's go and work. All right, /main. Do the damn thing. All right, that looks like it is done. So let's go ahead then and same deals before actually where we'll do two things. First, we'll cat it. Looks like everything's in there. Good to go. Yep. Whole population of 100 guys, whatever we want to call them, organisms. And then our Python 3 command. I want to make sure I get this into the Notepad++. Open up that last thing. Let's get this in there. Oh, goodness. There we go. There it is. Work, refresh, shape report, 420. Oh, it's 420, yo. Bong rips, 420. Happy 420, motherfuckers. Oh, shit. Put in the mode. I should start setting we should start setting a daily 420 alarm. That way all the stoners will tune in to 420 that, bro. Huh, bro? It's 420, huh, bro? You want a 420, huh? Are you fucking 17? I wish. Not really. I wouldn't go back. I was kind of a dumbass, to be honest with you. Don't particularly wish to be that dumb again, to be honest. All right. Woo. All right. So we did that. Got the thingy. Looks great. All right. Oh wait, we want to make sure we got the update. Ooh, you know what? I don't think we changed the header. This doesn't look right. All right, let's see. We added update here. We added update here. That's weird. All right, hang on, let's do this again. Let's just be careful about this. /mbuild. Yeah, we only need it once, so all we need is the global update the one time. We don't need to do it for the individuals. We just need the header, and then we need it to report that. What it should be doing here. right. And then we'll go into work. Why do I keep doing? That's just like a bad habit. All right. All right, now let me see. Kind of cool, kind of cool. Oh, the preference 3 or 4? Yeah. Really? Yeah. Same results. All right, so very similar results. Nah, actually they're different. They're different. But it's doing a similar thing. Not identical. All right, so all right. That I'm with. All right, let's see the plot thing again. Graph file shape report. You know, we're not doing anything. We're just saying graph it with that file. I don't know why this doesn't, I mean, I see update along the bottom axis. I just don't know why it doesn't have, why, maybe it excludes update automatically, but I think that's weird. All right, I'll ask Cliff about it on Monday. Right now, I'm not gonna worry about it. It did generate a new report, and it does have it here, right? It has it in the actual shape report, so. As long as it has it here. Well, that's probably what I'm imagining, is that it's probably used to having it, and so it may automatically ignore it or not need it when it's doing the graph. It wouldn't be a meaningful graph anyway, right? So it wouldn't be a great thing for it to. So it's probably just doing some smarts, what we call smarts under the hood. Cliff has got it filtered or whatever. All right, so that is fine. Let's just go ahead and I guess we want to rerun this on the HPCC. So let's think about how I did that again. We were up a directory, we were working out of here. We pulled all these off. So we could remove them and overwrite them, but I'm gonna leave them for now in case I decide to do something with them, like some more. I doubt I will, but in the meantime, I don't need to. What I need to do is ship code over to the HPCC. Let's look at what we shipped over before. We used this secure copy. We sent over the make list, the code, the modules, the tools, over to my new MABE directory. So let's try to do that again. I'm trying to think if there was anything else I need to do after that. All right, we should be all right. Let's give it a go. because we've done it, we've ran it, we generated new code with it. Let's go ahead and get all that stuff over. We don't want to transfer mbuild. Yeah, because then we'll be using the build system that was already there. And all we'll be updating is the code. The modules. Tools in the CMake list. Yeah, okay. So I'll have my conditions all set the same and all that good stuff. All right, let's go into the HPCC first and look at things over there. Poke our heads around, make sure we're ready for the transfer. We'll see what's in. I don't know why I just pressed that. We really don't need to. SSH, BUNDY.js, that's my username at hpcc.msu.edu. That's a supercomputer. I got ahead of myself. I put in the wrong password. Typed it wrong because I got fat fingers. There we go. All right, then we're gonna go into dev AMD 20. It says low, so let's get it. Sure, don't care. Let's go into shape MABE 1. See what's going on over here. I guess I don't really care. Oh, yeah. All right, so this is where it did all the work. You know what? It's gonna overwrite all this stuff. I'm always thinking about all this, so let me not this time. Let's just go for it, because I think it's built so that I don't have to clean up. Yeah, even mbuild should just straight up overwrite. All right, so let's and we want to keep our settings the same. So, all right, cool. It's just going to give us a new MABE with the same settings, because MQ is going to set our settings. All right. So this is where we would run our command, and that's going to give us new modules, code, tools, and CMake. Modules, code, tools, and CMake. All right, and then we'll be able to do mbuild. All right, and then we got to run it from this side. All right, let's go gadget. I can take this command. There it is. Let's back it up. I should just press home. All right. Oh, nope, this is not the right command. This should be this directory, which is shape MABE 1. Oh. All right. Put in that same password. All right, now we have all of that new stuff over here. You can see CMake update, modules updated. I don't know why it doesn't show that code got updated, but I'm sure it did. You can check it out though. So we'll go CD optimizer and just Vim tournament optimizer. Oh no, sorry. CD tournament optimizer and then Vim tournament optimizer.cpp. And there's a fine that I'm not paying attention to. But here's our code. Yeah, we do the clear here. See, here's our updated code. Pref counts, shape counts. Here's should have that report. Write to file to string, report to string. Here's our report string. Pref counts, shape counts. All right. Like you said, it's a little crude, but works. All right. So we'll quit that. CD up a couple levels. One more. All right. Now we're gonna run Python 3 tools MQ. .py. No such file or directory. What's going on here? Oh, we did this from work, my bad. We don't always do that from work, but we did this time. All right, so run that command again, Python 3. Then we're gonna have to go up a level to get tools. All right. Now this test, right, this tells us all our conditions. In this case, we have different numbers of food types, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then shape mating on and off within each of those food types. On being 1, off being 0. It's telling it to use these files. All right. What about that small front.txt? All right, so we're back here. Oh, there's small front.txt. And the include on that was in a settings file, I believe. So that should still be taken care of. Because we haven't overwritten our settings files. Now, one thing we should be able to do technically is /MABE, running it down the HPCC, still runs pretty fast. All right, and see, my thing is we didn't get one of those reports. We got Max, Pop. And we should have got one of these shape reports. Did I not? Oh, you know what? I don't think maybe I didn't rebuild it? Yeah, I don't think I rebuilt it. Okay. Let's see that. All right. I know that's the break timer, but let's do this rebuild first. Build. I checked the file transfers. There. Let's do that first. All right. Now we'll hit the break timer. 5 minutes. Go. Hit some Uncle Bobby.
Of knowledge.
Now, guys, don't forget, Sunday at 1, I believe, Uncle Bobby and I will be doing the blackout. And, of course, at 3:30, you can catch me and my one black friend doing hot program. I really do consider it a honor to meet. Oh, my goodness. Did I miss that meeting with Hattie today? I had a meeting, guys, at fucking 2 o'clock or some shit, and my timer didn't go off. 4 o'clock. Oh my goodness, what time was my meeting with Hattie? Hang on, gang, I gotta check something. I screwed up. That's my bad. Oh, I forgot at that damn meeting today. Alright, let me check my calendar. Oh, it was at 4. Okay. I have her information. Let me see if she's in here by any chance. I'll ask her if she can meet tomorrow. All right, gang, give me a minute here. I gotta go. I have to have a meeting real quick. Let me get you guys set up with Uncle Bobby on another screen. Why is this computer acting so slow? Alright, and you guys need this.
Long time coming. One, I'm broadcasting from heaven still in Colorado. Now, I'm only going to say his name one time. Then after that, I'm just going to keep calling him Sifu, and y'all like, what the fuck is Sifu? Look that shit up.
All
Gang,
right,
I've been talking about this asshole since season 1.
And then you guys need a screen, so I gotta go to theater. And then we'll get you guys going with this screen. All right, hang on. Give me that back. All right.
That's Simon. All right. Now, 25 years? We met at work. And I think he was the first person that was not morbidly afraid of me because I was the only black dude working where we used to work. And then what got me to the dark side was he kept asking questions about my faith because back then I was still a Bible-believing Christian. And I still remember I was in the kitchen, he was in my living room, and he hit me with the Hitchens challenge. Name one thing you can do in the name of God that you can't do simply because you're bored on a Tuesday. I woke up the next day. I didn't call myself an atheist. I just knew I didn't believe in God anymore. So it's this dude's fault. So introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Simon. Yeah, I think when we first met, somebody told me that you were a fighter, and I walked up to you and I was like, I hear you're a martial artist, and you were like, yeah, and I was like, let's go to lunch. that was that. Yeah, we're here in Colorado, enjoying the 30-degree weather,
which I'm not used to.
But it's beautiful.
It's very beautiful. It is very beautiful. So the thing about he and I is if you have met one, you have met the other one. It's the exception of some skin tone. All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. Long time coming. One, I'm broadcasting from heaven still in Colorado. Now, I'm only going to say his name one time. Then after that, I'm just going to keep calling him Sifu, and y'all like, what the fuck is Sifu? Look that shit up. Gang, I've been talking about this asshole since season 1. That's Simon. All right. Now, 25 years? So we met at work. And I think he was the first person that was not morbidly afraid of me because I was the only black dude working where we used to work. And then what got me to the dark side was he kept asking questions about my faith because back then I was still a Bible-believing Christian. And I still remember I was in the kitchen, he was in my living room, and he hit me with the Hitchens challenge. Name one thing you can do in the name of God that you can't do simply because you're bored on a Tuesday. I woke up the next day. I didn't call myself an atheist. I just knew I didn't believe in God anymore. So it's this dude's fault. So introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Simon. Yeah, I think when we first met, somebody told me that you were a fighter, and I walked up to you and I was like, I hear you're a martial artist, and you were like, yeah, and I was like, let's go to lunch. that was that. Yeah, we're here in Colorado, enjoying the 30-degree weather,
which I'm not used to.
But it's beautiful.
It's very beautiful. It is very beautiful. So the thing about he and I is if you have met one, you have met the other one. It's the exception of some skin tone. It's the exact same person. Now, gang, we're going to jump into this one. The first one up on the hit list. I did a show a couple days ago, sitting my black ass right here. And it was about the white high school quarterback that got his scholarship snatched out from underneath him. Now, if you're just tuning into the channel, welcome aboard. But dude graduated. made the commitment to play quarterback from the University of Florida. That's a damn good football school. The kid doesn't suck. He recorded himself rapping along with a song.
This is a good song.
It was today's rap, so it was fucking terrible. And the song had the word nigger in it. This dude is the whitest white man that has ever whited. It's not that he recorded it. It's that he uploaded it himself. Now, I think we agree this was not, this was an opportunity for improvement. I don't think he should have lost his scholarship behind what he said, but I also see why Florida backed away from this dude. Now, my stance hasn't changed, mostly because this is only a 7-day-old story. But I just don't buy it. I can't sit here and listen to a white person tell me that they don't know the gravity behind the word nigger. I just can't hear it. So that's what my video was about. I don't think he should have lost his scholarship. Break his balls. They can do some PSAs. It's an opportunity for improvement. He can learn something from this. I got some feedback from Curtis. Now, Curtis, I'm going to treat you the exact same way I would have treated that boy if I was the coach at Florida. And if you guys can hear dogs in the background, that's because there are dogs in the background. Puppy. That's the size of a Shetland pony. I am not going to dig in on this dude. I'm not going to call him asshole, fuckface, slap nuts. This is an opportunity to learn. I don't know if this dude even bothered to watch my show because his video, his response makes me think he didn't. This is Curtis's response. I don't know who the fuck Curtis is, but he's got a blue check mark, which probably means he's more important than I am. But Curtis, I'm going to say this part, you can go fuck yourself. And that's the only mean thing I'm going to say, but he didn't drop the N-word. He was rapping to a song from a rapper, and it was part of the song. The rapper has come out in support of the player. Context is valuable. I personally would not say or rap the word, but there's a difference between the two. Now, before I hand this off, this is a public service announcement to all white people. Uncle Bobby's going to be your friend on this one. Curtis deleted that tweet because I think he realized what he stepped in with some of the responses. Curtis looks to be, that's a millennial-aged white dude. If you were in your 30s and you are white, if you ever get the urge to explain to a black dude about the weight of the word nigger, don't do that. Just don't. Because there's no place you can, I would not dream of telling a woman about menstrual cramps or pregnancy. That's not my specialty. To sit here and split hairs, he didn't say the N-word. He was rapping along with the song. Okay, you're splitting hairs, Curtis. He said the word nigger. Period. End of story. And I don't care if the rapper came out in support. I don't, because I support the dude's right to say it. But I also support all the possible outcomes. And that's just the way it works. Now, this is rare, gang, because I'm usually sitting here talking this shit by myself, but we have a genuine member of the Caucasoidal delegation right here. We're the same age. We grew up on the same music. How is it that you have made it to pretty much a half century without calling black people niggers?
Well, I mean, a good portion of my friends growing up were black, and it just wasn't something you did. Like, it was just like, how have I managed 50 years without raping someone? You know, like, how have I managed by not murdering someone? It's just not something that you should do. You have to understand the meaning of what it means to people. Like, you don't go around bitch slapping people unless you're Rick James. True. You know, so consider, you know, is it worth the damage you're going to do to somebody to say a word that You know, I don't know. Maybe to some people it is. I've never thought it was worth the damage. And I've had friends over the years tell me, totally fine for you to use it. You're fine. You're good. You're in the group, whatever. And I still would never ever consider doing that. That just, there's so many other words to use, like dumbass.
True, which is universal.
Dumbass, you're being a dumbass.
But like their excuse on the other side would be, it's so prevalent in the music. How is it that white dudes, especially white guys, because I've had this argument thrown at me at work. Robert, is confusing to my children's because they hear it in the rap. Then they're supposed to not call it to black people.
Well,
my response has always been, then you suck as a parent.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you listen to the police, does that mean you're going to be a stalker?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you tell me.
Like, is art permission or is art just reflection? Like,
I would say reflection.
I don't think art gives us permission to do the things that they're trying to portray in whatever art or whatever medium they're using.
True.
It's just reflecting an attitude, a position, a societal norm that's being questioned or critiqued or celebrated. You know, it's just because somebody does something in an artistic way doesn't mean we should all do that. Like, I mean, if you listen to the police music, it's pretty horrible. Like, there's the stalker song where he's like, "I'm always gonna be watching you," and then there's like, "If you don't come back to me, I'm gonna kill myself." You know, and like, there's some pretty interesting
all
things.
The music from our childhood was fucked up.
There's some pretty interesting things where we don't go, "Oh, I can do that now." Like,
good point. Good point. Good point.
Like, oh, that's permission for me to.
So if that's the case, then how much of that is them just kind of showing what's really on the inside? Because you think about, I'm about to ruin a lot of people's childhoods. "Coward of the County" by Kenny Rogers is about a gang rape. Yeah. I'm trying to think of all the songs that, well, I would say like "Dancing by Myself" is about jerking off, but we didn't make it out of our teenage years without feeling about 12 socks full of mayonnaise. But it just all those songs from the past.
I'm turning Japanese.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Absolutely. Absolutely. A song, could you make that song today?
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, me neither. So.
But neither could Jimi Hendrix make "Hey Joe." Where you going with that gun in your hand?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Actually, none of this, because one of Dad's favorite songs, can't remember the artist's name, Stagger Lee. Stagger Lee is about it's a song about an old black dude who lost money gambling. And so he went home, put on his Stetson hat, came back and shot everyone in the bar dead. Mm-hmm. It's a great fucking song. But you get right? He shot that boy so bad. It's like, wow, that's real fucked up. But I guess my question is,
I think it just comes down to that. Probably one of two things. One, it's the perpetual dichotomy of American culture that both shuns black culture and is entirely based on black culture. Like everything that, you know, like we were talking during Thanksgiving dinner that mac and cheese was invented by a slave.
Yeah, absolutely.
Barbecue, rice, you know, like all these things were brought and developed through that period of time. And there's so much in American culture that is so strongly influenced, especially the advent of like significant hip hop culture. Everybody wants to be down.
Right. Until it's time to put some actual skin in the game.
Right. And it's like, so I think there's a part of that there's a group of people that just want to be down, and being down is being able to use that word freely, which seems like a
interesting,
pretty weird qualification. And then there's a group of people that are just hateful cunts and want to use that word because they have ego issues and mental health issues and think that there's, like, look around you. Do you think that we're separate in any particular way? Like,
you and I?
Anybody?
No. What do you mean separate?
Like there's some separation between who I am and who you are, or who anybody else is.
No.
The more you study like quantum physics and quantum mechanics and all this stuff, you realize that this is just, it's almost like a simulation. You know, it's
So-
like, well, I mean, that's too long to go into at this point, but you know, like there's really no separation between, like, if I'm hurting you, I'm essentially hurting you.
No question. No question.
You know, and yeah, that might be a little deep for some people, but I think science kind of backs that up, psychology backs that up, and just reason backs that
Right.
up. That, you know, people want to be hateful, people have an ego, people want to feel better than or more than. I mean, my first martial art I ever got into was Aikido, and that one of the reasons was because there's no competition.
Right.
And because he said as soon as you create a winner and a loser, you both win.
That's what I'm saying.
And there's a significant truth in there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And so, what's to be gained by using a word that's hurtful and harmful to people? And it's just, I think it's also a lack of understanding of, like, this has been going on for several hundred years. This isn't
Why people call them black people niggers?
Yeah, well,
yeah, absolutely.
that and you just put that aside, everything else.
Well, no, yeah, absolutely.
And it's just like, that one word is like the cherry on top of the shit sundae. You know, it's like, it has a lot of weight, it has a lot of meaning, but it's also a way of saying that this shit ain't over.
No, far from
Right?
over.
The shit that you, as a culture, as a community, through your grandparents and your great-grandparents and your great-great-grandparents have, you know, struggled with and suffered with from, and it's horrific. And I would imagine, in my experience of talking to a lot of people, most white people in America don't really understand the brevity.
I'll give you that.
Well, maybe that's the wrong word I'm using, having a malaprop at this moment, but the depth and breadth,
The weight that comes with.
the oppression and discrimination.
Oh God, no.
Like, we were talking about that bank that was opened,
Right.
in Reconstruction, and it was for black people to have their own bank.
Right.
And it was a federal law, and it was federally, you know, put into power, and they ended up opening 12 branches in 12 different states, and basically a group of white guys got Congress to change the law that allowed them to invest that money however the fuck they wanted.
That's right. Yeah.
And
They gambled that shit.
and they
basically.
gambled it away, and they gave it to their friends, and cronyism and risky investments and all this stuff, because A, it wasn't their money,
Exactly.
and B, it was black people's money. So
Right.
it didn't
Fuck 'em.
count, right, in that state. In today's equivalency, it would have been around, like, I think it was $85 million
Jesus Christ.
that was lost from
Jesus.
these people that put their money in a bank thinking it was safer and trying to become, you know, integrate into society and all that stuff, and it was essentially just stolen.
No, it was. It absolutely was.
And there was no repercussions.
Right.
There was no way to get it back.
But
and that's just one of thousands.
But that's what I've said, and we've talked about this before, to where it's like the whole, why can't you just get over it? A white person telling that to a black person. Why can't we put this stuff in the past? I've never owned a slave. You've never been one.
That's
and
not
all
the
this
point.
other crap. Well, that's what I think as well. But it's that the bank fuck up, the Tulsa massacre, all these things are within. Yeah, these are all these things are within 100 years. My parents were alive to experience the bullshit. I told you when Dad went up to go lynch black people down from trees. That's not my great grandfather.
Right.
It's my dad that I can talk to today. And so I guess that how do white people take the blinders off? To realize that the trauma that we're talking about isn't 500 years old. Some of this stuff is 50 years old.
Some of it's even less.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
because that video that I reviewed with the white kid saying the word nigger, there were just as many black dudes in support of him and bashing the black rapper. And I was just like, yeah, dead serious. But if you didn't want the white dude to say it, then why'd you rap it in the song? And that just, to me, that seems like a weak ass excuse.
Well, there's an assumption there, and it's the Toni Morrison issue, right? Like Toni Morrison, from my understanding, and hearing her speak and reading some of her works, is that she had zero interest in writing for white people. Like nothing she wrote was intended for white people to get or even read. Wow. And she started writing primarily because all the books she read, she said, made an assumption that the reader was white, and she could tell. Let's see if I get this quote right. She could tell that because the author was explaining things to the reader that would normally not been explained to somebody who was black. And so she started writing specifically for her to read. And it's like, so that's an assumption that artist made that song for white people. Yeah, maybe that artist made that song with no intention of white people to even listen to it. That's not for you. Like not all art is for you. Right. Like some art is for a group of people. Right. Whether it is black or Indian or white or gay or trans or whatever. Not all art is meant to you, and it's a bit meant for you. It's a bit arrogant to think that
it is for you. You
can take any art and make it your own. Because some you can, I think, but I don't think all art's designed to do that. Yeah. I think that as far as getting the blinders off, maybe it's the idea of the blinders. I think there's a genetic component of wanting to be. I mean, every animal wants to be dominant, and I think that there's a part of that that's in our chemistry that is going to be hard to remove or reprogram. Okay. Like, at least in this country, the white people have been in dominance since the beginning. Very true. Very true. And I think that the biggest issue is that we don't teach history properly.
No, we sure the hell don't. No, we don't.
So if a lot of these people have no idea, and I think even simple ideas to start with, like we were talking the other day, like from holy fuck, we're flying, Kitty Hawk, right? Let's not die, right? To one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind. It was 60 years. Yeah. 60 years.
Absolutely.
It was a blink of time from holy motherfucking Christ, we're in the air to now we're landing and walking on the moon. Right. And I think that, our brains may be hardwired or softwired to not really be able to comprehend the distance between things historically. Like I tell, patients who say, or people I know who say ignorant shit, I always bring up like, well, my bestie and I are Gen Xers, and he's the first generation in his family to not be directly touched by slavery.
First generation of black people born with civil rights.
Right. And I mean, there was a period of time during Reconstruction where that was true, but not for very long. And I think a lot of people believe that the civil rights movement was a movement to get rights, but it wasn't. It was a movement to get them back. Those rights had already been granted. Those laws had already been passed on voting rights and right to work, et cetera, and they were taken away during the Jim Crow and segregation periods. But during Reconstruction, there were more black people in elected offices federally and statewide than there are today.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, as far as I can remember. My memory's not perfect, so if anybody wants to correct me, go for it.
Put it in the comments if we're fucking this up.
And there's instances where there were towns that had a majority black like city council and local government, and one day a bunch of white people came in, killed those people, and took their jobs unelected, and just took their jobs. There's many instances of that happening, and just took back towns, and that rhetoric we still see today. But I think it kind of boils down to a lot of it is greed, because the fact is that to address the inequality and the racism in our country, everyone's like, well, I'm not racist. Well, I never understood. Fine. I'll concede that point. But consider the possibility that there's some attitudes, perspectives, or things you participated in unknowingly that are racist, that you have an opportunity to learn, like, oh, that I always thought that was fine, but when I look at it from another person's perspective, I could see how that might be construed as racist. But when you look at when it boils down, I think greed is the center of it, because in order to fix this, there has to be economic reparations. There has to be some leveling of the playing field, because just in that one instance of in today's dollars, $85 million. Right. Let's just hypothesize, like, what if that didn't happen?
Shit would be different.
What if those black families still had that money in that bank and were able to grow it and generate wealth and pass it down to their kids and, stuff like that? What if they didn't redline neighborhoods so that black families could develop? Because the best and fastest way to build wealth in this country is through real estate. Yeah, that is a fact.
Okay, real fast. You say that because it just hit me. This story is blurry. Like I told you guys, since Mom passed, Dad has been an open book, because that dude's been a fucking Volt for 50 years, right? But my dad's family, I can't remember the whole story, but my dad's from Huntsville, Texas. My dad's family actually owned a better portion of Huntsville, Texas. And quite literally, a white lawyer came, and it was one of those, you want a box of cigarettes? And it was one of those, bam, 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 next thing you know. My dad's family would have to save money to become financially destitute. But yeah, the majority of wealth in this country is passed down because of land ownership. Yeah. And the fucked up thing is, it's the people that looked like me that worked the land that made white people their money. And those are the exact same white people that have turned around to say, well, why didn't you just work hard? I'm like, motherfucker, when are you going to start working hard? I just found out that Tebow Plantation sat right next door to the church I grew up in, and across that gravel road were the levees that me and my cousins used to play on. I had no idea, because my mom grew up sugarcane, Tebow Plantation. It would be like one of the Tebow kids telling me, you should have worked harder. Look at everything I've got. And I did not know. Yesterday or the day before, real fucked up shit was behind sugarcane.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I did. Well,
yeah.
That was my mom. So, yeah.
And, my facts aren't necessarily 100% all the time, but I do recall reading that when slaves were put in the sugar production areas in Louisiana and Mississippi and the southern coast there was like a 3 years top shelf life. They expected them to die within 3 years from being basically worked to death. They would literally just die in the middle of their work, and how they would run these sugar factories 24/7. And with kids even, and it was so dangerous, and so that they didn't expect you to live past 2 or 3 years, because you were just basically enough food to barely be kept alive, working 20 hours a day in the most horrifying, miserable, torturous conditions under severe stress and danger all the time, and then you just fucking die. And it was so bad that I actually considered not eating sugar anymore because of all the violence that's
somehow
in the history of just sugar production. And of course, it's not great for us, but I have a horrible sweet tooth.
Well, who the hell does it? That's one of those. every once in a while, I was like, I think I've heard it all, but for whatever reason, a slave was expected to have a 3-year lifespan.
Yeah, it was like
it was a damn car.
Like a car lease. Yeah.
Just like, okay, after 3 years, actually kind of reminds me of the NCAA a little bit. It does.
We didn't invent this movie.
Yeah, holy shit.
And even that happened during, right before the Trail of Tears, that there was communities of Aboriginals that they just walked into their houses and said, "You're out, leave your shit," and they just took their shit in their house and they just moved them, like no warning, no time to pack, didn't get to collect your shit. And so again, that's removing any possibility of building wealth. There has been, since the Emancipation Proclamation, a concerted, consistent group effort to prevent these two groups of people, Black people and Native Americans, Aboriginals, from generating wealth for their community.
Mission accomplished.
Period.
Yeah.
That's the blinders that white folks need to get off their face, is that there has been a concerted, surgical, tactical effort to prevent wealth building in these communities. Period.
So the normal comeback that I get when I bring up points like this is it's the white person who's like, well, I grew up poor.
So did I.
Well, yeah, and it was like, well, my thing is, I mean, how do I say this? That the white person's skin tone will never work against them. Yes, they're going to be white people born in poverty. Yes, they're going to be white people that never get out of poverty. But is there a scenario where white skin keeps you in poverty to where it's been proven that black and brown skin, it's here, folks, here's work hard. There's your first hurdle. For blacks and browns, our first hurdle is being black and brown. And so,
which you can never jump over.
Exactly. And so it's like, when you say the blinders.
Well, there's
there's
subconscious bias. I mean, how many stories have we read in the past couple of years of a black couple trying to sell their house, getting it appraised, getting their white couple friends to come in and pretend it's their house and getting it appraised.
Oh, yeah.
And having it appraised at over $100,000 more or more.
There was an experiment from...
There's tremendous bias.
Did you see Cornel West's experiment?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you don't know what we're talking about, Dr. Cornel West, philosophy PhD.
He's a little Jesus-y, but that's okay.
He's fantastic. He ran an experiment. Same financial portfolio, same asset to debt ratio, liquidity, everything was the same. And he wanted to buy a house. He used his urban voice and put down the numbers. 9 times out of 10, the response was, "Don't call us, we'll call you." Then he used his suburban voice with the exact same numbers, and the response was pretty much was, "Would you like this for free?" And so, and I'm just sitting here getting pissed off. I'm getting mad that a motherfucker.
Now, the question is those bankers that responded to Mr. West, Professor West, is that conscious? Is that them making conscious choices, or is that just a result of perpetual bias that's put into our media, our songs, our
I think it's both.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you remember there was a Jesse Jackson said he was walking down the street late at night and he could hear people behind him. He turned around to see it was a group of white kids, and he said he sighed relief. Then it hit him. It's like, holy shit, this is what I've been fighting against my whole life.
Yeah, there's nobody.
And I played into it. Yeah. That if it was a group of black teenagers, then holy shit. And so for the bankers who sat there, they'd be like, well, John Smith, great credit score, great liquidity. Here's our offers. Tyrone Johnson, yeah, not so much. Yeah. I think it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, to where some of it is conscious and some of it is, I mean, it's like picking up a telephone for customer service. Yeah. When Kim picks up the phone, like, this is going to be an easier call. when Shaniqua picks it up, oh, they've already ran that experiment. And not just with Cornell West, but job applications. Kimberly Johnson. Yeah. Shaniqua Jackson. Exact same resume. Kim gets the job 9 times out of 10 before Shaniqua does.
Well, I mean, one of my perspectives is I think Christianity is the biggest problem in all this, because Christianity inherently creates a conversation of I'm better than, and I'm more righteous than, and I deserve this, whatever. And I think people have used that through history to basically create conversations and laws and experiences where they can just do whatever the fuck they want without consequence. And now in our world with social media, and there's no such thing as privacy.
True.
These people are starting to get called out on it. Like, you can't go into this bank and just start loaning that money away to whomever you want and fucking these people over.
Right.
You can't do that. Now there are people watching. Are our reactions a little bit extreme? I think in some cases.
How so?
Well, I think that kid, like, he's a kid.
He's a dumbass.
He's a child.
He fucked up.
He's 20, what?
Oh,
maybe?
Going into college?
Yeah, 18.
18.
He's also a star quarterback. So I would imagine that he has some sense of entitlement.
Big time. Big time.
I would imagine that, getting a big scholarship to one of the bigger, I guess, football schools or football programs, right?
Big time.
He probably feels like he's on cloud 9 and untouchable, and and part of that's necessary to do what he does.
Yep.
You
a cocky bastard can play quarterback.
You can't not be. You can't be like, oh, should I do this? You have to be decisive. You have to be, and so all of these there's a lot of nuance that we're completely overlooking in our reaction to people's bullshit. He's a kid. He made a mistake. Should he lose his scholarship and the rest?
No.
Why are we so obsessed with punishment of other people? Why are we so obsessed with?
Oh, that's easy.
And I think, well, and I think the ideas in Christianity, like the slightest little infraction and you'll be tortured for eternity,
True.
is their baseline.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And so it's like, I think a lot of this is just a backlash, and hopefully maybe the last breaths of these institutions of religion and systemic racism. And yes, I said the words.
You say, hold on. You say that.
Thank you.
Holy shit! There's a big movement that fights against the concept of systemic racism, and it's only all right. I've been here for 6 days. And this is the first day that altitude is finally starting to kick my ass. I walked from here to there, back here, and I'm breathing heavy because I got fucking trail mix or what is this? Pirate's booty. Sitting here walking at a grand total of 15 feet. I'm in here gasping. But systemic racism, holy shit.
Well, I mean,
there's a movement that says that. It's like Candace Owens saying that the Southern switch never happened.
The what?
For those of you who don't know what the Southern switch is, one, don't listen to Candace Owens. This shit did happen. The Republican platform and the Democratic platform quite literally switched places. So the top 10 things that made you a Democrat versus the top 10 things that made you a Republican, they still stayed the same. They literally just switched labels. Right. And so they're saying that about systemic racism. And my thing is that there's no such thing. That what happened in the past happened in the past. That my dad cutting lynched black people down from trees had no effect on me.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, my analogy still says the same, and that is in Austin, it's a city of extremes. I can't even see my own self. God damn it. Now you can see my ugliness. Vegans and hunters populate the city of Austin. There's one thing that they both have in common. They are both morally opposed to factory farmed meat. And they both use the same argument. You have 150 chickens. Their neck is hemmed up and they're on a conveyor belt, get their neck slit. Chicken 149 watched 148 of their brothers and sisters get their neck slit. The last thing they feel is fear. That hormone goes into the meat. And they always say, you're eating fear meat. My response is, the shit is delicious. Don't you ever try and tell me what to put on my plate. Come in my house, put some money down on these goddamn bills, and then maybe I'll listen to you. My point is, we give more consideration to chickens. If chickens are going to have fear meat, how is it that black people aren't having generational trauma?
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Okay, and so that's when but their thing is, there is no systemic racism. What happened in the past is the past. We're not affected by it today. So it makes me wonder, will we ever make real strides?
Well, I mean, you're never going to get 100% of people to agree. Number one.
I wonder if we're even at 50%.
I think that most of America's problem is
we just need to grow the fuck up.
Oh.
And stop behaving like petulant children and think and converse and develop and grow and learn rather than just petulantly like, no, I'm not going to wear a mask. I'm not going to give vaccines. It's just petulance. There's no reasonable way to explain your behavior other than you're just being petulant. You're being a fucking child. Grow up. Figure out that you're not perfect. The world before us hasn't been perfect. And I think the best analogy regarding the concept of systemic racism that I came across was this. I forget who wrote it or said it, but they said, so your great granddaddy built a hotel. Yeah. And your great granddaddy hated people with any kind of disability. So he specifically made this hotel so that if you had a disability, you couldn't stay there. It was physically impossible for you to stay there. Right. And now your great granddaddy died and you get to inherit the hotel. Okay, now did you create the system that didn't allow people with disabilities not to stay in this hotel? No.
What?
Is it now your responsibility to put in ramps and handicap accessible bathrooms, elevators, and braille on the whatever, et cetera, yeah, right. That's your responsibility. Is it your responsibility that it is the way it is? No. But it's your responsibility to do something about it now. It's yours.
But that would be them almost having to admit. Like, I saw a town hall meeting when people were, again, fuck everyone involved. CRT is a graduate level elective course. They're not teaching fifth graders critical race theory. But when that was all the rage...
But they are teaching us a bunch of bullshit about American history, which no one seems to care about. That what they're teaching is not what happened.
Well, no, I mean, I think that's what people are confusing CRT for in middle school, elementary school, and high school levels, that we're actually starting to teach real history now. This sugar-coated bullshit that things were slightly bad, and some dude named Martin came along and now everything's okay. But a dude... Because the thing with the bastardized interpretation of CRT is, what is it? We're teaching white kids that they're inherently evil for being white. And his thing was, they had a family business, it did quite well. And he was like, well, am I supposed to tell my kid, what is it? That he's at fault for what his grandfather did to black people to build this business. And my response was, no, he's not responsible. What is it? No, he didn't do it, but he's not responsible for what his grandfather did, but he's reaping the benefits of it. All those black people that his grandfather fucked over to get where he got. Right. And now this kid is sitting on Easy Street as a result. But again, I guess the big question is still, how do you get that 17-year-old to see that you didn't work hard? And that's your grandfather or your great-grandfather. They may have clocked hours, but they didn't work hard because they were stepping on the backs of others to get where they got.
Well, the simple question is, for those groups of people who are just too bored and have too much free time to go to fucking school board meetings and protest the teaching of critical race theory to their children, which, as you well put, is just history, because they don't want their kids to be taught that they're inherently bad because of the color of their skin, right? This is the statement. The question then becomes, well, now you know how black parents have felt for the last 2 years.
Exactly.
I would be shocked if you didn't have at least one experience in elementary school that made you feel like you were something lesser than or bad.
Just one?
Because of the random amount of melanin in your epithelium. Is like, yeah.
Only a doctor will say some shit like that. Melanin in my epithelium.
Or your skin. It's like, that's what black kids have been facing every day of their lives in school and watching TV and watching movies. And it's only made more poignant by the fact that now that we have black superhero movies, everyone's like, oh my God, this is amazing. Well, why is it amazing? Well, because it's been never done before.
Right, no, exactly.
Right, and why is that?
No, God, hold on. My brain just completely farted. I'm going to say something about that.
Like, it's because you couldn't be a hero and be black.
No,
let's just be honest.
So, when it comes to the critical race theory, I've always said if black people can experience it, white people can learn about it. And we were taught as kids that, again, please notice how it is that there isn't a black Superman. Bruce Wayne is a billionaire, white superhero.
People ship purple Twinkies over a black little mermaid.
Oh God, I did a show on that. You guys remember that? The Little Mermaid turned into a black girl, and you would have, and it was like you would have thought it was an autobiography of Malcolm X, played by fucking Ben Affleck. It's like, give me a break. Half human, half fish, and now we're gonna have these debates that, and then it's like, go fuck yourself. But even when blacks were made equals, we were still lesser than. And I've been saying this since season 1 because we're the same age. Even when the police detective shows came on, the white detective had a buzz cut, a blazer, starched shirt, just the facts, ma'am. The black dude had on a dashiki, an afro, he talked slang, and eventually told the white woman he's gonna fuck her. Now go get me some fried chicken. It's just, even when we were equals, we were still lesser than. But I don't know, I guess to me it all comes back down to racism is always someone else's problem. It's never your kid that calls a black person a nigger. Everything that you and I just said to me seems crystal clear. To you seems crystal clear. Like, I'm going to say a name off camera. That person will go to her grave never thinking that she's ever done anything racist. So as a result, her family will feel the same way.
And we'll continue the racism.
Well, no, exactly. But they'll be the first ones to say that I'm not racist. Because they don't call black people niggers. Mexicans, wetbacks.
Well, we should have either a very clear definition so that people can stop arguing about it, or come up with a different word. Like, you know, what like in Ted Lasso pointed out, like with the offsides rule,
right?
Is like the definition of porn is it's hard to describe, but you know
it when you see it. Yep.
And that's kind of to some degree the definition of racism, I think, in most like white people's culture. Maybe we need to be much more specific about it or come up with a different word, because if we're if we're just allowing people to be like, I'm not racist, you can't immediately go, okay, then prove it, because you can't prove a negative.
Right, true.
You know, you can't. I mean, I don't know the solution to this problem, but it becomes a semantic argument rather than a discussion of what's really happened, what's really happening. I mean, you should do a show with my friend Stephanie, who's just about to graduate from dental school, about the racism that she experienced while in dental school in 2022.
I believe it.
You know, and granted, she was in dental school right around the George Floyd incident, so when everything was doing what it was doing, so she got to witness both sides of that happening in the dental school population, just like everywhere else. But it's dismissive, and that's the problem. Is that historically speaking, from the Emancipation Proclamation to today, white people in power, white people with money have been dismissive of any other group of people, and they're continuing to do it. It's just a way to be dismissive.
I'll give you that.
You know, how many treaties has the United States broken with Native American groups or Aboriginal groups? It's countless.
I'm gonna say, if the easier ones, how many of them have they actually kept?
Yeah, well, that's probably easier to count.
Right.
And it's just, they just do it, and they're dismissive. Right. And that is the real power offset, is that you can't be dismissive to me, but I can be dismissive to you.
Absolutely.
And
But do they even see that as being dismissive? Because again, it's like, I can only speak for myself. I've already told you guys.
The fact that they don't see it as dismissive is
exactly. But I was a misogynist. There was no question. I didn't beat up women. But again, if you played football in the 80s and the 90s, it's not an excuse, but it is an explanation. Everything negative was either something stereotypically gay or female, right? You missed a tackle. What are you, a faggot? What, did you suck a dick last night? Don't be a bitch. You hit like a girl. I took that into my place of work. And every time I got called a misogynist, I dismissed those claims. Until a woman that came up to right here, and I told you guys, she just, long story short, she ripped me a new asshole. And I had to realize, again, I was not part of the problem. I was the problem.
But that is, you know, that was luck.
How so?
Well, whoever you were in that moment where that woman walked up to you to rip you a new asshole was receptive.
Very, very.
If she had come into a different manifestation of you, you probably would have been like, bitch, get out of my face.
You told her make me a sandwich.
Right. Again. And so that's another nuance that makes it challenging when talking about, for lack of a better term, consciousness evolution. It depends on who's listening. And to think that you are the same all the time is naive.
Right.
And that there are going to be times where you're more receptive to new ideas and worldview shifting ideas than other times. And you can't predict that. And nor as the speaker to someone can you know that. You can just hope for the best. So perhaps, you know...
So you just keep carpet bombing the issue and wait to get to that one
not to sound overly biblical, but some of your seeds will land on fertile soil, some of them will land in the rocks, and some of them will land in the thorny bushes. You can't determine the outcome of your actions and words. You have to wait and see what is the outcome for your actions and words. You can't. Some people are going to be receptive, others aren't. Can we reach a critical mass where there's enough momentum in one direction to change things? Maybe. I mean, the Generation Z's pretty been useless so far, so maybe this is their one useful thing that they get to do, is they get to come together as a generation and be like, okay, we're sick of this shit. And I'm hopeful that they will, because they need to do something. I mean, as speaking from the generation that did absolutely nothing.
Well, I guess my frustration comes from being black in Generation X. The strides that we've made to get to this point I acknowledge they're positive. I just say that they're not enough.
Yeah, that's
Right.
reasonable.
In that,
like, I also acknowledge, Bill Maher makes valid points. Like, it's really easy to sit around and shit on America, but it's also the place where lots of people are trying to die to get to.
No question.
So, I think there needs to be a balanced conversation. Like, yes, our system, in theory, is a great system. But I also think that we have... It was, I forget the Rocky where he got so a little bit cocky and got his ass whooped.
3.
Rocky 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where America is we're not fully training. We're the, quote, heavyweight champions of the world. We're
Right.
going in for an easy fight. And we're kind of getting our ass whooped in a lot of ways. In education, in healthcare, in the amount of population we incarcerate. It's, infant mortality, in just literacy, all of the things we're getting our ass whooped, but we keep telling ourselves we're the best in the motherfucking world.
But now we're also, that thing about the two extremes. America can do no wrong, but then they also shove the camera in the faces of the 25-year-olds. It's just like they're just regurgitating talking points. America sucks. America blows. I love America. And I love America enough to call out it's weak. Okay, you know what this is like, gang? This is like last night. I got my ass beat by my best friend. You want to know why? Because I take horrible care of my teeth. And he sat there and just beat the dog shit out of me. And I knew he was doing it. And like, if it was any other dentist, they probably would have numbed me up a little bit, gave me a hand job. He just whipped the dog shit out of me because my teeth were fucked up. And I knew he was doing it before he even said it. My point is, when you care enough about something or someone, you'll put them through the fire, right? I love you enough to correct your mistakes. And so I wonder how much of that is we focus on the extremes. America can do no wrong. America sucks balls. How much of it is in the middle?
Well, all
to
of
say,
it is in the middle.
I love America enough to say this shit's fucked up.
Let's make it better. I mean, every generation, I think, starts out with that idea of trying to make it better. But I think we need to be a little bit more honest. Like, one of the things you hear routinely is America is the greatest and longest lasting democracy in the history of the world, which is a false statement. Sorry, it is.
Yeah.
Because the definition of democracy is that all people involved have a voice.
Right.
Well, that hasn't been the case really
since we opened up for business.
Since 1968, when the Civil Rights Movement passed.
Before that.
But I mean, we haven't really been a multicultural democracy with everybody being able to vote equally.
But we still aren't, are we?
To some degree,
yeah.
We're going back.
Oh, big time, big time.
In a lot of ways, but some of that is just we want to win no matter what the cost is because of absolute solipsism. Like, I am right, no one else is right. I'm 100% right, everyone else is 100% wrong. Well, that's not a healthy way to have a perspective. Like, this is what I think about things.
Right.
This is how I think things will get better. Let's debate it. Let's talk about it rather than I just want to win. So there's an absolute aspect of that. But there's an aspect of racism and misogyny and all these other things that play into how we perceive ourselves, and we just don't like those parts. And it's like, well, but our democracy's barely, around 60 years old?
In terms of?
That it really started in 68, or the passing of the Civil Rights Act.
About?
That's a very young democracy.
Very young.
It's not 300 years old. To say that our democracy is 300 years old is dismissive.
Oh, very much so.
It is certainly saying from a white perspective, a white male perspective, it is been a democracy for 300 years. Therefore, that's going to influence everything we look at, and everything we see, rather than, well, we only figured this out in the 60s when we were all smoking weed and dropping acid and, you know, doing that shit. We only figured this out in having how to have a true democracy. Well, they're still fighting it. They're still trying to, because democracy is hard. You have to concede. You're not always going to win. Other people are going to have better ideas, and you can't be right 100% of the time. And I think the way that money and politics and all, it's very new. There's a lot of levels. It's hard to say. I mean, part of me thinks the only way to fix the system is for self-destruct.
Oh, totally. I've said the same thing. We've got to nuke this thing.
But then my brain, knowing what I know and my experience and my life experience, and on all levels, tells me, yeah, we'll recreate the exact same fucking thing. You know, and it might not be black folks next time. Maybe it's Chinese, or maybe it's Indian, or maybe it's, you know, who knows?
Whatever the change.
It's still going to create. We're still going to have this problem of this concept that
it'll never be a perfect system.
Hierarchy, and there isn't.
Right.
That's an illusion.
Right. Well, there'll never be a perfect system. But I think in order for us to get to the finish line as close as together as possible, is for those in the lead to admit that they were given a tremendous head start. Yeah. And that, and yeah, you can flip it, because this is a human problem, not necessarily a skin tone problem. You found some of those inequities in Africa before the slave trade started. Mm-hmm. It's not unique to just America. It's just that this is where the fuck it is we are. So since we're here, but again, my big thing is getting those, like again, like and people like that. That person can hear exactly what it is that you just said and dismiss all of it, because that person isn't a racist. I worked hard for what I've got. It's in the past. So it's just, we will never see the end result of these conversations. And it's like, if we had kids, or at least I don't have any that I can claim on tax day, our kids won't see. I don't have enough trust in this country to say that we will see the end. So again, if you can hear dogs fighting in the background, because there are dogs fighting in the background. And by dogs, I mean one 80-pound puppy of a Rottweiler. This is not a dog. This is a horse. And then another dog that looks just like my old Labrador Retriever. I've spent 6 days here trying not to cry, because he looks just like G. Yeah, just she was a little bit smaller. Oh yeah. But like I was saying, back on topic, quick outsider's opinion. Dr. Dre, say it really loud and be honest. On a scale of 1 to fuck, where would you put America in terms of our ability to, I don't know, evolve, hear someone else's problems? Like a dude listening to a woman say, this is what it's like being a woman in America. This is what it's like being a woman in the workplace. A white person listening to a black person saying, we've made strides, but it still kind of sucked. For opposite ends to act, not hear, but to listen. Where would you put us? We're double fucked. Apparently we're double fucked.
Well, history tells us that the only thing that gets us to do anything differently is the threat of death.
That is the only reason why any animal species evolves, is because some threat occurs. Yeah. And it's unfortunate that the climate change threat isn't big enough yet. Not enough people have died, right? Not enough people are suffering. there's going to be a critical mass point.
I think we're already there.
And unfortunately, it's when rich white people can't get the food they want. That's when it's all of a sudden going to change.
I'll give you that.
Because he who has the gold makes the rules.
Right.
And they're making the rules, and they're making the rules to benefit them and to get the last little squeeze of money out of the system before it has to radically change in order to survive. We want to run at the wall as fast as we can to where it almost kills us. Not quite kills us, but almost kills us.
Kills us?
Yeah.
Or the people here when... What do you mean, kill us?
Well, as a species, as humans, we don't do things smartly. We do things out of reaction.
I'll give you that.
You know, the great, you know, some of the greater achievements of humans are going to the moon, right? Learning how to fly, you know, curing these, but it was all that we waited till the last possible fucking second, but before we were like, oh no, we should totally get on that, like it's like my house is 98% burnt to the ground. Let's think about throwing some water on this,
right?
And that is the Achilles heel, if you will, the Homeric flaw of humans.
We are fucked.
We can't seem to make decisions in our best interests for the long term until it's either that or fucking die. But unfortunately, I think that the tragedy and the potential destructive aspect of that is that it's no longer about survivability that we are reacting to. It's comfort.
Not your own personal comfort.
Yeah,
not that person's comfort.
That we're reacting to.
Yeah.
It's not survivability of the species. It's I'm still comfortable, therefore I'm okay.
Okay.
I still have the clothes in the car and the house that I want. I still can post on Instagram, and I can still live my life.
But that's one of my main questions. It just seems like there's so much space for us all to be comfortable.
Yeah.
In that
everything's made to make us comfortable.
Okay, so I mean, I'm trying to think of an analogy. If you got 5 people on a football field, it's like, okay, we need to put 20 more people on this field. That's 120 yards, from end to end. That's 52 yards across. You could still put those 30 people on that field and be totally comfortable. But it's getting, I guess, that small group of people to realize there's enough space for us all to be comfortable. And I don't know if maybe this is the hopeful thinking side of me, the black person in me.
That would require people to realize that your comfort level, whether it's I got 4 walls, a roof, and a pot to shit in, and enough food to survive, that might be comfortable for somebody. Or I need 5 cars, 3 houses, right? But I think what people as a society need to come to terms with is whatever level of success that you have is not a reward for being a good person. It's just dumb fuck luck that you've gotten that successful and that comfortable. And so that's the biggest, in my mind, obstacle between us being able to create where everybody has what they need, everybody's within reasonably comfortable. The top, therefore, is not going to be as comfortable as they'd like to be, but the bottom is going to be moderately comfortable.
That's my problem. And I'm not going to say it. The Snowbird family. The Snowbird family, again, they would hear exactly what you just said and wipe their ass with it.
That's fine. Because it doesn't mean I'm not right.
I know. So the Snowbirds have 97. And if you were to tell them, look, if you just downgrade from a 97 to an 85, you still got a lot. But that little bit extra that we, quote unquote, took away from you, you can give it to someone else. And
they don't see that other person as worthy because they feel those type of people, in my experience, generally, not everyone for Christ's sake, but generally think that their success is a result of them just being outstanding, and therefore you don't deserve it. And it's this Judeo-Christian concept of punishment and reward for behavior or faith or whatever. And that is just total fuck bullshit.
And that's what gets me every fucking time. And that's why I've always said there's a difference between clocking long hours and actually working hard. I have zero doubt that the snowbirds clocked a lot of hours, but they didn't work hard. Because again, when the original snowbird went into the bank to get the loan to start their business, there was no competition.
Yeah.
My grandparents, my great-grandparents.
And nor was there
there were no women, there were no black people, there were no Asians, no Mexicans competing.
And there wasn't very clear-cut rules and regulations on who you can loan money to. It was oh, we're buddies.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
That was the application.
No,
I know Bob.
Oh yeah.
Bob is fine. He's good for his word.
My dad. So again, besides this guy, I can honestly tell you, there's about maybe 2.3 people on an incredibly short list that I'm actually proud of. The first one is my dad. My dad started out with what he will tell you, less than zero. Let's just say he's very comfortable. My dad started playing golf for one reason and one reason only. Business deals are made on country club golf courses. So my dad was like, you are not going to shut me out. You're not going to listen to me on my turf, so I'm going to find a way to get on yours. That's how my dad got what he got. I'm trying to remember where the fuck I was going with that. Probably the fucking snowbirds. But they did not work hard. They just didn't. My mom, my grandparents, they raised the Tebow kids. The Tebows did not work hard. They simply owned the land that made them a rich family in Louisiana. My mom worked that land. My dad has the worst story on the fucking planet. My dad made other people rich. Again, it's the people that you don't see. It's the effort that you never recognize. There's your hard work. These fuckers may have clocked long hours. These are the people that worked hard. Exactly. I guess, but how do you get people like the snowbirds to see?
I challenge the premise of the argument, which is what makes working hard an admirable thing. I think that
it's what we're taught. Work hard and good things. That's that's capitalism.
Right, but I don't necessarily think that that's true. I think there's a way that we all could enjoy our life better and have more time with our families and friends and vacation and still be productive and still get the job done and still, make the money we need because we locked up the food and you have to have money to have food. And I know that there's a better way to do it because there are other countries doing it.
Right.
A lot of countries, you have 8 weeks paid vacation a year.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you have 30-hour work weeks instead of 40. You get 3-day weekends. You get.
That would be America admitting that we're not number one or we're not the best. That someone else has got a better system.
Well, we stole all of our systems from them to begin with.
Yeah, I remember reading a very short article, and dude was a garbage collector. Here, garbage collectors, janitors, they're your underlings. He was making like $85,000 a year. And it's like, I work in the mornings, there's no stress, and I get to pick my kids up from school. Like, when we get to have.
That was pretty great. All right, so, yes, this obligatory, compulsory, America is the best country ever at all times. I have to say that. Thanks for bearing with me, gang. I actually totally did not have my alarm go off and forgot I had a fucking meeting. So I am the best ever. But no, I was talking about my teaching assignment for next semester. Actually going to be pretty interesting. So I'm going to be teaching at community college. Normandale Community College, I believe it's called, in Minnesota. As part of my training research educators in Minnesota program. It's like kind of like the University of Minnesota partnering us up with some community colleges to make sure that we're getting some, equity going by sort of doing some of our teaching training at community colleges, since most of us have rather privileged academic backgrounds. So I just found out the class is like it's an intro biology class for non-majors. Always into that. That was actually my first teaching assignment at Michigan State. I like teaching non-majors. I like teaching intro bio specifically for non-majors. So I'm all about that. But this class is also going to be asynchronous. So the students, it's like no like meet time. It's not really, it doesn't sound like it's going to be too difficult or anything like that for me. I'm more thinking about, how I could be helpful to students in this particular situation. The professor I'll be working with, she seems pretty cool. But it's just going to be interesting because I think perhaps some of the classes that I might be doing online, say with Derek, some of the stuff that I've seen different academics do that you guys know, like the YouTubers that you guys know that sometimes do classes like Dr. Carrier and stuff, a lot of times those classes are asynchronous. So I'm hoping that I can, figure out some tips and tricks as to how to extend a lot of the things that are important to me pedagogically to this asynchronous online mode of education, as opposed to what I do now, which is synchronous online education. Everybody link up and gather. And it's kind of fun because teaching and gather is like really a privilege for synchronous online education because it's just so much better than Zoom. But asynchronously, I think the classes are going to be using Microsoft Teams. So it's just interesting. She offered me the option to switch to like a synchronous online class, but I'm like, nah, let me ride out this asynchronous thing because I need to get more experience with that. I think hopefully more universities will probably offer asynchronous options in the future, especially for this type of thing. General education classes for non-majors, they should have been doing that online asynchronously. Nobody gives a shit about their gen ed. They're like general education science nonsense. Whose name is that can't pop up? Is that Streamlabs' name that's all wonky in the stream avatars? All right. Cool. That was all right. Let me pop y'all up over here real quick. All right. So she's gonna give me a little lab kit. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, gang. Gonna be interesting. All right. Also, let me look up that little village my students was talking about today. Yep, here they go. Episode 1 of Planet Community. Interesting. Let's check this out, y'all. Ooh, am I in Pixel? I'm in all types of shit. I've been all over the place today. All right, well, let's just do Pixel. Who cares? Corner, dual maybe. this is the one.
Dancing Rabbit is a living experiment for people to uncover how to live more sustainably.
All right, this Dancing Rabbit Eco Village. They're you know, supposed to be an example of evolutionary
And we're doing so
thinking at work.
cooperatively because cooperation is the secret ingredient to sustainability. We're creating networks of gardens and people who build and grow our own food for us. We've created a whole network of people who are building buildings in a more sustainable way. We have people who are reclaiming natural resources and trying to create new things with them so that we don't need to make choices of buying or participating in systems that add to the exploitation and oppression in the wider culture.
So at Dancing Rabbit, we don't just want to live this way, we want to know that we're having an impact. So we've done an audit of our impact on the planet, and we found that we consume about 1/10 of the resources of the average American, and that's as far as reduction of use of fossil fuel, of water, of transportation and vehicles, solid waste, we're producing much less trash than the average American. All these different ways that we're really making a huge difference. And so if other people can sort of use some of these systems that we've implemented, they can do the same thing.
I remember when I came to Dancing Rabbit for my visitor program, I was potty training my son Lennox, so he actually learned to use the bathroom here at Dancing Rabbit with the humanure system. And when we went back to home then, he was mortified of why would I go to the bathroom in the water? Fishes live in there. And it was really neat to see that, yeah, my 3-year-old totally understood this concept that is sometimes too radical for my parents to even wrap their heads around.
So Dancing Rabbit is really well known for the things that it does in terms of outer sustainability, but that's not the only type of sustainability. In fact, we need 2 other kinds of sustainability in order to really create communities that are sustainable. And that's the interpersonal type of sustainability, and that piece comes through with communication and conflict resolution, how we work with other beings. And then there's inner sustainability, and that's the skills that we need to not burn out. What do we need to do to replenish ourselves and make sure that we have the resources to bring to the task at hand?
One of the unintended benefits of moving here with my family has been the opportunity to raise my boys in a community that embraces diversity. And they have been able to learn from many different people, many different perspectives. And the nonviolent communication has really has worked its way into the fabric of our family communication and has benefited them in ways that I certainly didn't anticipate. For me, a key element of sustainability has to do with social justice, or I should say social injustice. I have had the opportunity here at Dancing Rabbit to confront my own unearned privilege. As a white male, I'm kind of embarrassed to acknowledge that there were a lot of ways in which I've simply been blind to the benefits that I've had as a white male in our culture.
Sustainability is also about the way people are able to relate to each other. And in the wider culture, unfortunately, there's a lot of oppression and marginalization that happens. But here at Dancing Rabbit, we really are a safe space for people who have experienced that, and where they can come and dive into sustainability and the things that we have in common while being honored for their individuality. I have a lot of friends who come here and experience the joy of not being judged.
Like others at Dancing Rabbit, I share my kitchen. Not everybody eats in their own individual space. And that sharing is, I think, pretty essential to the social fabric that we have here. It's not only do I get to develop much deeper and closer relationships with a lot of people who are not part of my nuclear family, my kids get to interact with other adults who have different life experiences than I do. And I get to cook once in a while instead of having to cook every single day. And that frees up so much time to just hang out playing with the kids, or go run around and throw a frisbee, or I don't know, just there are so many other activities that I can now participate in with other people that I wouldn't have been able to otherwise.
So at Dancing Rabbit, economically, we're kind of on our own. We've set up systems to cooperate with each other and share resources, and I think that's a big part of our economy. But as far as how we make money, it's up to the individual to figure that out. We don't have a cottage industry here like some intentional communities have. And so each of us has to figure out a way to make money, and that can be a struggle, definitely.
But we do have a number of ways that people can come in and plug in. We've got the Milkweed Mercantile, which is a worker-owned cooperative here. We also have the nonprofit, the Center for Sustainable and Cooperative Culture. And the nonprofit provides education, workshops for folks, tours, and different things. And it also runs the outreach programs for Dancing Rabbit. So at Dancing Rabbit, we're invited to each share our piece of the truth. And when we really claim our own agency and stop giving our power away to outside authorities, then we can start to co-create a governance that doesn't feel like the sort of policing or power over model where I just have to follow rules. We start to realize, oh, I've shared my information and the group is taking that information, using it to make a decision, and we're all agreeing to live by it because we know that that's the best thing for the whole.
I love that at Dancing Rabbit, even though we're seemingly isolated in Northeast Missouri, the middle of the country, we're actually really connected to other communities in a lot of ways. There's communities locally, we call ourselves the tri-communities, and we share meals weekly, have events collaboratively. We also work with other communities in the country beyond Northeast Missouri.
The Fellowship for Intentional Communities is also reminding us that we, as eco-villages and communities, are part of a larger movement. We're part of a whole movement of people that understand that we're moving right now from a time of intense separation back into cooperation, back into collaboration. Dancing Rabbit is not the only community that's doing it. And the Fellowship for Intentional Communities reminds us who our team is, who's on our team as we're coming back together and starting to play the game of cooperation and sustainable living in different ways all over the planet.
Oh man, that's fucking fantastic. We gotta be thinking about this shit, y'all. It's the motherfucking game plan, man. And, you know, I don't know. Right now, my job is to give us a virtual a virtual, sustainable, fucking intentional community. All right, I gotta get my ass back to the motherfucking ranch. God damn it, sex robot, not now. It's not a good time. Not time for that, sex robot. Sex robot's just fucking horny all the time. Please refrain from spamming caps. All right. Oh, yeah. All right. We rebuilt MABE. All right. Oh, I went up. I did it again. I always do that. All right. All right. All right. Boom. Do it again. Do it again. Shape report. Yay. There it is. Looking good. It's really neat, actually, with the updates. That's why Cliff said I was going to like it. All right. Good boy, Sam. Yeah, it's just giving us that every single time. That's a nice report, actually. All right. So let's go ahead. So now we just want to rerun our conditions. We got our MQ conditions up in this bitch. All right. So we're just gonna. All right. Let's get our timer going. Let's start another. Oh nope. Went back to the university. Let's start another Pomodoro session. Being a good boy today. Oh, didn't I put timers in this bitch? I did. I felt bad. I dipped on YouTube Punk when I was having my meeting. All right, but I'm back. Pomodoro timer's going. All right, now let's get up in here. My goodness. Oh my. Ugh. All right. All right, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do Python 3. Python 3, upper directory tools, mq.py. All right, now we've got our conditions. It will result in 800 jobs because we did 100 in each of these conditions. Perfect, good to go. Settings and all that will be the same. All right, so now we just run that again, except we do deploy. I'm getting there. I feel like I'm slow on everything, to be honest with you, Paul, but appreciate that, man. All right, let's. I need to get better at typing in general, especially because this fucks up so much. I also want to get rid of it, but it's a whole nother story. All right, now it's time to, let's see. We're good with this, and I need to wait till those are all done to get the graphs. All right, so let's get out of here. So we're going to leave that alone. We're going to close this for now. Close that for now. Let's go back into what am I gonna do? Yeah, let's go back into our coding for a little bit. Kept that on a fader. Oh, damn it. Yeah, let's just get out of this. Nope, not high enough. Still not high enough. There we go. All right, now let's go into, we was getting rusty with it. Oh, all right, y'all. You know what? Fuck it. Let's get right. I was really pissed off. I was not fucking with my. I remember I was having issues yesterday, y'all, when I was trying to share that book with y'all. So let's go to YouTube. Let's do a stream mirroring pro. Let's get a tutorial. Oh, I totally went to the wrong account. I need to fix that too, by the way. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. Why did you just ruin my life? That was awful. Awful. Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? Yeah, I know what it does. Oh Lord. I think maybe I needed to do like a setting or something. I know it's in this one, but I don't really want to watch a 9-minute video.
Options enabled. So wherever it says Android devices can be.
Nope. All right, let me see if it's a developer mode thing. Let me just try this real fast on my tablet. See if I gotta put this bitch in developer mode. I don't even remember how to put this damn thing in developer mode. Hang on. Because what happens right now is when I go to share my screen from my tablet, it just fucking like goes out. Like it stops. It just stops and then stops and then stops and then stops. It is awful. Developer options. Says it's on. USB debugging. Is there wireless debugging? Use debugging. Let's see. That's just driving me crazy. Alright. Let me also try. What screen am I connecting it with? It's the other screen. I don't know. Don't know, gang. Oh, you know what I think I would do, actually? I might not even need to. I could probably... Let me see. I might have like my Kindle account. Let me see. Yeah. Honestly, that is way better. I don't know. It's like the other deal was like I could read it over here while I was streaming and you guys see this, but this allows me to keep the stream up here. And then when I need to reference the book, like I'll just pull it up on screen and then I can just code. Because that was actually pissing me off. It was like really irritating me. All right, this is better. Let's get y'all caught up to where I was. I'm not working way down here. We're gonna start way earlier. We're in like, oh, what happened? I might have you open at 2 places. Let me check. No, I don't have it open here. Stay open. Don't be a loser. Don't be like that loser. Screen capture app, whatever the hell that is. Because I don't need that shit for my games. All right, let's get to the example where we want to start. Please try to open this book again from the library again. What is going on with this, Kindle? All right, let's get a Kindle app. I'm sure there's like a Kindle app. Give me the damn Kindle app. Give me what? Give me the app. Where's the app? I better win this goddamn battle royal. I need to take my frustrations out on someone. Paul, get out of my way. Die, fucker, die. Yes, that felt great, actually. Now take out Carrie Ann. And whoever that little thing is that fucking Streamlabs? With your fucked up ass thing ruining my goddamn screen with your fucked up ass text? Beat his ass. Beat his ass. Whoop ass right now. What are we doing? No. Get your ass over here. Get your ass over here. Whoop his ass. That's right. I'm the king of this shit right here. Yeah, me. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was great. It was a fantastic idea. Boom. Isn't there like isn't there a win command? You make a damn win command. All right. Email address. Come on, period. Wasn't on my period, guys. Also, I don't think this is the right password, by the way. Don't think that's the right password. Oh, come on. Now you got me doubting if that was the right password. Amazon. What? I don't know. Oh, come on. What is this challenge thing? All right, here's the boom, password. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that's the right password. All right, maybe that's the right password. Come on, Amazon, you're making my life difficult. Why would you make me sign in again? What is my Amazon password? Pain in my ass. Alright. Let's sign out. Continue. Show me the password. Tired of changing them. Oh my lord. Dude, so then how's that not the right? Alright, let's try this. What? Alright, hang on. Where is the thing they're telling me to sign in? English, Kindle setup, retry. What the hell is happening? Alright, hang on a sec, gang. I gotta get this Kindle app set up. It's being a little bitch right now. Alright. Let's, click this. I'm thinking like, Alright, let's try this again. I got the password. But to be honest with you, there's 2 of them saved in there. See if that's it. Nope. Alright, it's gotta be this one. Boom. Magic money. There it is. Boom. There's my library. Here comes the gang. What's up with the gang? Alright, now look at all these great books I got in my damn library. I know you're jealous. I know my ebook library is on fleek. I mean, let's just be real about this. Let's just be serious. Highlights and notes. Notebook. Flashcards. Export. Alright, show me. Highlights and notes. Highlight key passages from the book. You can also add notes to individual highlights. Alright, how? Notebook. Review all your highlights, notes, images, and bookmarks in one place. Flashcards. Create flashcards from your study notes or x-ray terms to help master important concepts. Export your notes and highlights to share with others or your favorite text editor. To continue working on a project or assignment, you can also add summary notes to review later. Okay, cool. I might use some of those at some point. Alright, now let's get around this bitch. Finally, there we go. Let's go up in the 50s. We're not looking at switch statements right now. Where's fully featured classes? Oh, I have it one from before. Okay, hide that. Oh yeah, that's nice and readable. I am a little bit covering that, but look, I can get rid of the double. Just go to single corner. Come on, transition. I pressed the button a while ago. Man, that's taking way too long. Can't wait to get rid of this machine. All right, now let's all right, I think we're at like 219 or something. Nope. Go in here. I want to select the page. There you go. Let's go to page 55. Boom. Fully featured C++ classes. All right. All right. POD classes. All right, here we go. We're going to be talking about classes because we're jumping straight into programming. And when we're working with programming, especially, let's just talk about MABE in particular, we're going to be working with classes. Classes are also very important, essentially, in programming language, whether or not they're explicitly recalled that. When it talks about plain old data classes, just here's an example of one. So we're only going to touch this briefly, but trust me, even if you're a non-programmer, this will make sense to you. Classes are user-defined types that contain data and functions, and they're the heart and soul of C++. The simplest kind of classes are plain old data classes, PODs. PODs are simple containers. Think of them as a sort of heterogeneous array of elements of potentially different types. Each element of a class is called a member. Every POD begins with the keyword struct, followed by the POD's desired name. Next, you list the members' types and names. Consider the following book, class declaration with 4 members. There's a struct, it's called book. It has 4 members. One is made up of characters. It's the name. It's like 256. That's the width, I guess, or the length is probably what they refer to it as. There's an integer, that's the year, an integer, the number of pages, and a Boolean as to whether or not it's a hardcover. A single book contains a character array called name, an integer called year, an integer called pages, and a Boolean hardcover. You declare POD variables just like any other variable by type and name. You can then access members of the variable using the dot operator. So listing 216 uses the book type. So you create this struct called book. This is the entire program. You do this bang include, that includes the standard IO so that you can use this printf function. You do a struct of a book, you do the thing we just talked about, name, int for year and pages, and a Boolean for hardcover. Then you write your program, right? Your main function. Remember, we saw this in Rust yesterday. We see this in C++. We see this all over the place. We'll see this in Python. Every program has a main function. There's a book, you call it Narrowmancer, you assign narrowmancer.pages to be 271, and then you run a print statement. Narrowmancer has, this is a formatter, it's just this character decimals, oh my goodness, format specifier for a number. In this case, the integer for pages. So you just leave that there, and then it knows it's going to follow that up with neuromancer.pages. If you had more than one, you just you put commas between them. But basically, it's a simple program using this book, and that's showing us how to create and use a plain old data class. Now, notice that these are all I think maybe attributes, we'd say, like there's no functions. So they're different. They're all simply just data. Like that's why they call it a plain old data class. You can put multiple types of data in it, but it's all just data. Whereas most classes you're going to want to be more complex, where it has data and methods in it. So Now we're going to be talking about fully featured C++ classes. Plain old data classes contain only data members, and sometimes that's all you want from a class. However, designing a program using only plain old data classes using only PODs can create a lot of complexity. You can fight such complexity with encapsulation, a design pattern that binds data with the functions that manipulate it. Placing related functions and data together helps to simplify code in at least two ways. First, you can put related code in one place, which helps you to reason about your program. You can understand how a code segment works because it describes in one place both program state and how your code modifies that state. Second, you can hide some of a class's code and data from the rest of your program using a practice called information hiding. All right, so we're going to talk about that because, like I said, it's so fundamental. It'll also get you guys and myself rewrapped around sort of what we're doing with each of our different programming languages in our 3 different IDEs. You know, the J. Bundy torture method of program development. And then, but yeah, it'll be fun. We'll get up and going, and then we'll pick it up tomorrow. And maybe I'll do what I'll call like Evolution Revolution Part 2. Tomorrow's Thursday, and I think the only meeting I have is the meeting with Rodrigo. Oh my goodness, y'all. Too many meetings. There's my timer. Yeah, I'll take a 5-minute break because I'm going to keep going. I think I'm going to go maybe till like 8 or so. Because I want to fire up some code. And tonight I will be pinocchling it up, y'alls. Pinocchling it up, y'alls. All right, break time. What are we gonna do? The same thing we do every day. Why isn't James Apperson live? God damn it! Y'all wanna? Our friend Richard Madsen's got 450 subscribers. Man, Richard Madsen's out here crushing my numbers, y'all.
Like, what the actual fuck? And I understand why Christians hear stuff like that and go, evolution, like, that's a belief, that's a faith. I get it's hard to accept that, you know, dolphins and whales once ran around on land eating other animals, and then
that they were,
now they are what they are.
Were something, they looked kind of something between a jackal and a wolf, sort of.
Yeah, with a bit of a pig mixed in, maybe.
Maybe a little bit of pig trait in appearance. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah. The Pakistani whale. That's what Pakicetus means. So there you go.
Is this not live?
And repurposed.
This is live, right?
And then
oh, you were hanging out over
about
here.
Each of the
is that where you were, carrying two-timing?
Every winged fowl of each modification, and Angel saw that as good. I mean,
the sex bot one,
God, man.
Oh no.
So.
Oh no. No.
Carry on.
No.
And
Sex
what did the angels
bot
say
can't
about
win.
Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters of the sea, and let the fowl multiply in this earth.
Somebody needs to complain to the league commissioner.
The evening and the morning were the fifth chronicled. There you go.
Nobody tell me I'm the league
reality?
commissioner.
Was that the next step?
Fake news.
So,
is this way it was before we got here, or not?
So, I think I know the answer to this question, but does it put evening and morning, and that was the fifth time chronicled, does it put them in that order, evening and morning?
I didn't change the order of anything.
So why did we? I know, like, you could say because that's how we want to do it, but
are you surprised that superstitious people told you things not true? Is that what's going on here?
I mean, it makes sense because you get to the evening before you get to the next morning.
It's talking about the ending of a period. The evening and the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be in that.
But it's just,
you really shouldn't say day. You really should not say day when it's literally night.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's such a dishonest thing. Like, and the morning and the evening was the first day. It's like, why change the text?
Because fucking white people. I don't know, Sammy. They
the man.
You know, they changed it for well, there was many reasons it got changed. Some were political, some were because they had their own agenda of what they wanted people to follow. They were just trying to control the masses, is what I believe. I think they changed it to whatever they wanted it to say because they, you know, it makes sense to them. That's how they want people to perceive them. They're the ruler. They're the leader. They're the priest. What the fuck ever.
Now, none of us have any doubt that for political agenda, spiritual stories, even those not written down, and for much longer than we've been writing stuff, have been used to control the masses. Nobody denies that.
No, you can't. It's just the bottom fucking... It's the truth. It's just the truth.
And the further you get from the beginnings of a thing, the more you're allowed to change it without people noticing, as long as your changes are rather gradual or deeply approved by all the smart folks. You can change it. Okay? And they did. They did.
I think that's the end of my timer.
Yeah. And they're still doing it like the JWs with their...
All right, cool. So let's keep it real simple, right? Methods or member functions. This is, guys, this is really important. I'm going to show you in a second, right? This is literally how MABE is set up, right? All right, let's grab a quick example, right? We just did, for instance, in MABE, we were just talking about our tournament optimizer notice. It's just a .cpp file, right? It's just a piece of C++ code, right? And here is our tournament optimizer. It's right. It's a function. They're classes. The tournament optimizer itself is a class, and it's got attributes and it's got functions. Like one of its functions is the select parent function. So we're gonna look at a very, very like stripped down version of what a structure like that looks like. And then when we start doing stuff in MABE, it'll be a lot easier to understand what's going on. All right. Anyway, but we're also going to work on my coding. So consider, all right, so we're going to be working with this example, right? So get used to this example. We're going to be talking about this. You'll see this coded up in a lot of examples. I'll recode most of the examples here in front of you, but not all of them. Consider an example, clock of the long now. Let's remember this, clock of the long now. That's going to be our example that keeps track of the year. This is how I learned this. I actually code all these examples that we see. That keeps track of the year. You define an integer for year. That's a member, and an add year method that increments it, right? So in this, you have a plain old data class. It's a structure. It's called struct. It's called clock of the long now, right? There's the beginning and end of it. It's got an add year function that takes the year and increments it. It also has an integer called year, right? So that's it. They've literally just listed out a structure. Okay, we call it struct. We start with any, they list functions first. So it's gonna have a function called add year. Here's that function. You just increment the year. And it's also gonna have a member called year. That's an integer. So now we're going to move on. The add year method declaration looks like any other function that takes no parameters and returns no value. Within the method, you increment the member year. Listing 219 shows you how you can use the class to keep track of a year. So structure clock of the long now, you make a main function, you make a clock of the long now called clock, set the year, clock.year to 2017, add the year, print the new year, add another year, print another year, okay? Simple. I've already coded these up, so I'm not going to recode them, but I will show you guys. So hang on a sec, you'll see in a sec. Once we get to the keyword. You declare clock of the long now instance clock, then you set the year of the clock to 2017. Next, you call the add year method on clock, then print the value of the clock year. You complete the program by incrementing and printing once more. All right. Now we're going to talk about access controls. Access controls restrict class member access. Public and private are the two major access controls. Anyone can access a public member, but only a class can access its private members. All struct members are public by default. Private members play an important role in encapsulation. Consider again the clock of the long now. All right. Class, as it stands, the year method can be accessed from anywhere for both reading and writing. Suppose you want to protect against the value of the year being less than 2019. You can accomplish this in two steps. You can make year private, and you require anyone using the class, that's consumers, to interact with year only through the struct's methods. So here's this approach. This is kind of interesting, so let's pay attention to this. So we initiate our clock of the long now. We have that add year function, which increments the year. But now we have a Boolean called set year, which takes an integer called new year. If the new year is less than 2019, it returns false, which basically won't do anything. Otherwise, if the year is not less than 2019, the year will become the new year and it will return true. And then you have an integer called get year, which is another function, right? Rather than giving you directly just an integer called year, it gives you a function called get year that returns an integer, and then you just have it return the year. This is actually going to be really important. We're going to see this a lot in programming. And this is a really cool crash course as to how all this works. And then we have this keyword private, which is actually going to then allow us to set private. So these are all public, and then anything you would put under this private keyword would then be private. We'll talk about what that means in a minute. Don't worry about it for now. Here, they do, I guess, an example. They use the integer year. So what does this mean? This means that you can't just change the year of an instance of clock of the long now using directly integer year from your main function because it's set to private. What you have to actually do is instead you have to run the function set year, which then has this filter on it which checks to make sure you're not trying to set it to something below 2019. Otherwise, it doesn't let you set the year. And then if you want to know what year it is, you have to actually use get year. And so this is a common thing. You have private members, and then you have public methods that allow you to access those members. And that's what they mean by saying the class has access to the members. So this class has access to what year is, but the user in the main function won't. All right, anyway, we'll see that again in a second. All right, you've added two methods of clock of the long now. They're called setter and getter. These are important. We're going to be talking about this in other languages, right? Because now once you've got this figured out, oh, I see what a setter and a getter is, right? Set year is an example of a set year. A setter. Get year is an example of a getter. this is the thing we want to make sure we know how to do in Python and Rust. Rather than allowing a user of Clock of the Long Now to modify year directly, you set the year with set year. This addition of input validation ensures that new year will never be less than 2019. If it is, the code returns false and leaves year unmodified. Otherwise, year is updated and returns true. To obtain the value of year, the user calls get year. We saw this already in one of our MABE fixes where we establish preferences and food scores for food types, but sometimes we don't always have all 4 food types, right? And our code was failing when it was looking for a food score that wasn't there. And so we have to, when we're making our food scores, we have to first check, right? We have to do that input validation, make sure the field actually exists before you then actually set this value. So this is kind of an example. But this is an example where we have direct access, right? We're actually directly manipulating the variable rather than using a function because the function's already built in. The function is built into MABE. All right, so let's go back here. All right. So that's where we're going to actually code up this example now, is where we get into this class keyword. Otherwise, year is updated and returns true. The obtain the value of year the user calls get year, right? You've used the access control label private to prohibit consumers from accessing year. Now users can access year only from within Clock of the Long Now. All right, the class keyword. You can replace the struct keyword with the class keyword, which declares members private by default. Aside from default access control, classes declared with the struct and class keywords are the same. For example, you could declare Clock of the Long Now in the following way. And so this is the example we'll code up. Class, Clock of the Long Now, integer year, public, void, add year, Boolean set year, integer get year. All right, which way you declare class is a matter of style. There's absolutely no difference between struct and class aside from the default access control. I prefer using struct keywords because I like having the public members listed first. But you'll see all kinds of conventions out in the wild. Cultivate a style and stick to it. I don't know. I don't think we use either keyword in this. Yeah, so I'm gonna stick with class for my examples. Nope, we do use class. All right, so I'm going to use class. Right, so what happens is we use class. All right, so here's our header, which is where it actually is declared in here. And so we use the class, and then since class normally makes everything private, we have to actually then use these public keywords to declare this method public, and then all of these public variables that we want. So to be honest, if we use struct, we wouldn't have to do this, but I think what happens is you want to actually do what we're doing for the most part, which is use class and then declare things public. It's a little bit of explicit over implicit. People like to just work with classes. Struct is kind of a old school C++ keyword. Class is more with it, and then you just declare your public members right up front. No big deal, but yeah, that's I just want you guys to see why I was pretty sure we're going to stick with class. All right, so I want to go ahead and get into one of these examples. Initializing members. Having encapsulated year, you must now use methods to interact with Clock of the Long Now. Listing 221 shows you how you can stitch these methods together into a program that attempts to set the year to 2018. This fails, and the program then sets the year to 2019, increments the year, and prints its final value. Okay. All right, I want to do this, and I think I probably have this done already. Let me check. All right, first off, this is just our batches finishing up on the HBCC. We can go ahead and close this now. Let's go ahead and get our programming set up here. Let's remove this from the workspace. Let's open a folder. Go up, go up, go up, go up. The thing we want over in here is going to be Python. Okay. And there you see example 221 in Python. So here's how I did this in Python. It was a little bit different. I did a main function. I defined clock. I'll show you. Oh, here I did it with imports and everything. Ooh, I imported syspath, insert, crash. Oh, modules from clock long, import, clock long, as clock long. Ooh. Okay, interesting. So I'm going to need modules for this. And I don't think I brought in my modules from the other computer. And that's actually going to be key. Okay, cool. We want to do that. That's what we're here to do. Let's get busy. Let me make sure my timer's running. I did not set it. All right, cool. No worries. I'll just take 25 from here. Give me... I'll put something up for you guys because I got to futz around on my other computer and grab my Python modules and transfer them over from the other machine. So we'll go with whatever the heck I was. We were rocking with Richard Manson.
The Earth, and
here.
then it says it's done, which means
Right.
that's not one day. That's the part that always got me about it.
But if we're still here and still replicating, still birthing infants, then we're obvious it's not done. It's obviously not done.
Must not be.
Because the population is growing.
There it is, modules.
In fact,
I
we
got
just
them.
went over 8 billion. If that's news to you, go ahead and have a glass of wine. Yay!
Yeah, we just hit 8 billion on the Earth. Yes, we did.
Yep.
A couple days ago.
That's not even something to celebrate, to be honest with you.
That's essentially days.
So now
in the-
we're way
in the
beyond
lungs.
it now because there's already been another 5,000 babies born in the last couple days. So
More than that, but maybe that many
5
survive.
million, whatever.
Yeah, a bunch.
A lot,
bunch.
yeah.
More than you want to start counting. You know, when you like counting heads one at a time, you don't want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't want to do that. It's too dang fast. Spend your whole life counting. Okay.
I'll just Google it.
Right on.
Go ahead.
Of course, you're going to get so many hits right now for 8 billion, you might not find anything else.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
I found it. Let me drop this zip file
Well, let me just wrap this up because it doesn't go on much longer.
over here.
Okay, so to rest means to not work, and the 7th day means completion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's it has to be referring to the end of the planet, not the beginning of it. So that was a big synopsis of the
All right,
Bible right there that we just read.
I might need
All the
some
time,
others,
man on the
but
earth
I'll
and
come
everything,
back
all
if I
inclusive,
do.
the whole thing. That's the end of it. It's done. It's done.
All right, guys, don't forget, I don't have the link in the description, but head over to Richard Matson's if you want to help him celebrate 450 subscriber appreciation. I'm getting close myself. I'm at, I don't know. It says 372 right now. It kind of goes up and down. Let's see. Wait, why are you making my life difficult? Just go to YouTube. Their channel. 372. Boom. 28 subscribers away. We were at 370. I think we're losing subscribers. That's okay. That's okay. We don't need them. Bye. Sayonara. See you later. But let's get 28 new guys. Let's get some keepers. We'll get some fucking new keepers up in this bitch. And we'll be good to go. All right. What do I want to do? All right. So I brought over modules. Oh, my Discord's still acting like a moron. So since Discord wants to be a moron, we're gonna have to do this through our browser. Like some sort of simp that doesn't even have Discord on his desktop. Kind of weirdo, doesn't even have Discord. Doesn't feel very gamer at all. All right, now where do I want to put all this stuff? Oh, we're on WSL, so we've got to open it up because we don't have it's not mounted. Should actually figure out a way to mount my shit, and I should get my visualizers going. Y'all, we could trick this out and make it look fresh up in here. We can get that going in a second. Let me at least code up an example. Get my access control game going. All right, here we go. We're up in here now. Oh, there is a modules. Is this the right modules? Yeah, it is. It's already over here. All right, just need it to be in Crash. Boop, go like that. All right. There it goes. There we go. Much better. All right, now let's try to run this. Oh, remember we put our shortcut in? Let's see if our shortcut works. All right, let's see. Got an error. What did it say? No module name clock long. That's a problem. There it is. Clocklong.py. Where does it go for modules? Python crash. Oh, it's D. That's not the right. All right, here. That's not the right thing. All right, so let's fix that. Let's cd in the modules and print the working directory. That is actually the right location. Let's see if this fixes it. Add that to the path instead. Now let's rock and roll. Whoops, fixed it. Boom. All right, now. All right, so we've got that example going. We'll come back. That's our Python example. It's gone. That's good shit. I told you guys 221. It looks like I got all the way up to 26, but we'll start there for now. All right, let's get C-line up. Let's do the same thing. Let's try to open that. Let's see if we've got 221. No. 221. Initializing. Is it skipped in here? Yeah, access controls 220_1. I could have done something like that. And then there's constructors. Let me see which lesson this is. Looks like I got the name all screwed up. Interesting. All right, give me one of these for now. Yep, trust the project. I'm not worried about. All right, let's look at our source code, look at our main. Tip of the day. To have separator lines between functions shown in the editor, select the Show Method Separators checkbox in Settings, Preferences, Editor General Appearance. Oh, I kind of like these. I kind of like these. All right, let's see if we could do this. We got to learn how to use these different IDEs. Let me see how much I like this feature. Show me what Daddy's paying for. Settings. preferences, editor, general, appearance, show method separators. Apply. Okay. Escape in any window, tool window moves the focus to the editor. Shift escape moves the focus to the editor and hides the current or the last active tool window. And F12 moves the focus from the editor to the last focus tool window. Interesting. All right. Couple of tips, never hurt anybody. All right, and so now, what's in my main RS? All right, I got a create module, clock long, modules, main function, set year, add year, print line, clock get year. This is good. This is good. This looks fine. And then there's modules, clock long. Yep, I created my little modules folder. Got it going. All right. Now, why aren't these lined up? Like, there's no way that that shouldn't be there, right? Please tell me I'm not crazy. All right, let me run this bitch. What is it? Shift F10? I'm not fucking around. Just run it. Just run it. You're never gonna know. 2021. What did this one say when it was done? 2020? Oh, did I do them different years? Set it to 18 and set it to 2020. And then did add year. What did this one do? Oh, set it to clock. If not, clock set year 2018, clock set year 19. Then clock add year. Okay, I did a little fancy wrinkle there. Yeah, and then this one I did 2020 instead. Okay, let's change it, make sure it's fine. There it is. All right, so that's good to go. Really loving it. Looks beautiful. Happy to be rusting it. And I'm almost loving this color scheme. I was thinking about changing this color scheme, but it's kind of got a rusty vibe to it. Oh my goodness, I'm making evil programmer noises. I'm an awful human being. Somebody save me. Get me, somebody give me a normal life quickly. All right, we got C-Line going, we got VS Code going. All right, we need the dirty trifactor. Special kids do 3 things at once. That's just the smart way to do it. Definitely. All right, let's open a project or a solution, I think is what I want to do here. Where are you at? C++ crash on data? Data programming C++ crash. Yeah, I'm with that. Although, to be honest, you should almost be on WSL too. Not gonna lie. Yeah, because let's think through this actually really fast. All my MABE code is actually on WSL. So I either need to pull over and start running a MABE install on Windows, which I have, or I need to WSL Visual Studio. Let's see. Visual Studio WSL to can already build. All right, I'm with it. Let's try it out. Because if we get it, then it'll be what we want. Because we already like doing our Linux stuff on WSL. The other advantage is I think I'm, like my new system's going to come in, and it's not going to be Windows. It's going to be Mac, and I'm going to end up wanting to run everything on a Linux type shit anyway. At least then I'll have Unix. All right, so I'm just trying to think. Is there any other reason to not do this? No, like I really can't think of one, because I would actually just rather keep everything WSL. We've already done that. We've come this far. All right, let's do this. Because I might even go as far as to do the same thing with my Sea Lion. So I think right now my Sea Lion's running on Windows. But I don't need my Rust code. I'd rather just do all my coding in Linux anyway. Much rather, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. All right, let's go ahead and get this in. Let's get it in. WSL2 is the new recommended version, blah, 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 blah. It's a video thing, cool, don't need that, don't like them. C++ cross-platform support in Visual Studio Code assumes all source files originate in the Windows file system exactly. When targeting a WSL2 distro, Visual Studio will execute a local rsync command to copy files from the Windows file system to the WSL file system. The local rsync copy doesn't require any user intervention. It occurs automatically when Visual Studio detects you're using a WSL2 distro. To learn more about the differences, don't care. WSL2 toolset is supported by CMake presets integration in the Visual Studio. To learn more, nope. Install build tools. Install the build tools necessary to build and debug on WSL tool. You'll install a recent version of CMake using Visual Studio's CMake binary deployment in a later step. Yeah, I've already done that. Assuming your distro uses apps, use the following commands. Yeah, all right, cool, let's do it. Give me my Ubuntu. I'm gonna live on the edge because I don't need to worry about my other compilers, I don't think. Let's do sudo apt update should always be good to go. Bing, there it is, Fig the Kid. Updating that Linux distro. Yeah, we're getting back into it, baby. We're gonna get our Linux going anyway. This way I could do everything with my Linux toolkit. Sudo apt install. What do you want me to install? Here. Oh, was just that there. Oh man, I got this all kinds of messed up. Just tell me what it is. Here. Why are you not? Oh god, I can't remember what the damn shortcut is. Alright, just tell me what it is. G++, GDB, make, ninja build, rsync and zip. I already have some of them, but it's alright. Rsync, zip. Yeah. All right. C++ compiler already had GDB, CMake had it, rsync, zip, and underlying build system generator. Walkthrough uses GCC and Ninja on Ubuntu. Visual Studio defines a CMake project as a folder with a CMake list.txt file at the project root. In this walkthrough, you'll create a CMake project by using the Visual Studio CMake project template. All right, hang on a sec. This is important because of how we work with MABE. Goodness. CD name. Yep. Oh, goodness. What am I doing? Updates, random, dev. All right, so see how there is a CMake list.txt in our project directory? That's essential because that tells us that this is our project directory structure that we're gonna wanna emulate for Visual Studio Code for Visual Studio to work in here like we want it to. We just gotta be cognizant of what I normally refer to as our project folder, as opposed to our work directory or some higher level directory is where we actually are going to have these CMake list files, and these are going to be our projects. That's fine. That's kind of how that'll work right nicely in line with how our projects are already structured. And I knew they would, given that we're working with Cliff, but I just wanted to show you that and make sure we're on the same page about that. Where am I at? I am not looking at this tutorial right now. Yeah, I want to buy some new tights. I need some new tights, but let's not do that right now. I'm so easily distracted. We're in here. Here we go. All right, so we'll do this little template thing. All right, so from Visual Studio, get started. Yeah. Do what now? Create a new project. Great. Where do I put it? In the search for templates text box, type CMake. Choose CMake project type and click next. Give the project a name and location, then select create. Okay. CMake project. Next. CMake project 1. Let's just say also put it under test. And where's it gonna go? D programming C++ crash. Yes, perfect. Solution name. Make the solution name test. All right. Does the same thing about that option. Stay create for now. Use Visual Studio. Let me not worry about this right now. Enable Visual Studio CMake presets integration. Select Tools, Options, CMake, General. Select. All right, hang on a sec. Tools, Options, CMake, General. Select prefer using CMake presets to for configure build. See. Looks like they've changed the wording here a little bit. Prefer using CMake presets for configure, build, and test. Instead, you could have added a CMake presets.json file to the root of the project. Okay. Let's just say okay. To activate the integration from the main menu, select File, Close Folder. All right. The Get Started page appears under Open Recent. Select the folder you just closed to reopen the folder. There are 3 drop downs across the Visual Studio main menu bar. Use the drop down on the left to select your active target system. This is the system where CMake will be invoked to configure build the project. Visual Studio queries for WSL installations with WSL Oh, WSL LV. Okay. In the following image, WSL Ubuntu 20.4 is shown selected as the target system. Okay. Let's see. I definitely don't have a WSL thing here. I'm sure Jory can help me with this too. In step 7, the active configure preset in Linux default preset created by Visual Studio to create a custom blah blah blah. Use the drop down. I don't like that I don't have any of my WSLs set there. See, I've already done all this. WSL. Nope, you would do this actually from a Windows terminal. WSL. What is it? LV. Ubuntu running version 2. Yeah, we're actually running WSL2. So that's not it. Close it out. Should I just close? Like, I don't. What is this? Yeah, I don't even see a WSL thing in here. All right, I'll come back to it. No worries. I don't want to lose too much time to it. Let me think. What is this gonna mean? Just running the. Let's see. Let's just try. Let's see if we get our other code running. All right. Let's file, open, project, solution, crash. 221. There it is. Let's go here and say open. Do that. See what happens. You know what that means. Maybe solutions. Yeah, solution is there. Fuck. They're like project type file name. That's why that shit was throwing me off. Like, what the fuck is a solution? All right. That's their special thing. All right. Cool. Great. All right. What is this? Clock of the now, add year, set year, get year, private year. It's using struct because that's how they start. All right. So we didn't introduce keyword. Don't care. All right. Run it. What's the damn thing here? Did I use F5 or control F5? Start without debugging. Let's do that. Year 2020. Yep. If you can set the year to 2018, it'll fail. If not, yeah. If you can't. It's weird. All right, it definitely works, and we'll get back to why I made that choice in a minute. All right, yay! Everybody works. Everybody works. Now, what's interesting is that I did not encapsulate the clock's functions in a separate module, which is fine because we just hadn't done that for the example, but I did in Python. I put add year, set year, and get year in its own. Ooh, did I use a data class? Ooh. Yeah, I did the same thing here. If not, clock set year 2018, clock set year to 2019. This is really cool. All right, so then we're going to jump right back into data classes too. Cool, we're right back in the thick of things, gang. Who's got a good talk about data class? I really want to hit y'all with my man James Powell. But I bet you his talk about data classes is long as fuck. We could get hella James Powell nerdy on y'all. I might do that shit tomorrow. Let's see. Let's see how long I want to run tonight. I said I was going to run to 8. Oh, god damn it, Jay. I gotta fix this account thing tonight. It's always irritating me. And now I'm irritated at myself for continuing to get irritated by the same thing without changing it. Boo doo 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 doo. Can I just short circuit all of this? Browser changed. Browser, give me some relief. Oh, is it already open in the other TV screen? Come on, y'all. Come on. We're using 3 languages: Python, C++, and Rust. All right, where's the... Just totally, definitely the way you should not do this. There we go. Firefox, boom, perfect. All right, link, there it is. Watch it, play it. Data classes. The data class examples in Python.
Video about data class already a while. Since then,
Hang on a second. Let me kill the Richard Madsen stream.
Much longer in Python.
Is that Mark Reed?
Quite a lot about them. So in this video, I'd like to revisit them, show you what you can do with them, and I'd also like to cover a couple of really data classes are.
Who's playing music? It is not that. Gotta be one of these, right? Why don't I see a thing? No. Close these. Oh, I see it. Nope, that didn't do it. Here it goes. All right, sorry about that. Over here.
Pretty awesome. I did a video about data class already a while ago, but since then I've been using them much longer in Python, and I've learned quite a lot about them. So in this video, I'd like to revisit them, show you what you can do with them, and I'd also like to cover a couple of really cool things that have been added to data classes in Python 3.10. Before we start, I have something for you. It's a free guide that helps you.
Yo, my man's got, is that his weed plants just straight in the background chilling, bruh? I gotta, yo, come on, y'all. I gotta get that going, y'all. My plant's legal as shit. Maybe my secret garden shouldn't be so secret. Yo, should I just make the set like... I just put a little grow in the studio, y'all, and then just put a little background in front of it, and then when I don't have to be discreet, I could just take it away and nah. But this would be great to keep like a weed plant. Yeah, like a potted weed plant on the floor. Gotta like get it on a cart or something so I can move it in and out when I need to.
Make better software design decisions. It's available at...
Yeah, in Python, I think it's a £.
ariancodes.com/design guide. It describes the 7 steps that I take whenever I design a new piece of software. And I hope by writing it down that it's also helpful to you to get started. So you can get it for free at ariancodes.com/design guide. And I've also put the link in the description of this video. Data classes are mainly aimed at helping you write more data-oriented classes, as the name also says. So what is that? Think of things like a class to represent a point or a vector or any kind of simple data structure. This is very different from behavior-oriented classes, things like a payment service that exposes a number of methods that you call in order to process payments, or a button that can handle clicks and respond to other user inputs like hovering over it. How does a data class help with representing data-oriented classes? Well, it adds a couple of convenient mechanisms like being able to represent the object as a string easily, compare the object with other objects, and define the data structure easily and add an easy initialization mechanism to it. I'm going to start with a really simple example today, just to show you some of the possibilities.
Oh, right, I don't have to write it
class.
in it, and I don't have to do self. I was like, what the heck is the thing? All right, boom, there it is. Oh, there's a self. The self.add year, so I didn't have to do an init function. I did use double under methods. Oh, Python doesn't really do private methods, but we normally do double under if we want something to be private, because you won't normally call it that way. And then this is a fake example I mocked up of a private class attribute, because really these are all public. Then this is my example of private instance attributes. Which was a whole thing. Python doesn't have private, right? So this is how we do things. And then for set year, I set it to return a Boolean. But you don't even have to specify this, but I did. If new year less than 2019, return false, else self.year, double under year becomes new year, return true, get year, return self.double under year. But now you can run set year and add year. Right, because if you just made this self.year, it would be totally public. It is totally public. This is just a naming convention in Python. That's what this is demonstrating. Matter of fact, it probably does this here. Oh, look at these notes. Look at these notes I left to myself. I left myself a link, right? A tutorial about Python, public, private, protected modifiers. Python, and see, here's the purpose of all the stuff that we're doing, so that we get these sort of comparisons. So now I know that, you know, if I were to write a similar type of class in Python, Python doesn't really implement private and public methods, but by convention, a double underscore, there's something called a ligature here that's basically drawing those together, but a double underscore is just this, double underscore like that. That particular font, if I draw a double underscore, it puts them together into a single line. But in Python, we see a lot of double under methods. Double under main, this is how we address the main function. It's the same thing with the main function. Main function would really be a public method, but normally you don't address the main function because it's double under. All right, so trying to access a double under method from outside the class will raise an attribute error. And then here's a document about data class. Let's try what the data class includes in it in a repr for the class. Yeah, so that's what you're saying. So we don't have to do the initializer, and gives you a nice way of representing it. So I didn't need to do an inner function, and I did not have to write a repr function. And you can see that when you do the print. And print clock of the long now, double under. Let's go ahead and run this real quick. Print clock of the long now, double under clock type. Oh, and this is the one. Print clock dot double under year, and you'll get the attribute. It has no attribute double under year. Ooh, I like this. I just coded this example up well for myself to backtrack it like I'm doing now. All right, so I'm saying there's clock dot underscore clock of the long now. And then it has double under clock type, year, and year digits. And this shows you that they're public. So you say clock is equal to clock of the long now. That makes it an instance of this class. That gives it these methods. Set year, set this will fail. That's the filter check. Set year 20, then you do add year. This is the check because if this worked, you'll check to see which one worked. 2021 works. Add year. All right, then you go print clock of the long now, clock type. So to access this, you have to say clock dot under clock of the long now. And the reason you have to do that is because that's how you have to explicitly address the class. Okay. So it's got double under clock type. Double under year and double under year digits. Where do I set those at? Here, double under year plus 1, double under year digits, and then the set year is actually what sets the year, which is why it was nice not to have to write the init function, or else we'd have to write it with an initial year. But we can leave it uninitialized and just set it. Love it. All right. My Python, I told you, Python's my first programming language, and it kind of shows. I'm like, all right, I employed some nice Python in here. All right, go ahead. Hit these niggas with data classes.
We have
we're gonna revisit these
a
shits.
function here called generateID that basically generates a random string from uppercase characters. And default, that's going to be a 12-character string. I'm not using it at the moment. I will do that later on. There's class person. It's also very simple. It has a name and address that are set in the initializer and also passed as an argument when you call that initializer. Then I have a main function that creates a person, prints the person, and we run the main function. Let's run this code and see what happens. So this is the output. Now, unfortunately, that's not very useful because ideally, if we want to print a person, you want to see the name and the address on the screen because otherwise, why would you print the person?
So that's a repper. So that's what he means by a repper function. So normally, when you create, he's defined generate ID function, just gives you a string. He puts some random shits together. He creates a class, which is a person. He has to write this init function, self, give it a name, which is a string, and an address, which is a string. And then say self.name equal name, self.address equal address. Okay, fine. Now let's define now let's make a person. All right, well, let's make a main function that doesn't return anything. Person equals, I don't even write, I'm writing my old school signature. But anyway, person equals a person, an instance of class person, name set to John, address set to 123 Main Street. Print person. Well, what does Python do? It says, okay, I'll do exactly what you told me to do. Person is an object. And then it gives you the bytecode of this class object that you created.
Then I have a main function that creates a person, prints the person, and we run the main function. Let's run this code and see what happens. So this is the output. Now, unfortunately, that's not very useful because ideally, if we want to print a person, you want to see the name and the...
All right, I'm kind of in the way here, so let's move me... oh, no. I had, like, a scene for this, but we'll go with this one.
Address on the screen because otherwise, why would you print the person, right? Unfortunately, In Python, if you create your own class, add a couple of instance variables, and then try to print object, an instance of your own. Because
all right, sorry, but this is what it's saying, right? So it's saying, hey, look, person within your main function, I've got a person object at this bytecode.
Why would you print
the person? Like, what's wrong? I gave you exactly what you want.
In Python, if you create your own class, add a couple of instance variables, and then try to print object, an instance of that class, then this is basically what you're going to get. It's basically a memory address. It's not really useful. Now, you can define a str dunder method in your class to indicate what should happen when we print the class. So what we can do is add a str string dunder method to the person class, like so.
All right, see, dunder just means double under, right? So init is just a double under convention. It's just a double under init. It's just a convention used in Python that if you do it, it does this and you get the self and all of that. And these are saying the same thing. If you go double under string, this is how you define a string representation of whatever it is. And so you can set this. And this is how we usually find a repr, which is a fancy way of saying representation. Because in Python, you used to actually get these by not calling the print function, but actually calling for an actual REPR object, repr. So that's where that comes from.
String. And let's use an f string for this. So self.name, self.address. Like so. Let's run this code again to see what happens. And now you see we actually get a string that makes some kind of sense.
Because now when he says print person, it goes and it looks, it says, okay, well, do I have a double under string method that tells me what the string representation of a person is? Yes, I do. I have double under string that takes an argument of self. In this case, this little person here, and gives it a name, gives it an address. This tells it name and address, and then this repr says print a string and self.name and self.address.
Self.address. Like so. Let's run this code again to see what happens. We have a better understanding now of what the contents of the person object is. And there's a couple of other things that might be useful if you have a person class like this, like being able to compare a person with another person to do sorting, for example. Or you might want to add more fields to the person, like a gender, a city, a state, zip code, phone number, email address, and so on and so on. In the end, the person class can actually get pretty complicated. And the disadvantage of doing all this work yourself is that every time you need to add an extra field to person, you're going to need to add it here as an argument, so you can pass to the initializer. You need to add it here because it needs to be stored. You need to add it to the string dunder method. You need to make sure that if you compare persons that you take that extra field into account, if that's applicable. So it complicates things. And especially for data-oriented classes like this, there is data class which helps you create these classes in a much more simple and quick way. So what I can do instead of writing all of this code myself is simply turn person into a data class. So let's import data classes. So we import the data class decorator and we write that above the person class, like so. And now I can define my instance variables like so. Name, string, address. And that's also a string. The initializer is going to be generated by the data class decorator, and so is the string dunder method. So let's
right. So here's the thing: it doesn't actually do a double under string, but it actually generates a double under repr. But double under string is an alternative to double under repr that just makes it more explicit what it's doing. So that's why he used that in the example. But actually, what the data class decorator, which is what that @data class thing is called, the decorator, actually generates a double under repr.
And now this is our person. And now let's see what happens when we run this code. And now you see it prints this. That's because data classes generated a string dunder method for us that prints this.
Yeah, and it's really nice. It says person is an instance of person with name John and address 123 Main Street. Beautiful.
Pretty useful. Also,
that's what we mean. Python is pretty.
What I like about this is that by defining the variables here in this way, and providing the type.
All right, time to get your first lesson in the Zen of Python. All right. Beautiful is better than ugly. Explicit is better than implicit. Simple is better than complex. Complex is better than complicated. Flat is better than nested. Sparse is better than dense. Readability counts. Special cases aren't special enough to break the rules, although practicality beats purity. Error should never pass silently, unless explicitly silenced. In the face of ambiguity, refuse the temptation to guess. There should be one, and preferably only one, obvious way to do it, although that may not be obvious at first unless you're Dutch. Now is better than never, although never is often better than right now. If the implementation is hard to explain, it's a bad idea. If the implementation is easy to explain, it may be a good idea. Namespaces are one honking great idea. Let's do more of those. Basically, all of Python is trying to go towards namespaces, but that's something we don't get into. But keep those first things in mind. Beautiful is better than ugly. Explicit is better than implicit. Simple is better than complex. All right, let's keep the video going. Firefox browser, boom.
It's actually really short. We can write these classes really quickly, so I use them quite a lot in my code. One thing I don't really like about data classes is that they abuse the concept of a class variable to represent instance variables. This can be confusing, especially for beginners. And if you forget to write the data class decorator above the class definition, it happened to me a couple of times, then you end up with a bunch of class variables and not instance variables, leading to all kinds of problems in the future. But overall, I find the pros of data classes outweigh the cons, and I still use them quite a lot in my Python code. So let's look at a couple of
class variables. Basically just mean when you define a traditional class, you're able to set variables on that class, and then you're able to set variables that then apply only to certain instances of the class, and there's a specific designation there that doesn't matter much. But these are, as you saw, instance variables, meaning they're attached to the actual instance, and so you need to make sure you use that data class repr to get that.
More things you can do with data classes
data class
that
decorator
I think are really useful. One is that you can assign default values. Let's say we want to keep track of whether a person in our system is active or not. So I could add a Boolean instance variable here called active, and now I can provide a default value. For example, I can set that to true. So now, if I run the code again, we have another person.
All right, my example here, self-series, New Year, return true. Okay, yes, I wanted to see this. So self.year plus equals private instance attribute, add year, and then I have an instance attribute. Here we go. Okay, I have a class attribute, which I know is a class attribute because it's right under the class. This is a private instant attribute because it says self. And then I have one initialized. Perfect. Although I don't show types here in mine. It shouldn't be there. It should be that way, though, for... Nope, it shouldn't be, because these are functions. But I could have set these to types instead. I'm not too worried about that.
But now it has active equals true by default. And because it's a default value, we don't have to provide it to the initializer. Now for primitive types, like booleans, integers, floats, and strings, this way of using default values works pretty well. But what if we have something a little bit more complicated? For example, let's say we want to have a list of email addresses. So the type is a list of string. How do we provide a default value? You would think, okay, let's just do this. But that's actually going to lead to problems because Python evaluates these default values when it interprets the script. So that means if you have multiple instances of person, that doesn't matter. it's always going to be the same reference to the list. So each person is going to have the same list of email addresses, which is problematic. In order to solve that, data classes provides a factory function that you can use instead. So in order to use that, you need to specify that this is a field, which is also from data classes. You see it at the import here. And inside that, we provide a default factory. And in this case, we want to create a new list. So we supply the list. What happens is that when data classes generates the class, it's going to call this function. So it's a function. We don't provide a type here, we provide a function. I can show you another example. Let's say we want to add an ID. So an ID, that's a string, basically. And we can provide a default value here as well. And we could do something like this, but let's say that we want the person to have a random ID when we create that person. And what we can do, we can use exactly the same mechanism. So I can create a field, like so, and I have my default factory, and there we need to provide a function that's going to generate the default value for us, and that's going to be generate ID. Let's run this code, see what it looks like. So if we run this, now you see we have a person, has a name, an address, active, email addresses is an empty list, and we have a randomly generated ID. Very simple. Now with these default values, you can still set them as part of the initializer. So for example, I could still do this. Active equals false. And now if I run this code again, then you see that the person is initialized with the value active equals false. The same goes for any other attribute as well. So for example, I could also provide a custom ID, like so. And now when I run this, now it's going to have a custom ID, and data class is not going to call this default factory for us because we provided a value. Let's say that we want to restrict this a little bit. Let's say we want to make sure that you're not able to set an ID explicitly. Well, that's problematic at the moment because this is part of the initializer that data classes generates. In order to avoid users being able to set the ID themselves directly by calling the initializer, you can add an option to the field called init equals false. And that basically means that this field, this instance variable, is not going to be part of the initializer. So let's save this. And now if you try to run this, you see we got an unexpected keyword argument ID. So we can't provide the ID anymore. And that's what you do with the init equals false thing. So for ID, the solution works. We simply call a function that generates a random ID. Sometimes you want to generate a value from the other instance variables. How do you do that? Because you can't create a function for that because you don't have the values yet. Well, that's when the post-init donder method comes into play. Let's say, for example, we have something called a search string. So we have a person class, and this is going to be a huge database, and we want to be able to search for persons. And the easiest way to do that is to create, when we create a person, create a search string that contains the things that we want to be able to search on, like the name and the email address, for example, or the name and the address. So we have a search string instance variable for that. Now, obviously, init equals false. We don't want search string to be an argument to the class initializer. So I'm going to put it as init equals false. So when we do this, it's not an initializer, and we need to make sure ourselves that it gets initialized. So let's add a post init donder method. And in that method, this is post initialize, so we know that the other attributes, the other instance attributes, have a value. So we can now construct the search string from these values. For example, something like this: self.searchString equals, and let's say we create a search string out of the name and the address, like so. And now let's run the program again. So now you see it prints the person name, address, active, and it has generated an ID, and the search string is constructed from the name and the address that we provided to the initializer. So that's pretty neat. One more thing you might want to do in your class is make some distinction between what is supposed to be publicly available as part of your data and what is a more protected or private element. So what you can do to indicate that search string is something internal to the class is that you add underscores in front of it. 2 for private,
there it is.
1 for protected. So generally I just stick to 1 underscore. I think that's enough, and it clearly indicates that search string is not something that you're supposed to change outside of the class. So when you run this, we get, of course, exactly the same result, except that search string is now a protected member variable. The issue is that if you look at the output of the program, well, it prints the search string here. That's not really very useful information because it's just a copy of the other things that are already part of the person, and it's an internal thing of the person. So when we print a person, maybe we want to exclude search string from that printed version of the person. And what you can do is indicate that in the field by saying that the wrapper equals false, like so. And now when we print the person, you see that the search string is omitted, but it's still part of the person. So as you can see with fields and various options of fields, you can do quite a lot of different things.
All right, now you guys can imagine how useful this is, right? If you want to say print an organism, right? Because this is what we're going to get into with our brains when we're trying to make a brain. We're going to want to print an organism. We're going to want certain things to just, you know, this data class would be a really nice way to represent an organism. But right, there'll be certain things we don't want it to tell us, and we do want it to tell us.
Show you, and then I want to talk about some new things you can do with data classes in Python 3.10. One thing that I find quite useful is being able to freeze a data class. What you can do to achieve that is you can pass an argument to the decorator called frozen, and you can put that to true. Now, let's initially default this is going to be false. Default a person is not frozen. So what you can do if it's not frozen is this: person.name equals Arjan. And now, of course, we can print the person, and now the person's name is Arjan. But when we freeze the data class, this means that once we've initialized
it, you can't change anything.
Once we've created the object, we can no longer change it. It's read-only. So if we try to run this code now, we're going to get an error. We can't assign to the field. So that's also pretty useful, especially in many cases you want to make sure that your data is not mutable. Making things not mutable generally simplifies your code because you don't have to worry about whether something has changed or not. It's constant. That's why I really love using constants wherever I can. Now, Python doesn't have a constant mechanism for primitive types. This kind of comes close for objects, but that's only about the contents of the object. Of course, I could assign a new value, new person instance, to the person variable. There's no way to get around that. If you look at other languages, they often have a const concept so that you can also no longer assign something else to the variable. And I find that pretty useful. It's pity that's not available in Python. So what I've just shown you, simple data classes.
But this is something that we'll see in Rust, where you have to make something mutable. You'll constantly see us using the MUT key expression in Rust, and that's because of this. We have to make things mutable. They're unmutable by default in Rust.
Being able to provide default values using a default factory like a list, or supply a function to provide the default value, excluding some information from what you're printing, using post-init to augment the object with extra generated data after it's been initialized. I think this covers about, 95% of the things that I generally do with data classes. There's a bunch of other things you can do with data classes. I won't cover all of those details in this video, but I want to talk about a few things that I think are interesting that have been added to Python 3.10.
I'll just take a quick moment there while he does that. I'll save this to, I should have a Python playlist on this app. If not, up there, there's Rust, Python. I need to add a couple more, but it's all right.
So if you're on Python 3.10 or newer, then these things are available to you and they can be quite helpful. The first thing that I want to talk about is the keyword only argument that you can pass to the data class decorator. Let me just delete this frozen stuff here again, like so. What you can say, since Python 3.10, is you can pass a argument keyword only and set that to either true or false. So default, this is going to be set to false. So let's set this to true. And what this means is that you can only initialize an object of this type of person by supplying keyword arguments. So this is what we're already doing. So when I run this code, there is actually no issue. It simply prints the person. But what I'm not allowed to do is remove these keyword arguments and simply initialize the person by providing the arguments directly as non-keyword arguments. And now you see we're going to get a type error. So this is not possible anymore.
Wait, hang on a second.
Argument, an object that let me just delete this. Are available to you and they can be quite helpful. The first thing that I want to talk about is the keyword only argument that you can pass to the data class decorator. Let me just delete this frozen stuff here again, like so. What you can say, since Python 3.10, is you can pass a argument, keyword only, and set that to either true or false. So default, this is going to be set to false. So let's set this to true. And what this means is that you can only initialize an object of this type person by supplying keyword arguments. So this is what we're already doing. So when I run this code, there is actually no issue. It simply prints the person. But what I'm not allowed to do is remove these keyword arguments and simply initialize the person by providing the arguments directly as non-keyword arguments. And now you see we're going to get a type error. So this is not possible anymore because we set keyword only to true. If I set this to false again, then you see it's going to run without any issue. So keyword only allows you to force somebody that uses the person class to actually supply the keywords. Let me put these keywords back in there, like so. And now this is going to work as expected again. A second thing that's been added since Python 3.10 is that you can set match args equal to true. And what this does is that, well, Python 3.10 had introduced structural pattern matching. I actually did a video about structural pattern matching a while ago, and if you want to watch that video, I'll put a link in the top. But what this does is that if you set this to true, it's going to generate the match args dunder method that's going to supply the arguments that you can use in structural pattern matching. So that can be useful. Match args by default is set to true. So you can actually switch that off if you're not using structural pattern matching. So basically it means data classes support structural pattern matching out of the box, but using match args, you can actually disable that if you want to. The third thing that's new in Python 3.10 that's actually a real game changer I want to talk about, that's the slots option. Under the hood, a Python class is actually a kind of really advanced dictionary. When you create an instance of a class, there's going to be a dunder dict object that contains the references to all the instance variables. Like here I have person, and you can see there is a dunder dict that's right here. And this is actually a dictionary from string to the value of the instance variable. So you could actually print person, dict, and then let's say we have the name of the person. And this is going to access
that gives you a name
the
keyword.
instance variable name. So if I run this code, you see that it actually prints the name of the person.
Beautiful.
And that's because under the hood, in a class, these instance variables are stored in a dictionary. Now, dictionary access is pretty fast, but there's actually a faster mechanism in Python called slots that makes accessing instance variables in a class much faster because that works in a much more direct way. The default classes use the dunder dict object to access instance variables. So when you have a data class, it actually generates this dict dunder object for you. If you want to benefit from faster access, then you can actually indicate that slots should be true. And now data class is not going to use the dict dunder object, but it's going to use slots instead. And this still works in exactly the same way, but instance variable access is just going to be much faster. How much faster are slots exactly? Well, I made a little example to show you the difference. I have a class here, person, it's a data class, slots equals false. That's the default way of creating a data class. So this uses the dict dunder object. And I have a data class person slots that has slots set to true. Otherwise, it's exactly the same, but it uses slots. Then I'll come to this point in a minute. Then I have here a function that does a get and a set and delete, just performing some operations. So this gets either a person or a person slots object. This is the new union syntax in Python 3.10. And I have a main function here that creates a person slots. They're exactly the same. And then I'm going to repeat the get set delete call on person and person slots lots of times. And I'm going to time it using the time it library. And then in the end, I print the output.
I need to start using that time it for simple profiling.
Improvement of slots over no slots. So let's run this and see what that looks like. So as you can see, there is a performance improvement here of over 20%. If you're doing a lot of data processing, this actually makes a big difference, a 20% performance improvement, which is quite a lot. There is an issue though. You might think, hey, why are we not using slots everywhere? Why is dict actually the default way to do it?
Exactly.
In Python? Well, the problem is that Python is a very extendable language, and that has a price. This is the price that you pay for that. The issue is that slots break when you try to use multiple inheritance. I have an example that I want to show you. Let's say we have an employee class that also uses slots. And now I'm going to create a class that's called person employee, and that's using multiple inheritance, combining both person slots and employee slots. What happens if we run this code? We get this error because there's a conflict between these two base classes that we have here because they both use slots. And now person employee doesn't know which list of slots it should rely on for the inheritance relationship. In my opinion, this is yet another reason to not use things like mix-ins and multiple inheritance. Actually, in my course, the Software Designer Mindset, I talk at length about why you shouldn't use those things and also give a lot of background on what it means in terms of cohesion and coupling in your design. But here you see very clearly the price that you pay in Python for having complete freedom to do whatever you want. Because Python can't just drop support like that for multiple inheritance and those kinds of things. Well, they can't make slots the default way of defining a class. So that means that default, if you do nothing, you're going to pay a 20% cut in performance, even if you don't use multiple inheritance. If you're aware that you can define your classes using slots, then you get the performance improvements, but you have to do some work for that. And that's really a pity. I would actually be in favor of Python adding a strict mode, similar to what JavaScript has, where basically a couple of things are going to be limited, like you don't use multiple inheritance in strict mode, but because of that, you can use an optimized version of Python that does have slots by default. So the strict mode is going to be more limiting, but because of that, Python can make assumptions about how you're going to write your scripts, and that means you can optimize the performance more. I hope you enjoyed this more in-depth video about data classes. If you did,
all right, this is fantastic. All right, cool. So that actually was really useful to me. Some of the more in-depth stuff we'll get back to, but I'm really glad to see this is up and working. What do we do over here? This also worked, correct? Control F5? I lied. Is that it? Nope. Yes, it is. It is indeed. And C-log, I'm sorry, is that Shift F10? All right, great. I'm probably going to leave these suckers up and ready to go for tomorrow. And cool. I don't want to let myself get too burned out. This was super fun. So yeah, I'm really glad we did this. Let me go back on camera. So, all right, you guys already see the beauty of this approach. We can take something really simple, like a stripped down representation of a data class, or class in this case in C++. Really simple. It's got a year, and then it's got, at most, get the year, set the year, add a year, or increment the year. And immediately we get into all of these issues that allow us to explore the nuances of the different languages. Access controls, so is something public or private by default? And if not, how do you make it the other one? How do you actually access instances of your class types? Coding against the library, right? Where actually we want to take all of our class functionality, wrap it in a module, then import that, because this is the difference between user and library code. For the most part, when we do our stuff, we're both. But when you really develop, right, normally you develop in a library where you hide all this complex functionality and you expose to your user a very simple interface. And now you've got to control those access issues. So yeah, we're off and running. I don't want to burn myself out. I am going to do some more streams like this where I just take like a meal break and then maybe come back for some gaming or movie nights or some other type of deal. But a lot of that will be facilitated a lot easier when I get my other machine up and running, and I just kind of want to relax tonight. I've also got some studio stuff I want to take care of. We've got some new equipment coming in. But yeah, I want to thank everybody. It's been a long stream. Appreciate everybody. It's been another marathon one, but I'll come back tomorrow. We'll do some more coding. We'll get right back on the development workflow. Come link up with the gang and gather. I think tonight we are going to do, well, damn, it's Wednesday night. We got AEW going on. We'll probably watch our TV shows. We'll get into a fun overnight movie playlist. I'm going to be playing some cards. But yeah, I'm going to grab some food. Appreciate everybody. We'll be right back at it tomorrow. We'll do some more coding and stuff. And also, tune in for Evolution Revolution Part 2, because there's a lot going on in our community that I want to touch on. I didn't catch James Apperson and a couple of people like that today, and I want to chat with them about some things. So hopefully we'll catch up with them tomorrow. See y'all soon. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Poof!
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the hell's not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answering my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She trying to slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm tryna get high. She said that she not ready for love, stop wasting my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no snow, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen.